Next ball driven by Potts up to mid-off to Hamid, no run.
I'm watching him at the moment. He's walking in with the bowler. Oh, now he does. Now he does start to stretch and bend and goes down on his haunches, getting himself ready. I was just presuming that he would have the second over, and yeah, he's now exercising and giving every indication that he'll be bowling in a moment or two, assuming that Pennington doesn't get a wicket with these two deliveries.
Pennington comes in, and that's through to the keeper as well. Mark the Mod Lang says, referencing little fluffy clouds by the orb, he said, I'm here for all of this kind of stuff. I remember Dickie Bird shouting up, there's a light shining in your box at Old Trafford. Cloudy skies by the go-betweens of Brisbane, Australia would be my cloud choice. Yeah, the go-betweens are a good band. Last ball of this first over, which has taken 50 minutes as he comes in, and that is defended by Potts. It's a maiden.
Yes, it's a shocking scoring rate from Durham this morning.
The over rate's going to be astronomical at this rate.
370 for 9 at 11 o'clock. That's still the score. So Pennington through his 22nd over. 6 maidens, 1 for 69, and it will be Fergus O'Neill. There's always something nice. Doesn't matter which county you support, there's always something nice about a debutant getting a 5 foot. Let's see if O'Neill can do that.
Have you got a list of debutants getting 5ers for the Notts?
Oh, yeah, I've backed myself into a bit of a corner with that one, haven't I? Farhan Ahmed would be the last recent.
Last year, yeah. There'll be a bit on Cricket Archive, won't there, I would have thought?
O'Neill, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 74. But certainly on the showing we saw yesterday, here he comes. Ball's now turned away by Coghlan for a run. First run of day 2 after 49 minutes. Coghlan moves on to 7. Yeah, from what we saw yesterday of Fergus O'Neill, looks a useful acquisition, and although we won't see him again in 2025, or as things stand we won't, you'd like to think that he'll enjoy his time here in Nottingham and with the club to very much consider coming back should the need arise over the next year or two. O'Neill bowls to Potts, and he's going to get his first single of the day. Josh Tong doing the fielding, moving to his right at mid-on. 372 for 9. So Durham required 28 for a 4th batting point. Would seem quite significant if they could get 400 on the board. First up, 28 more required as O'Neill is in and bowls, and this is down the leg side and just tickled away as much as anything by Coghlan for a boundary, first of the day. And it's 376 for 9. I saw a match report last night on this. I can't remember who it was, but I think clearly whoever it was who'd submitted it had got his bowlers wrong, because I said the 6'4" O'Neill with an impressive debut. Well, Tong's 6'4", O'Neill much shorter, comes in again and bowls, and it's defended. He's I'd say he's under 6 foot. I looked him squarely in the eye. 376 for 9 when I met him yesterday morning.
You can't believe that. Derek's been waiting all this time, and then he's missed the first 2 overs. He's gone off somewhere else and missed it.
There comes O'Neill. Gone for 6 runs already this over. 2 balls left.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Push and run up to Josh Tong. Mid-on, there's no run.
I know there's a few people who aren't here at the moment but will be here later on, because they're all Sunderland fans, so they've driven across to West Brom this morning. Sunderland have got a 12:30 kick-off there, and then they'll be back to catch the afternoon play here a little later. So 1 or 2 off the gate for the time being.
O'Neill wears squad number 11. Bowls and well, that's nicely fielded by Matthew Montgomery. He opened the face there, Coglan, looking to run it down to third. Thought he'd succeeded in doing that, but Montgomery flung himself to his right and low down made a good stop, and it's the end of the over. 6 runs from it. Durham 376 for 9 as we close in on midday on day 2. If you're only just joining us, you've absolutely not missed anything apart from a farcical start to the day when a water sprinkler meant a delayed start of 45 minutes on a lovely, clear, dry, sunny day. Frustration all around.
Pennington is dropping O'Neill down to fine leg on the boundary. He's dropped a long leg out as well for Potts, who's on 9. In he comes. Potts plays the ball up to mid-on dot ball. It's a very, very lovely day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful sunshine. Oh, the chef's coming back now after his trolley dashed to the other end of the ground. He's
got an extra 10 minutes, the chefs, haven't they? Yeah. Lunch is 1:10 past 1.
Trying to remember what time they want me on here today. Oh, 11:55. That's about now, isn't it? Better go.
376 for 9. Here's Pennington. Into bowl to Matthew Potts. Just drops this on the leg side. We'll take another single. 377 for 9. 40 extras in this innings, and a number of astute observers last night commenting that that's far too many. If they're buys, there's leg buys. Beg your pardon. There's more often than not, there's not a lot the bowling or the fielding side can do, as Pennington is in again and past Coglan through to the keeper. But 20 of those runs came via no balls. 10 occasions the Nottinghamshire bowlers bowled no balls, and there were a couple of wides as well, so a little bit of early season rustiness or ill discipline there. Just all adds to a pretty decent Durham first innings score of 377 for 9. Comes Dylan Pennington, bowls Coglan on the back foot and then pushing forward, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Sussex are 7 down at Edgbaston now, looking to push on, no doubt. 432 for 7. John Simpson still there on 132. Ethan Bamber has dismissed Finn Hudson-Prentice to get his 4th wicket of the innings. He's on his debut for Warwickshire. Ethan Bamber, former Middlesex player. Pennington bowls now, and very aggressive looking swish from Coglan. Gets nothing on it as it goes through to Joe Clark. Nottinghamshire top order, Asiba Mead and Ben Slater. They've been preparing to bat since about half an hour before the close last night. There's Pennington into bowl. Coglan drives to mid-on. Freddie McCann, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Matthew Montgomery, Lyndon James complete the top 7. End of the 3rd over. Durham 377 for 9. So we've had 99 overs in this innings. Durham would need to get a further 23 runs in 11 overs. That should be quite easily attainable to get that 4th batting point. I don't think, with all due respect, they're going to get 73 runs in 11 overs to get maximum 450, maximum 5 batting points. There's O'Neill. Potts is on 10 and just leans on that one, plays it behind square on the leg side. Farhan Ahmed doing the fielding. 378 for 9. Both Durham batters on 11. Added 23 between them. That's the fall of George Drissell's wicket, caught behind by Joe Clark. Off this man's bowling, Fergus O'Neill. He's in now, and Coghlan eases it into the covers, no run. Ben Slater, on this occasion, doing the fielding. 3 steps, Lyndon James, Freddie McCann, Matthew Montgomery. Third man, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on that short boundary just behind square. O'Neill bowls, Coghlan turns it to Haynes at mid-wicket, no run. 378 for 9. Lancashire's openers have been parted. It's Keaton Jennings out for 55 at Lords. Lancashire 97 for 1, replying to Middlesex's 260. All the scores, all the live text update available on the BBC Sport website and app as Fergus O'Neill comes in again to Coghlan. Straight bat from the tall Coghlan. Plays it back to the New Zealand-born Australian, Fergus O'Neill. He's now into his 23rd over. Figures of 4 for 81 on his Nottinghamshire debut. In again, O'Neill bowls now. It's the pad asking, and up goes the finger. So O'Neill does get his 5 for first LBW decision of the innings, and it goes against Paul Coghlan, giving out LBW, lunging forward, bat and pad together, and giving out LBW. Durham are all out for 378 in the 100th over, and Fergus O'Neill gets the wicket, finishes with 5 for 81. Coghlan dismissed for 11. The crease for 53 minutes, faced 31 balls, 1-4. Was the 5th of Fergus O'Neill's victims, given out LBW. 378 all out after 99.5 overs. Matthew Potts finishes on 11 not out. So in all, we've had just about 14 minutes play. Good applause for Fergus O'Neill, who's got the ball and holds it aloft as he makes his way off. Leads Nottinghamshire off the field. And they are 378 runs behind after Durham are dismissed. So we've got around about an hour and 10 minutes left in this session. Notts will have to bat for an hour. They'll be back out in the next 7 or 8 minutes. I shall do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in the next minute or two, and then when the players return, so will the commentary. Pavilion steps. The changing facilities have been switched for the 2025 season here at Trent Bridge due to the developments going on at the pavilion end. So down the public steps come our umpires, Graham Lloyd and Nigel Long, and then the players will follow as Durham take to the field, having made 378. Top score, Colin Ackerman's 116 for Nottinghamshire. The main man, Fergus O'Neill, 5 for 81, and Callum quickly congratulating the Australian and says, I fear for when he eventually gets his international debut, this guy is a superstar. Leading wicket taker in Australia this last Australian season, which only finished a few days ago. Begins life in county cricket with a 5 for Fergus O'Neill. A little bit of talk about fantasy cricket earlier. If anybody has bagged Fergus O'Neill, there's some precious points there. So too anybody who's gone for Tom Banton of Somerset, because he's reached his first 100 of the season. Somerset 251 for 4 at the moment at Taunton. That's 97 ahead of Worcestershire, who were bowled out yesterday. There's some really good scores being accumulated around the country. Essex 404 for 4 at Chelmsford against the defending, or the 3-time defending champions. Here it's going to be Ben Rain. It is the real Ben Rain. We had the picture of Ben Rain on the board yesterday, and it was George Drissell who'd made his way out to bat, but it is the real Ben Rain going to open the bowling for Durham from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. He'll be bowling initially to Asiba Mead and Slater, the 2 Nottinghamshire openers. Notts have a first innings deficit, or a score made by Durham of 378 to try and get somewhere near. There is Ben Rain to get us going. First ball played by Mead into that profitable little gap between the 3 slips and the point, and he's underway with a couple of runs. Asiba Mead is 28 years of age now. This is his 132nd first-class game. He's approaching 7,500 runs at 36.5 or thereabouts. His 59th match for Notts. Played 10 times for England with a top score of 82, and against Durham 9 previous matches, 1 century. Highest score of 115 here at Trent Bridge in 2022. Rain bowls to him, turns this on the leg side. Last year scored his 1,000 runs. I guess that's the barometer for a top order player. Scored his 1,000 runs at an average of 52, which is pretty good. 3 centuries and a best of 247 not out. He's a top quality county opener. Just didn't quite transfer that form on his England appearances, other than in the very early stages of his career, or a couple of years ago when he was recalled. 3 slips, Rain into bowl to Mead, and he rocks forward and defends. Martin's back alongside, just about managed to get the fall of the last wicket into your midday report.
Yes. And something that was staring us in the face that neither of us thought of either. I was going on about Sprinklergate. Mikey Mike says Watergate. It was there, wasn't it? It was there for the taking.
Yeah, you've got it, Mighty Mike.
Yeah.
Mighty Mike or Mikey Mike?
Mikey Mike. But Watergate's not very catchy. Nobody's going to remember that, are they?
There's Ben Rain. Not the longest approach, bustling run.
Oh, that's a good lead.
Decent bowler, yeah, well left by Hamid. The last wicket that went down seemed to, on the face of it, a little soft, but a little obvious. There was Paul Coghlan, bat and pad, just thrust forward. Didn't get properly forward. He's a tall man, can get much more of a stride in, and only just proffered forward outside the crease. And up went O'Neill, up went the umpire's finger, and everybody congratulated the Australian on a 5 foot on his county debut. Hamid has 2. Defends this, the 5th ball of the over, up to Potts at mid-on. You'd imagine Potts will share the new ball. Be a little surprised if he doesn't.
They were just a ball off 100 overs, weren't they, Durham, when they were out?
Ben Slater, the other opener, he has a career best made against Durham of 225 not out at Chesterley Street 3 or 4 years ago. Rain bowls to Hamid, drives crisply up to Potts, and that's the end of the over. It's 2022 that Slater
win.
Got 225 not out. Last year he was just shy of 1,000, 949 runs for Ben Slater, played in all 14 matches, averaged 45 last year. 2 without loss. Slater about to receive his first ball of the new season, and it will be Potts to bowl to him.
As well as his double 100 against Durham, I think he's also got a number of half centuries against them as well. 7. Got 53 in Chesterley Street last year. He's got 949 runs against Durham. Matty Potts to bowl from the pavilion end. He needs 2 wickets for 250 in first class cricket. Here he comes, right arm over, and that's gone through to the keeper. Batsman Slater tucked his bat in down the road. So far he's got 192 first class wickets for Durham, but 248 in all with his England appearances. Took 33 championship wickets for Durham last year and 54 in 2023. Played for England against New Zealand and Hamilton in December. Here he comes, Slater on strike, yet again off the mark. Just faced that for that one ball so far. He is off the mark now though, just an effortless little flick through square leg and away for 4 to the Smith Cooper stand. Boundary slightly bigger where Ben McKinney's retrieved the ball there, but I mean, it's not much beyond 50 yards. It is at 1.49 yards. Short enough they had to ask the ECB for permission to play on this wicket. 6 for none. Potts in again. And Slater leaves that one alone. It's a rising delivery. If you want to get in touch at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or Brace Cricket on the other place, or weircricket at yahoo.co.uk.
Or send something by pigeon post. Or write to us. We'd love to hear from you, however it gets here.
Halfway through this second over, Potts comes in. And that's over pitched on leg stump, turned off towards square leg again. McKinney dives after it, but the ball beats him to the boundary. 4 more to Slater. So 2 4s in this over from him. Takes him to 8. Nottinghamshire 10 for none here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. It's the Nottingham heliport still a thing then, is it? There's a helicopter over there drifting down that way. Just off the A46, isn't it?
Can see the helicopter.
Potts comes in. That's defended.
Got a gully in. I don't think Nott's deployed a gully at all in there. Innings. George Drissell's in the gully. The 3-man slip cordon is Will Rhodes at first, Colin Ackerman at second, and Emilio Gay at third. And then the gully. Yes, I don't know. I think there's 1 or 2 private firms around that do helicopter rides and the like. But
last ball of this second over, Potts comes in, and that's tapped short on the leg side, no run from Slater. End of the over, 10 for none. We came here years ago for a stag weekend, so it must have been early 2000s, because I couldn't get out on a lot of the lads came for 2 nights, but I couldn't get out on the first night because I was commentating in a Sunderland game. So I came down on the Sunday with some mates, but two of the lads on the stag do had travelled up from the southwest, and one of them had just passed his helicopter licence. So they flew up in the helicopter, and I remember he had to come pick his mate up in Gloucester, and then they flew up here from Gloucester and left the helicopter in Nottingham heliport for the weekend.
It's Rain to bowl to the Notts captain, Hamid, who defends flamboyantly and then rehearses the shot, and now he'll go for a little walk. There he goes, off towards the square leg umpire, and then he'll turn, forget about what's happened and come back and refocus for the next one.
I think it's when you go down past Limeswold on the A46, I think you see a sign saying Nottingham heliport there, and then you've got that go-karting centre as well on the left.
Yeah.
Imagine you in the go-kart.
Good, because I can't. There's Rain. In again, eased into the offside again by Hamid. Just joining us, you've hardly missed a thing. We didn't have any cricket here, believe it or not, for 45 minutes after a sprinkler head popped up, and there was some water that needed mopping up. We didn't start until 11:45. We had 14 minutes of cricket. Durham adding 8 runs to their overnight score before Fergus O'Neill trapped Paul Coghlan, LBW. O'Neill getting his 5th wicket of the innings. Nottinghamshire have just started. Hamid blocks this one from Ben Rain. He remains on 2. A couple of boundaries for Slater at the other end, so Notts a 10 without loss, with a little bit of a mountain to climb to stay in contention. First match of the season here. They'll want to get up, certainly, to match what Durham produced with the bat, 378. They want to be there or thereabouts. Lost the opening match last year here to Essex. Next ball is driven through the offside by Hamid. That was floated up outside off by Ben Rain, and Hamid has punched it away for a boundary. So nice start for him. Moves on to 6-14 without loss. I guess all the other matches in the first round last year were drawn, and all the matches in the second round were drawn, so Notts were still playing catch-up, bottom of the table after a couple of matches. Of course, Durham's first match was washed away without a ball bowled, abandoned rather than drawn. Rain in again to Hamid. Big stride forward from the Bolton-born opener. Lunch will be 1:10 today. 1:10 till 1:50. Tea at 4 o'clock. They say we should finish about 6:30, but invariably that will eke on towards 7 o'clock-ish. Rain balls again. Hamid will get at least a couple more as he opens the face, guides this, chops this down to third. In fact, they're just going to settle for 2. Slater ran hard. Hamid just jogged back for the second. So profitable start for both these Nottinghamshire openers. Both on 8. Nottinghamshire 16 without loss after 3 overs. Ben Rain 2 overs, none for 8. Matthew Potts went for a couple of boundaries in his single over.
It's an aeroplane batting now. Potts to start his second over. The first went for 8 runs, 2 boundaries. Balls to Slater. It's wide of off stump, goes through to the keeper. Got Will Rhodes at first slip. And, it's second slip. It is Colin Ackerman, who got a massive birthday present on his 34th birthday yesterday when he's bowled. The bail leapt up and then landed back in its groove.
Yeah, we've seen 2 things in this match now with the sprinkler head as well. That
what's tomorrow got in store for us?
Yeah, you'd watch a lot of cricket before you see either of those things happening.
Potts in, another leave. Emilio Gay's at third slip and Drizzell's at gully. Probably discover tomorrow that there's an ancient burial ground under the ground or something like that. Oh, pollen warnings, people. Get the tablets out. Looks like it's going to be a sunny weekend. Potts comes in again. And another leave. The 10-day trend, according to the Met Office, is for sunshine. There's a few people in the hotel last night. Actually, their kids are already on Easter holidays, which surprised me because Easter's not. It's about another fortnight away, isn't it? So they've gone early. But I know my nieces go to school in Tamworth, and they have 3 weeks at Easter and 3 weeks, I think, at Christmas, and only a month in the summer. So
yes, I think at New York they broke up yesterday.
So they'll probably go back to school on the Tuesday after Easter Monday then, will they? Potts bowls. This has gone off towards the cover area, no run there. Certainly when we had February half term a few weeks ago, our schools were the week after most of the rest of the country.
It's all very strange, isn't it? You'd think it would be a national thing. This is when the school holidays are, but you can have bordering counties with very different term dates. Pleasant conditions now.
It's through to the keeper. One ball left of the over, and we could be on for a maiden here. Well, my cousin lives on the border of Oxfordshire and Warwickshire, and one daughter went to school in Warwickshire and one in Oxfordshire, and they had different half terms, which was often a problem. It's only happened to us once last year, so I ended up taking my youngest to Cyprus. The two of us went to Cyprus for a week. Is that where you were based? Were you based Cyprus?
I went there many times. I wasn't actually based there permanently.
16 for none. Last ball of the over, and it's away. Oh, now then, did McKinney get a hand on that or not? That's gone for 4. Looked from this angle like it was in the air momentarily.
I don't think it carried as far as him. I think it just bounced before he was able to get there, and his dive sort of didn't necessarily coincide with the timing of the ball being in that particular area.
Well, Slater's got 12, and they've all come from 4s from Potts so far. And Potts, you just heard the little effort going in there for his final ball of the over, and he just strayed slightly to the leg side, and Slater just flicked it on its way to that Smith-Cooperstown boundary for 4. So 20 for none.
Just dealing in boundaries, Ben Slater. And, I'm sure we're thinking, quite happy to stay at this end. Hamid is on 8. Here's Ben Rain to bowl to him, edged and just short of first slip there.
Rhodes.
He's made 10 yesterday with the bat, Will Rhodes. Emilio Gay getting a duck at the start of the season. He's at third slip. Ackerman, the Centurion, between them. Was a genuine nick by Hamid, but went straight to ground.
Can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk.
There's Rain to Hamid. He blocks it. Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, is mid-off. Just waiting to receive the ball from Ben McKinney. The two just share a word. I wonder if Lees is saying, was that anywhere near it? No skip. No, couldn't have got that. Lees takes the ball and lobs it to the bowler. And Rain wastes little time in turning and then setting off again. Down the leg side. That's really good glove work, as you'd expect from Ollie Robinson. Could so easily have just disappeared away for 4 byes had the keeper not had his wits about him. Good take. 20 without lost knots, replying to Durham's 378. A total which meant that Durham got 3 batting points, Durham 3 bowling points to start the new season. Here comes Rain in again, and Hamid blocks. Essex bat on at Chelmsford, 414 for 4, the score there now. Hampshire building a big lead at home against Yorkshire. They're 216 for 7. That's already a lead of 95. Somerset doing the same. They're 282 for 4. Having bowled Worcestershire out for 154. Tom Banton and James Rue piling on the runs there. Banton 136 not out. James Rue is 59 not out. There's Rain here, bowls to Hamid, again happy just to defend. And Sussex are still batting at Edgbaston. They're 452 for 7. 140 from Tom Clark yesterday. John Simpson's 137 not out. 452 for 7. So Sussex in a strong position. Division 2, the batting sides, Derbyshire 222 for 7. 227 for 2. So they've got a lead of 5 over Gloucestershire as Rain bowls and Hamid defends. Wayne Madsen has taken over the captaincy again. He is 65 not out, batting with Harry Kame, who is 66 not out for Derbyshire. Leicestershire 135 for 3, replying to Glamorgan's 229. Half century there for Sol Budinger, but he's out now for 56. And the other 2 matches at Lords, Lancashire 114 for 1, Keaton Jennings with an unbeaten 50, and Kent 34 without loss in their second innings at Northants, already lead by 122.
Where's Budinger now?
Leicestershire.
Leicestershire. Was that over the winter or?
No, this is his second season.
Second season. 20 for none, 5 overs gone. Remember, lunch is 10 past 1 because of that sprinkler delay earlier. Potts starts a new over and he's come round the wicket at Slater and it's edged. There was a hand to it. I'm not sure if it carried the slips or not. Potts threw his hands on his head in exasperation. You think that carried, Dave, or not?
I don't think so. That was the initial thought. But then again, yesterday I didn't think the brilliant diving catch that Joe Clark took had carried until I saw the replay, and it confirmed glove safely underneath. But no, I didn't think that one did.
Potts around the wicket again. Pavilion end, that's left alone.
I was trying to think who it was he caught. It was Rhodes, wasn't it, the left-hander? Clark got underneath. A super catch. 22 without loss, just a 53-year-old. So it's quite some debut that for Fergus O'Neill. Hostile and willing throughout. Yeah, there was a period yesterday, wasn't there, where he wondered if he'd tweaked something. Just kept on going.
Slater faces Potts, that's left as well. The keeper takes it low.
Jagged back quite a way, that one, didn't it?
So Will Rhodes, born in Nottingham, grew up in Cottingham, joined Yorkshire, then went to Warwickshire for 7 years, was their captain as well. I think it was captain, wasn't he, when they won the that COVID season. Comes the bowler. Has played the point no run there.
What was that advert? Nottingham.
Yeah.
With a
Deccan class
nose.
return to Nottingham.
Yeah.
That was about the height of medical technology in the 80s, wasn't it? Tunes.
Is that what it was for?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I don't know if it was
You need
a
some
bit of
tunes, mate.
a bit of a Vicks rub or something. I don't know.
Edged between the third slip and gully, and that's going to go down towards the third man boundary for 4. All the way along the floor there from Slater, who adds another 4 to his name. He's now on 18.
Yeah, they haven't
70
changed
balls.
ends yet, have they? Slater's faced
No.
every ball from Potts, and Hamid has faced every ball from Rain. 1 ball left in the 6th over.
Yeah.
Slater's taken Matthew Potts for 18 so far, 4 fours and a 2. Easy game. Sometimes happens like that. Potts round the wicket.
Here he comes, final ball. Oh, that skips through low and bounces awkwardly just before it gets to the keeper. Robinson takes it, but he pulls his head away. End of the over then, 26 for none. Slater 18, Hamid 8.
Does Graham Clark ever bowl? I can't recall.
Bowls a little bit of spin very occasionally. Very, very occasionally.
He's with the floppy sun hat on, over on the boundary rope in front of the Smith Cooper stand.
I think I've got memories of him bowling in Scarborough.
His brother opened the bowling alongside Kemar Roach yesterday for Surrey. 26 without loss. As rain comes in to Hamid, just plays a ball on his pads down softly onto the leg side, no run. Live County Championship cricket brought to you by the BBC, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham together for the opening round of matches here. We do have a home and away here, in that Notts, I don't think it's too long in the season. I think, is it next month, do go to Chesterley Street. Next ball is played up to mid-on. Sometimes you have it that,
yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that they'll have played each other before mid-March, mid-May, I think, isn't it? Played each other twice.
It's I was going to say it's bonkers, but that's not the word I want to use. Unsatisfactory. That's a better word. It's not right that you play some teams twice, some teams once, for the integrity of the competition.
Yeah.
The old 2 divisions of 9, and you play 16 matches, play everybody home and away was better as this goes through to the keeper.
Well, wasn't there a meeting at Lord's the other day where they're talking about taking further matches out of the system?
Yeah.
I would go down to fewer T20s, because I think there's just far too many in the group stage, and a lot of them are just dead rubbers. I go back to the original North, Midlands and South groups for the T20.
And there's a bit of something having 2 matches on the same ground in a day as rain comes in and bowls and Hamid drives into the covers, no run. They've started doing it at Edgbaston, haven't they? They sort of they call it the blast off, where 4 teams.
Except last year's was 3 days into the
well, it
T20,
was, but Notts. I think Notts have been there both times, played Warwickshire, and I think they've had Derbyshire and Leicestershire there playing each other as well. I think each time Derbyshire have sacrificed a home game, but it does might be the same number of games, but it's less match days effectively, I guess, as Hamid plays this down into the ground. And I wouldn't be averse to doing that. They are having a number of double headers this year, of course, with the women's sides having their own T20 competition running at the same time as the men's. So there are double headers for the paying public to come along and watch 2 games, but that doesn't solve the problem, like Martin said, of how many actual T20 Blast matches there are in the group stages. Would be in favour of 4 teams getting together at one ground on one day, as Hamid is beaten outside the off stump by Ben Rain. Good over from him, 26 without loss. That's a maiden, the first of the innings, and sometimes it happens that it just takes a little while, both for the bowlers and for the ball to settle down, and then a little bit of pressure can be exerted. Good over from Ben Rain, 26 without loss after 7, and we are, what, about 35 minutes away from lunch, which will be taken at 1:10 today. Is there a Durham women's county side this year?
Yeah, for the first time.
I say that because obviously here the women's side are continuing with their regional name, the Blaze.
Potts to Slater. Dot ball. Have they still not switched ends at all?
No.
Wow. Oh yeah, that was a maiden, wasn't it? So Slater's faced 19 deliveries, all from Potts. He's got 18 runs, and Hamid's faced 24, all from Rain, and he's got 8. 26 for none. Potts round the wicket, past the umpire he comes. Slater 4 to that one. We've had a run, hooray! 7.2 overs, and they switch ends for the first time. Slater just pushing that out into the offside and goes for a quick single. Takes him on to 19. 27 for none.
Yes, they'll feel like they're sort of properly into their innings now. I think now they've exchanged ends once they've each faced the other bowler for a little bit as well. We expect Paul Coghlan and Will Rhodes to be the backup seamers. George Drissell the spin option. Notts will be dearly hoping that this pair can stick around, get through to lunch with Notts none down.
Hamid plays Potts out into the covers to Rain, no run. So you could have been in Colchester today then, couldn't you? Would you have gone down last night, or would you have gone down this morning?
They've actually gone this morning for that one. I was just looking at Drissell's position. He's almost more of a fifth slip than a gully, isn't he? He's fairly close to third slip there. There's a little bit of a gap, but it was much squarer for the left-handed Slater.
In comes Potts. Hamid to McKinney at point, no run. Went along the ground.
I guess that's because Hamid has been running Ben Rain down towards third man, hasn't he? He's been finding that gap between third slip and gully, so Drissell's come a little tighter.
There's hardly a cloud to be seen now. Two tiny little fluffy specks out there look like somebody's been smoking a cigar. That's how small they are. Two balls left of the over. Potts over the wicket now to Hamid. Oh, that moved on him, and it nearly sent Robinson the wrong way. He managed to dive across to his left. He got a hand on it. Couldn't hold on to it though, but that was a ball which moved.
Yeah, good pace as well, and as you say, it was a late in-ducker that forced Robinson to change directions. Did really well. Ben Slater's suddenly thinking, oh, I'm glad I've come down this end now.
Last ball of the 8th over, 27 for none. And that is a dot ball that's defended by Hamid and rolls out on the offside.
Bit of a grunt then from Matthew Potts.
The effort ball at the end of the over.
Yeah. Can't wait for Brett Hutton to get playing again. Had some injury issues last year. Was in the squad for this match. Obviously with Ollie Stone now going to be out for a while. Josh Tong, understand they're going to be managing his minutes. May well be that we'll see the likes of Brett Hutton and Connor McCurt vying for a game next time round.
Have you been to Colchester's ground before?
Yeah, many times. Yeah.
It's quite new, isn't it? I passed it on the motorway.
27 without loss. Well, the dual carriageway.
Yeah.
Rain to bowl to Slater for the first time round the wickets to the left-hander, and played a ugly looking shot, minimal foot movement if any at all, and there's something behind the bowler's arm that he's not too happy about, whether it's a window in one of the hospitality boxes. I don't think there's any I didn't realise until I saw
saying close the door, aren't
some of the camera footage. I didn't realise that all the spectators had sort of been understandably shuffled out of the way at this end, so they can't sit behind the arm, which of course they used to do at the pavilion end. You would have spectators sat behind the arm at the pavilion end. Maybe a glint from a door or a window opened suddenly, but either way, it was a narrow squeak. Gets bat on ball for this one, pushes it into the offside. It must be McKinney because he's about 19 foot tall. It is. It's funny how some youngsters just suddenly from the very start are content wearing a floppy sun hat. Some gnarled old pros would say, no, would never wear one, always want my county cap on. Guess he's nearer the sun than most, Ben McKinney. Tall man, he's got some work to do here and he doesn't get there. It was just to his right, and he is a big man with Mr. Tickle long arms, but couldn't get there. And Slater guides it away past him for 4. To move on to 23, 31 without loss. It's an unforgivingly short boundary.
I always wore a wide-brimmed hat. If it was a day like this, you've got to try and protect the top of your ears and the back of your neck.
Yes, in terms of being warm, I guess it's relative. As Slater defends it, you know, hopefully they're going to get a lot hotter days throughout the cricket season, but in comparison to the recent dark and dismal months, it's been a pleasantly warm couple of days, and there were 1 or 2 spectators yesterday with glowing red cheeks and noses.
There's a guy earlier who was saying he'd put factor 30 on, but he didn't think it was going to be enough today. I think in the breeze you can get a bit of extra burn as well, can't you?
Yeah. Somerset 300 up, 300 for 4 against Worcestershire. Already a lead approaching 150. Rain into Slater, beats him. Good delivery. Ben Slater angrily swats away as if a fly had interrupted his concentration, but it wasn't. He was just angry with himself that he played and missed. Sussex bat on at Edgbaston, 460 for 7 in that one. At Brace Cricket, if you'd like to get in touch, or on the emaily thing, Martin's kindly accepting all emails from all and sundry. Sign him up for whatever you want. 460 for 7, Sussex here. 31 without loss as Slater defends. Weir Cricket, as in the river, WEAR Cricket at yahoo.co.uk. 31 without loss. Sign him up for a book club.
Huh.
So Rain has had 5 overs, none for 12. Potts has had 4 overs, none for 19, and I think we're going to get a change. Is it Coghlan? No,
yep.
Yes, it is Paul Coghlan going to come on. So Potts 4 overs, none for 19.
I wonder if this is a double change, maybe. Whether or not Potts will come and switch ends, or whether they'll keep Rain going at this end.
Doesn't like to bowl long spells, doesn't he, Ben Rain, if memory serves. Coghlan, not the most flattering of photographs of him, was it?
Comes in. Played by Hamid to short mid-wicket, no run there.
When did he return to Durham? Before COVID, it was 18 and 19 he was here, wasn't it? So he won't have played with Hamid. Didn't play with too many, actually.
He only played 6 matches here, hasn't he?
Yeah. Would have played a little bit with Ben Slater, but Hamid arrived at the start of 2020.
In again and bowls. That's turned away by Hamid, down to fine leg to Clark for 1 run. Takes him on to 9, 32 for none. Just trying to remember how many. Paul Coghlan's got 123 wickets for Durham in first class cricket. One of those players, when you look at his age and look at the amount of games he's played, you realise how much time he's been injured.
Yeah.
Right arm over to Slater, that's left alone.
"42 previous meetings in first-class cricket between Notts and Durham, 13 wins apiece, so bragging rights up for grabs. It's also been 13 draws, 3 matches all abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Next ball comes in and is through into the keeper's gloves.
I don't know if they were all rain or if we've got a COVID one in there amongst them, but 13 wins apiece.
They did play here at the end of that 2020.
Yeah, in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, because Durham didn't win a game that year, did they?
And Notts didn't. First meeting at first class level was here at Trent Bridge in 1992, and the first 2 wickets were taken by Ian Botham.
In comes Coghlan. Slater gets behind that one, plays it into the ground, and it goes perfectly back up the middle of the track, and it's collected by Coghlan. Coghlan playing in his 63rd first class match, or 64th, sorry, and he's got 140 wickets today, best figures 5 for 49.
His brother played for Durham.
He was in the academy. Comes back in, bowls, that's a leave, through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. 32 for none here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Martin Emerson, Dave Bracegirdle with you. The single from that over, the only run.
So what brothers, springing this on you, and it's top of the head stuff, so the Harmisons both played
Pratts.
for Durham, and the Pratts.
Yeah.
Would there be any more?
The Roseberries both played as schoolboys for Durham, but it was only Michael who played as for the senior team. Andrew went to Leicestershire, I think.
It's going to be Ben Rain to continue. This will be his 6th over. In now, and beats a Mead with one that just shapes away from him. A lovely bit of bowling from Ben Rain. Not as good as Will Rhodes is, or if Potts came back for a second stint, good as they are. Might be wishing that Ben Rain takes a breather anytime soon, because he's got it on a string at the moment. Fabulous bowling. Bowled a couple of maidens in his last 2 overs. He's in now to Asiba Mead. Bowls now, and this is on his pads so they can change ends. A single to the Nottinghamshire captain, who moves on to 10. 33 without lots. Notts, Durham all out for 3-7-8. Just adding 8 runs this morning in 14 minutes after play eventually got underway at 11:45. After we lost the first 45 minutes due to a sprinkler malfunction. Areas of the ground getting an unwanted soaking, so we had to dry all that up before we could start on time. Rain bowls, guided behind square by Slater, no run. Well, we didn't start on time, we started at 11:45. We were hoping to start on time. The players were out there when the fiasco began about the leaky sprinkler.
Hampshire are 9 down now, so that looks like a low-scoring epic against Yorkshire. 228 for 9 after the Yorkies were out for 121.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't rule that one out being all over today. If Yorkshire bat as poorly in the second innings as they did in the first, or Hampshire bowl as well as they did yesterday. Not sure what the delay is here. Is Rain just asking Alex Lees, I think, for a bit of a tinkering of the field. Ben Slater's spotted a loose bit of something in the middle of the track. So McKinney's come over from the leg side to the off, and the The slip cordon has been reinforced. In fact, it's a 7-2 offside field now for Ben Slater. Just trying to plug all those gaps, stop him steering it towards the short boundary. Bowls now, and Slater punches it to McKinney, who's in exactly the spot that the bowler wanted him to be, and there's no run. This would be quite something if Hampshire rolled Yorkshire over inside 2 days. But they do have a lead of 107, 1 wicket left. Essex, meanwhile, still only 4 down. They're really looking to pound the champions into the dirt. 33 without loss. Slater turns this to leg. Essex 454 for 4 against Surrey. Somerset 314 for 4 against Worcestershire. They're also building a large lead, and it's largely thanks to Tom Banton. I think he's 153 not out. If memory serves, it's now the highest score in this round of matches so far. Banton 153 not out. Keeping it on the ground as well. He's not hit a 6, Tom Banton, 27 fours. But James Rue has it a 6. He's with him 74 not out. And that's certainly developing into a huge partnership. Rain to Slater. Textbook forward defensive prod, and that's the end of the over. 33 without loss after 11 here at Trent Bridge, and we've got 17 minutes to go until lunch, which will be taken at 1:10.
William says Callum and Matt Parkinson.
Of course.
They missed each other though, because Matt was here on loan, or was it Durham on loan from Lancashire, and then went and joined Kent, and Callum arrived. .33 for none then. Coghlan to start his second over from the pavilion end. Hamid drives hard, but it doesn't go anywhere. It's stopped at mid-off by Alex Lees, the Durham skipper.
You were surveying a different Callum last night when I left you, a calamari.
Actually, it's not spent rain, that. Calamari, yeah. Lees is at mid-on, and it's Rain who's at mid-off. That was rather a lot of it.
There's Posh, the boy from the northeast, ordering his calamari.
Coghlan bowls. That's right off the legs. Bit of bat on there very late there from Hamid. It's a good job as well, because if he hadn't got some bat on that, it might have smashed into his foot. He could have been in trouble there. As it is, he flicked it away down to fine leg for a single. So he's now got 11, and Nottinghamshire 34 for none.
Little individual battle to reach 3 figures at Derby, just down the road there. Wayne Madsen 86 not out. Harry Kane 80 not out. Derbyshire 262 for 2 against Gloucestershire, already leading by 40.
Coghlan to Slater. Oh, he left that late. That was rising on him. He was thinking about it, and then just got his bat out the road in time. Comes the bowler, and that's through to the keeper.
Difficult to assess how many people are actually in this stand, but looking round the ground, maybe not quite as many people here.
That's really busy on our right,
Yeah.
but on the left it's probably better.
Yeah, they like to
an
get
eighth.
behind the arm, don't they?
Yeah, but they're also, as that one's bowled from Coghlan, just moves a little bit as it goes through to the keeper.
But just from what we can see, or I can see, I think slightly fewer here than were here yesterday, but like I say, they might all be in this stand where we can't see them.
Forest got a match this weekend?
They're at Forest are away at Villa today, and
Villa.
Notts County are away at Colchester, so there's
Right.
no local football. in the city.
People might have to go and watch Nuneaton Borough or something. That's away for 4, past point.
Yeah.
Slater.
That's
I'm thinking I'm getting me Nuneaton and me Long Eaton mixed up.
I'm going to say.
Nuneaton's Coventry, isn't it?
As we mentioned earlier, we've got a pretty decent record, Ben Slater, against Durham.
Yeah.
Averages 41.5 against Durham.
Well, you've gone for the long boundary that time with that 4, so he's on 27 now, 38 for none. Who are the non-league teams around here then? Is it Hena or Henna? What do you call it?
No, even that's
Is that
a
Derby?
bit further away. Yeah. Carlton Town are one that a lot of people who would go and watch Forest. There's a lot of connections there. Still waiting for a ball to go over that little strip right at the edge of the square and just see if it's had an extra cutting this morning, because a number of balls that slowed up yesterday. Matthew Potts has switched ends. He's going to replace Ben Rain, so Potts 4 overs, none for 19. He's in now to a Mead wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, 38 without loss. Arnold Town, Ilkeston Town.
Ilkeston, that was yours, I think. Bit further across, you've got Buxton, haven't you?
Yes, well into Derbyshire.
Yeah. Matlock. Matlock's got a nice little ground.
And then the other way, just into Lincolnshire, Grantham Town have always sort of been just outside the National League, there or thereabouts.
They advertise quite a lot of the pubs on the A1. If you stop for lunch or whatever, there's posters for Grantham Town.
Another elegant looking drive from a Mead, doesn't get any runs, hits it to his opposite number as skipper Alex Lees. I think he called heads as Mead tossed the coin yesterday, came down as a tail, and Mead says, "We'll have a bowl, please."
Isn't the Grantham manager a former Nottingham Forest?
I don't know who it is at the moment.
Somebody on 5 Live a few months ago.
Mead has 11. Been left a little bit in Slater's shadow and just opts to bail out at the very last second there. Was in a position to play it and then elected not to. Into the 1 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham. So we'll be doing an update for them in the next couple of minutes. Potts turns, runs away from us. To bowl to Seba Mead. England internationals both. Mead leaves this alone, goes through to Ollie Robinson. It remains 38 without loss. Durham yesterday were put in. They were 22 for 1, 24 for 2. Alex Lees had been dropped as well by that stage. Took a solid rebuilding partnership between Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman to get Durham back on the straight and narrow. They're 118 for 3 by lunch as Potts bowls again. Mead defends. Ackerman going on to reach a splendid century. Useful 45s lower down the order from Clark and Drissell. One ball left in the 13th over here. Still 73 overs to go in the day. There's another crunching cover drive from Asiba Mead. Set off running, but that's always going to reach the boundary rope. So another nice boundary for Notts in this passage of play. 42 without loss. Here is that update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Durham 378 all out, Nottinghamshire 42 without loss are the highlights. We had 45 minutes though of inactivity after a sprinkler head leaked water all over the outfield earlier on. Didn't get underway until 11:15. We'll play on until 1:10, 42 without loss knots. I think I said 11:15 then when I meant 11:45, but they've got the gist. They've got the gist, hopefully. 42 without loss. We are, what, Martin, 7.5 minutes or so away from lunch.
Coghlan bowling to Slater from the pavilion end. It's played along the floor to Potts and the covers, no run. Slater goes off to practice some defensive strokes just across to his leg side. Currently off the cut track. Now he heads back to his stumps. Potts gives the ball a rub on his right thigh and turns to come back in from his marker. 3 slips and in he comes. And missed time there. He's trying to drive that one. I think that's come off the splice of the bat and it's bounced down into the ground and looped into the hands of Coghlan. No run. 42 for none here. Coghlan comes in again. It's played back to him on the floor by Slater.
Wayne Madsen 92 not out, but he's lost Harry Kane for 83 and they've gone for lunch at Derby, where Derbyshire 271 for 3. That's a lead of 49 over Gloucestershire, that in Division 2 of course. So Wayne Madsen, the skipper, 92 not out at lunch in that one.
Halfway through this 14th over, Coghlan comes in. Slater plays the ball to point. Dot ball.
Who've Durham got? I know I've asked you 15 times. Is it Warwickshire next week?
Yeah, and then the week after Yorkshire.
At home or at Leeds?
Both at home. And then I think it's Worcester away. And then in this first tranche of matches, I think the other away games in May down in Southampton. Coghlan bowls through to the keeper. Decent start from a Notts point of view, 42 for none. Can't really think of any scares, can you?
No. We felt that the new ball was key. It's going to be throughout the match. The onus is going to be on the new ball attack from both sides just to try and pick up an early wicket or two. It's tougher after then.
And he comes. That's well wide of off stump and left alone. And that is the end of the over. 42 for none. Hamid 15, Slater 27. We've got 5 minutes to lunch.
1 wicket to go down this morning. The first LBW decision of the match, given out by umpire Graham Lloyd at this end. Paul Coghlan, just tentatively, the word I can never say, prodding forward to Fergus O'Neill, bat and pad together, clearly just the pad, and O'Neill was able to celebrate his first Nottinghamshire 5 for as the finger was raised. 42 without loss. There's the score here. Make it about 3.5 minutes to go until lunch. So this goes through to the keeper, or 3.5 minutes to go until 10 past. So they might be able to squeeze another one in if they romp around quickly at the end of the over. Notts might be able to just drag it out. So this is the final over, but in all likelihood we'll get one more. 42 without loss, Notts. Under a clear blue sky now. As Potts bowls, that's a good delivery, beats Hamid, all ends up. I think it's only about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Martin was saying there were 1 or 2 clouds up there. What did he describe? Like puffed out cigar smoke, and I looked and I could see where you were coming from, but can't see any clouds whatsoever now. Gloriously blue overhead. Good ball, that. Giving his all, as he always does. Matthew Potts here. Accelerates and bowls to Hamid, who then drives, gets a ball that was very much within his reach. And the ball does slow up. There we go. On that area right at the Fox Road edge of the square. Almost stretches from one side of the ground to the other, but we saw it yesterday. The ball's slowing up quite dramatically when it reaches those last couple of strips. So just a couple of runs to Hamid, 44 without loss. Hamid 17, Slater 27. Soaked up a few seconds, that, fetching that ball and doing the running as Hamid defends. Still only make it 13:08, and that's what it is on the Batman board as well. At the bottom left, 13:08 it says. So if the umpires are going by that, I think we might get another one in. But there's 2 balls left.
This late lunch is going to interfere with my lunch because Sunderland are about 38 minutes into their game at West Brom. They've just scored, so my update for them is going to come right in the middle of the lunch break, isn't it? What have we got? 40 minutes, so 10 to 2.
Grunt from Potts as he fires this 18 inches outside the off stump, and Hamid not interested in chasing after that one.
Grantham Town's manager was Carlton Palmer at one time. It's now a guy called Nathan Arnold.
All right, I know Nathan Arnold, yeah.
Did he play for Nottingham Forest?
No, he played for Lincoln City and Mansfield.
All right.
And Newark Town. 44 without loss, final ball of the 15th over. Potts bowls, left alone by Hamid, and Durham are sprinting around. Just look at that. The liveliest they've been all morning. Not that they have been tardy in any manner or means. They just quickly want to get in a position to encourage the umpires to give them one more chance to get a wicket before lunch. 44 without loss. Durham 3-7-8 all out. Nottinghamshire in reply still have all 10 wickets in the hutch.
Grand National today, isn't it? Have you got your money on anybody?
Nope.
Coughlin comes in. It's gone through to the keeper. He's going to fasten his lace here.
It'll be a brown one with a leg in each corner. Did enjoy the television coverage of the Cheltenham Festival. Again, had no idea what was going off, but it's just the spectacle of live sport. Enjoyed watching that. And had I been at home today, I would probably have had a look at the National, but I'm not. I'm here. Enjoying what we're seeing in front of us.
Been to it once, mid-90s. I think it was the year after it was abandoned because of an IRA bomb threat. We were there the following year. .44 for none. In comes. Oh, was there an edge there? I heard something. No. There was certainly a little click of something. Must have been the bat hitting the ground as Coughlin raised an arm for a moment there.
Hampshire have been dismissed right on lunch. 249 all out. Yorkshire 121, Hampshire 249. So Yorkshire will bat after lunch for a second time, 128 behind. And like I said, with Kyle Abbott in prime form, don't rule out that one being finished today.
Next ball to Slater is played towards backward point by the batsman. And it's picked up by McKinney, no run. I've just received a message to say they don't think they'll get me live until at least 1:25, so might be able to get some scran.
Well, disappear now. There's only a couple of balls left, and I can look after things there. Slater's on 27. Here's Paul Coghlan in his fourth over to bowl to him. Wide of the pegs and goes through to Robinson. Yeah, nip off and get your lunch now.
I've come up with a plan.
A cunning plan,
Yeah.
Baldrick.
Yeah.
There's only 2 balls to go. So when they do go to lunch, there'll be 70 overs left in the day. There's going to be a couple of long sessions. Well, the last one's going to be particularly long, you'd imagine. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, they say, no matter what. It sounds like a boy's own song. Next ball driven. Paul Coughlan's ended up face down, Mark Wood-like, on the ground. As Slater went to drive that through the covers and got a top edge, and it flew, what, 20 feet over gully. And a couple of bounces down to third man for 4. It was all very inelegant, especially the sight of Coghlan almost face planting himself into the Trent Bridge turf. Definitely one out of the Mark Wood folder, that one. Tripping over as he released it. 48 without lost knots. 1 ball left before we go to lunch. There is Coghlan to end the session. Bowling to Slater, leaves it alone. 48 without loss. Durham 378 knots, 48. Thanks to Martin for his company and commentary this morning. Thanks to you for being there and all your correspondence whilst we waited to get play started. Nottinghamshire have their openers intact. Hamid 17, Slater 31, 48 without loss. Play will resume in 40 minutes time, so that'll be heading towards 5-2. We'll be back then, and we'd urge you to join us from the pair of us. It's goodbye for now from Nottingham. Well, hello everyone, welcome back to Trent Bridge as the two sets of players and the two umpires make their way out to the middle. Durham in the field, of course. Nottinghamshire got rid of the last Durham wicket this morning once play resumed, 45 minutes late. I'm sure we'll talk about that at various points, but 45-minute delayed start to the day with a leaky water sprinkler needing to be attended to. Fergus O'Neill dismissing Paul Coghlan. Durham 3-7-8 all out knots in reply. Have reached 48 without loss at lunch. Asiba Mead, the captain, is on 17. Ben Slater is on 31. So as we stand, knots are 330 runs adrift. Very good afternoon to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle sharing commentary duties on this bright and sunny Saturday in the East Midlands. Lovely conditions for cricket. We are blessed. It's only the 5th of April. Really almost idyllic conditions as the county championship season cranks into life. We're going to start after lunch with Matthew Potts bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. He'll be bowling to Asiba Mead, and the first ball is on its way now, left alone by the Nottinghamshire captain. It goes through to Ollie Robinson, and we're underway. So the day will be extended after that early morning hold up. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, come what may, and then we'll play on afterwards. It'll be a lengthy session. They say it'll be around about a 6:30 finish, but Martin and I have been around the block enough times to know it'll be a 7 o'clock finish or thereabouts. 48 without loss. Potts, a false start, comes tearing in and loses his run-up or some such, and aborts the decision to release the ball. So slight hold up to the second ball of the session. Pitch, as you'd expect, with the sun down on it, becoming more and more straw-coloured as Mead drives into the offside, in fact through the offside. Don't know if this one's got enough juice on it to go all the way to the fence. Probably not. Alex Lees trundles after it, working off his lunch, and the first round of applause from the spectators will be to greet the Nottinghamshire 50 on the board, and also of course the 50-run partnership. Nice way to start the season for the openers Asiba Mead and Ben Slater. 51 on the board, 51 without losses. Martin reappears to my right.
Been a steady start for them, hasn't it, really?
Yeah. All well, lunch well?
Yeah, it was a tandoori chicken, I think it was, but it was a chicken breast rather than pieces of it.
Just the job. Potts going to go round the wicket now to Ben Slater, who has taken a bit of a liking to that short boundary. Potts bowls to him, and just as a way of having a go at me, I guess, he turns it on the other side of the ground down to long leg for a single. 52 without loss. Nottinghamshire. Mead 20, Slater 32. Notts will be hoping, obviously, to bat the day out. Still have wickets in hand. They'll want to get as close to that Durham score of 3-7-8 as they possibly can, if not go beyond it. They'll want to be playing catch-up in the second part of this match. Need a good afternoon with the bat here. 52 without loss. Potts to the Notts captain. He'll get another couple here as he squirts it away just backward a square on the offside. And again, he's just let himself be content with a couple. 54 without loss. In terms of overhead conditions and the crowd, pretty much as we were before lunch. Lovely sunny day, blue skies, and a contented crowd watching on. Those away to our left as we look from the Radcliffe Road stand in the sun. Potts bowls, and Mead again outside off. Pushes it to McKinney in the covers. And away to our right in the Smith-Cooper stand, the one with the roof on. It'll just get a little chillier this afternoon, but not everybody wants to sit in the sun. I always say, don't they, with the English weather, it's not what the weather does, it's whether you brought the right clothing for the day. Tell you what's going on in some of the other games in a moment or two. Particular attention to Southampton as Mead is beaten outside the off stump. It goes through to Robinson, end of the first over. Notts added 6, 54 without loss, 17 overs. If you remember, Martin, I did say there's one game that I wouldn't be at all surprised if it was finished today. Yorkshire 121 all out yesterday. Yep. Hampshire 249 all out. They've obviously just started after lunch. Yorkshire 4 for 2.
Not bad.
Second time around. So I'll put it another way. Hampshire 8 wickets away from job done. Put your feet up for a couple of days. Brad Wheel dismissed Mr. Bean, and then James Wharton with consecutive deliveries. In fact, we've not had a ball since then, so he's actually on a hat-trick. Brad Wheel, fine player. Yorkshire 4 for 2 in tons of trouble. Here's Ben Rain, going to get his first bowl from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end.
6 overs earlier, none for 13, 2 of them maidens. The first ball of this one is clattered away off the back foot by Slater, out through the covers. That should go for 4. It's being chased across the field by Drizzell. Will he get there? Oh, I think he was on the rope. I think that's a 4.
I don't think there's anybody in a position to argue with him if he says it wasn't. And it's going to be a 3.
They're not even inquiring, are they?
It's a good bit of work. It's one of those, we all watched enough televised cricket and you'll see replays from 25 different angles and you can still never be absolutely certain, and it's one of those. I'm perfectly content with taking the fielder's word for it, and I've no reason to believe that he touched the rope or knew he was touching the rope. They'll settle for 3.
Comes in again, and that's left alone by Hamid. Stays low as it goes past the off stump.
We'll leave Yorkshire alone for now because Brad Wheel didn't get his hat-trick, but that's one to keep an eye on, folks. Yorkshire 4 for 2, and if that England heavy middle order of Milan and Bairstow are quickly dismissed, then that could end quite embarrassingly for Yorkshire.
Rain in, and that's carved down to gully and stopped by Clark. No run there.
There's a couple of unbeaten 150s on the county circuit at the moment. John Simpson, the Sussex skipper, Sussex 507 for 7. He's 150 not out. Tom Banton of Somerset's 150 not out. Somerset 338 for 4. And Wayne Madsen of Derbyshire was a blow away from... Oh, he's still a blow away. He's 94 not out, a blow away from reaching his century for Derbyshire.
57 for none here at Trent Bridge. Yes, Seabermead leaves that one. From Ben Rain. The sunshine is glistening off Ben Rain's head. Oh, he's got his Fatner 40 on there.
I've thought it and not mentioned it.
I do worry about sunburn for some of these lads.
He used to be an umpire. What's his first name? Evans.
Jeff Evans.
Jeff Evans, yeah. He was another one that didn't have too much protection up there from the elements, never wore a hat.
In comes Rain. Hamid plays that along the floor to the gully once again to Clark. Dot ball.
.2 so I'd imagine we'll be we did an update for the BBC Radio Nottingham sports show, which has just begun.
Last ball of the 18th over. Rain balls to Hamid, who cuts a shortish ball past point and away for 4.
We said yesterday, I mean, you know, we've made constant reference to the fact it's a short boundary, but that would have been a poor ball at the MCG, wouldn't it? You know, wherever you played. That was short, it was wide, it sat up. It's early stages after lunch, but that was a ball that you just know a top order player like Asiba Mead is not going to miss out on. I mean, saw it yesterday with a number of Durham players exactly the same. Josh Tong in particular looked in need of a bowl. But whoever it was, if you're going to bowl short and wide like that, it doesn't matter if it's a short boundary or a long boundary, that's going to get the treatment. 61 on the board. Ben Slater has 35. He's about to face Matthew Potts. Bowls now, and that's pushed back to the bowler. Not seen too many straight drives, have we, from either side? You know, there's been 2 or 3 yesterday, but on the whole, there's not been that many pitched up that have been driven straight back past the bowler.
Lee's couple of 4s yesterday up the far end.
Yeah, so you know, it's the odd one here and there, but not entirely sure if the ball's been pitched up enough. There's Potts to Slater, and he's cut this down into the ground, and it balloons up to, is that Drissell?
Coghlan.
With the floppy sun out, made the stop.
Clark, that is. I think Drissell's way
Clark,
up there.
yeah. Doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. Here we go. Well, yesterday the story here was all about the bail that went up in the air and landed back on the stumps. Today something equally frustrating and unusual. We were delayed 45 minutes in starting this morning on a glorious day weather-wise when the sprinklers just suddenly burst into life. They began leaking and then they shot up. You've all seen them at football grounds, cricket grounds or whatever. The sprinklers shot up, gave the outfield a bit of a soaking, so we had an unnecessary 45-minute delay. When play did start, Fergus O'Neill, the new overseas player, the Australian, quickly dismissed Paul Coghlan to get his 5th wicket for Notts on debut. Terrific start for him. Durham all out 3-7-8. It was then over to the Notts openers. Could they respond in kind? Well, they are doing this still together. Asiba Mead is on 26. Ben Slater's on 35. We've still got those lovely conditions here. Durham 3-7-8 all out. Notts faring well in reply. They're 61 without loss. So we're done and dusted. If you've been listening to us regularly, you'll have heard all that stuff over the course of the commentary, but that's for the radio listeners.
Just had a spooky little moment there. I've just done an update for the BBC cricket page, and you're right in a particular system.
Rain balls to Slater. That one... he was saved a little bit, I think, by an inside edge onto his pad.
Yeah, so the BBC uses a system which you write online. So at the end of it, you have to put your name in. So normally I start writing Martin, and then it brings up every Martin listed. So I decided this time I'd put Emerson in. And it came up with the name Annie Emerson.
Oh.
Which spooked me, because that is the name of my late grandmother, who died about 7 years ago. This Annie Emerson's a former triathlete and
not your third wife?
No. Former triathlete and a TV presenter, but just wasn't expecting it. Just whoop.
Rain balls. And he's got Slater here. Durham is celebrating. Ben Slater's just scratching away at his mark, and the umpire's handing his sweater, or getting his sweater back to Matthew Potts, when Potts picks himself up off the ground where he is now, at the far end of the ground. He's absolutely adamant and convinced that he's got Ben Slater caught behind the umpire, less so. 61 without loss at the end of the over. We're too far away. I mean, there's people down there. Did he hit it? One will say yes, and one will say no. They can't be 100% certain, and they'll be certain in their own mind, and certainly the umpire will. Not out, but Durham were convinced, Martin, weren't they?
so convinced they were all celebrating, and then Potts turned round and couldn't believe it wasn't out and collapsed to the floor in disbelief.
You do need the old snicko, don't you?
Rain from the pavilion end. Bowling to Hamid. He gets on that a little bit late there as it cuts in, plays it to Clark at backward point, no run. Anybody listening who used to play cricket in the Durham Senior League or ventured to Whitburn back in the day, Annie Emerson was a stalwart of the club tees.
No relation at all?
Yeah, well, this Annie Emerson, who's the triathlete, no, but the Annie Emerson I'm on about was my nana.
The athlete isn't a relation of you.
No. Well, what do you think? That's gone through to the keeper. In fact, thinking about it, when that World Triathlon Championship thing was in Roker a couple of years ago, I think Annie Emerson was there reporting for the BBC on that, because it was live on the TV. It's fantastic. The weather came out and played ball, and some of the aerial shots and the beaches and stuff could have been anywhere. It's, you know, abroad. It just looked so nice on the day. Thousands there to see that.
Essex have got 500. They're 502 for 4 against Surrey.
Here comes rain again. Hamid plays the ball to the covers. No run. Picked up by Coghlan.
Jordan Cox 117. Matt Critchley 118 not out. Michael Pepper 89 not out. I know it's a very small sample size, but Surrey might find it a little more difficult this year to win the title. Is it 3 in a row? Going for 4?
Yeah. Can you think of anybody else though who can really give them a run for the money?
Well, Essex right now will be thinking, well, we can.
In comes Rain. It's played back to him by Hamid.
By his high standards, Harmer didn't have a great year last year, did he? And I think they need him to find his very best form, particularly at Chelmsford, and with Jamie Porter and Sam Cook always likely to knock over top orders. Just a bit of a question mark about the runs, but they're putting that to rights certainly in this game. 504 for 4 now.
Rain right arm over to Hamid. It's a bump ball and goes past the stumps at the bowler's end. It's stopped just behind them by Lees. It's 1 run though. Hamid now 27 from 61 deliveries. Slater's got 35 from 58. 62 for Nottinghamshire. We've got 1 ball left of this 20th over. And underneath that, the to bowl column has just sent a shiver down my spine. 66.1 overs to bowl.
Yeah, that last session.
They'll be finishing just as a milkman's turn.
That last session's going to be a long one, however you cut it.
Rain round the wicket to Slater. Slater keeps that out, plays it safely away on the offside end of the over.
Still rushing round briskly, as you'd expect. Durham, keep doing that between now and 7 o'clock. You'll be doing well, lads. But you have to, in order to get your 16 overs an hour in. Just wonder if this afternoon the umpires might just allow a proper orchestrated drinks break if it's as hot out there in the middle as it appears. I know there's a little bit of a breeze and you know everything's relative. It's early April, it'll only be low 70s at best, but might be pleasantly warm enough to have a drinks break as Potts bowls dug out by the Nottinghamshire captain Hamid, who's on 27. 62 without loss. Potts ticking along at a whisker over 3 runs and over, which is absolutely fine. It's, as we've mentioned, with the fast outfield short boundary, it's you know, one of those matches where you can very quickly score a lot of runs in a short period of time. You can rattle off 3 boundaries in a row. Goes getting through to the keeper again. Potts is down this time in just sheer frustration. Hamid left it alone. He got his angles absolutely correct and assessed that it wasn't going to hit the stumps, left it alone and Potts, the bowler, as he sent it down, thought it was going to hit the stumps, and he just couldn't believe it didn't. But he is bowling well, Matthew Potts, here, and it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if a breakthrough is just around the corner. He wears 35, in past umpire Lloyd, bowls him. LBW shout, and he's got a wicket this time. Seabermead hit on the back pad, and Potts gets his wicket, and you'd have to say, as I did a moment ago, that that's probably deserved. The Notts captain out for 27, important breakthrough. Gets Durham their first chalk on the board. Hamid LBW to Matthew Potts for 27. He was at the crease for an hour and 23 minutes, faced 64 balls. Only hit 3 fours. Thought there was perhaps 1 or 2 more than that, but 3 fours in Seabermead's first knock of the summer. He's gone for 27, 62 for 1. Fine bit of bowling from the England man, Matthew Potts. And, for once, my spidey senses were right on cue there. I just said it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world should he pick up a wicket, and he did. Right on cue. New man will be Freddie McCann. Made his debut last season up at Durham. He got, was it 49?
Did he not get a half century?
I'll have a little look.
They batted twice, didn't they?
I can't use that word on the radio, T, but he's confirming that was my fault. Thank you, T. But it was coming.
Got 51 and none.
There we are.
Chesley Street.
Yeah, on his way out to the middle. 7 innings for Nottinghamshire last year. 2 centuries, one of them a big one against Surrey, and played for the England Lions in the winter.
With Ben McKinney. And against your man, Fergus O'Neill. Where's Papelwick and Linby Cricket Club then?
That's where Fletch played.
Is that north of Nottingham then, is it? Where is it?
It's to the west of Nottingham, just. But it's only just outside, so it's Fletcher's club. So Freddie McCann out there in the middle. Ben Rain with the first wicket coming in the 21st over. Saw yesterday the first wicket was broken, and the second one soon followed. Notts have got to avoid that, as McCann confident enough to have his bat pointing towards the sky. First ball, left it alone. And it goes through to Ollie Robinson. So Durham on the board with their first wicket. They'll feel a little better for having broken that stand, and certainly Matthew Potts will feel it's nothing more than he deserved. Felt he'd got Ben Slater caught behind. Certainly no hiding his emotions. Bowls again, and nicely turned through mid-wicket by McCann here. There's certainly 2. They might run hard for a third, these 2 left-handers. They do indeed. So Freddie McCann's away, 65 for 1 in the 21st over.
Steve Talentire says, it looks like there's about 50 people in the crowd. What's going on? This level of attendance on a sunny Saturday doesn't bode well. There's probably 100 or so in the members section at the far end, but there's a lot more than that up here where we are. It's busy to our right.
There's Potts. Bowls now, and Slater defends. End of a successful over for Durham. 65 for 1. Potts is 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Maybe producer Kirsty can show a shot of one of the more. There we go. There we go. Decent number in the Radcliffe Road middle tier. Almost behind the arm. That's a good view down behind the bowler's arm. Good work. Cricket
Cricket Self says, I can't see the link for the Notts Durham match on the BBC app. Well, on the main page they've got a featured game with a scorecard, and then you have to go down below there, and that's where there's a section called Watch and Listen. You click on that, and that's where all the different games are. Rain around the wicket from the pavilion end, bowling to McCann. 3 from 3. That was a dot ball though.
Freddie McCann for Noughts last year, 5 matches, 358 runs at 51 apiece, 2 centuries and a 50. Top score of 154 against Surrey here. Also picked up a couple of wickets. So he made his debut at Chesterley Street and also played for the Lions in January.
Rain balls, McCann forward to that one, plays it back to him. I don't know if that nearly got through his defences, judging by the yelps from behind the stumps, but there wasn't much from Ben Rain, to be honest there. He's 19 years old, Freddie McCann. Can you remember being 19, Dave?
No. Went to Tootil Comprehensive School. As Martin said, his local cricket. Played at Fletcher's old club.
Rain balls, that's a nice straight drive. We're talking about the lack of those in this game. That might go for 4. Potts is chasing after it though and slides in and cuts it off in front of the Batman scoreboard at the far end of the ground. They'll run 2 instead. McCann now has 5. 67 for 1. I was reading the tribute on the Worcestershire website yesterday to our colleague John Curtis.
Yeah, I was.
And he started off operating the tins at New Road, and then became a runner for a local, for the Worcester News. I hadn't heard the story about him at the World Cup, getting on he got on the Argentina
coach,
bus after they'd beaten England or something. Rain balls, that's left, it's gone through to the keeper. Tribute on the Cricket Writers Club website as well, and their Facebook page. Two balls left of this 22nd over on a gorgeous sunny day here in Nottingham on the banks of the Trent. Rain to McCann. Thought he'd edged that there. I heard a little noise there, but he's played and missed. Flags fluttering away at the back of the Hound Road stand.
So Will Gidman at lunch out on the outfield.
This is a drive towards mid-off, good diving stop, no run. He's cutting that one off, end of the over, 67 for 1.
Another former Nottinghamshire man, and also played for Durham. Was putting through some of the squad players. He was putting them through their paces. Lots of catching and fielding practice. Potts to continue. 67 for 1. Not yet seen Will Rhodes turn his arm over. Just the 3 bowlers used so far. Rain and Potts operating at the moment. Saw a little bit of Paul Coghlan just before lunch. I'd imagine Rhodes will get a bowl this afternoon. Maybe even the spin of George Dressel. There's Potts bowling to Slater. Doesn't appear to, or seem to have had as much of the strike since lunch, but forces this one out onto the offside, fielded by Rain. Matty Potts is going to get a hefty laundry bill. Those flannels are going to need a deep soak with the left knee, and the left side really grass smeared already. He comes round the wicket driven through the offside by Slater for 4. Fabulous shot from Ben Slater. Again, make the point. It is a shortish boundary, but would have been a 4 anyway. 39, 71 for 1 knots. Still trail by more than 300, 307 they are adrift. Potts bowls, little push and run here to Graham Clark. Just judged it nicely. You know, there would be a single if they both went. McCann responded. Clark did well, got to the ball quickly. Underarm flicked it towards Robinson, but by then they were safely home. 72 for 1. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Early into the 5th session of this match. Notts need a good session with the bat. That beats McCann, goes through to the keeper. Can make a claim for most, or the first 2 sessions yesterday being fairly even. Notts would have been pleased to get 3 wickets before lunch, but Durham had reached 118. The afternoon session, Durham 100 or so runs for the 2 wickets. And Durham with the better of the 3rd session. You fancy getting up to 370 for 9 at the close. Shortened morning session today. Potts in again, once more played into the offside by McCann. Notts will have felt they did all they had to do this morning. They were 48 not out at lunch, or 48 without loss at lunch, having picked up the last Durham wicket quickly. And thus far, they haven't totally won, totally dominated a session. In the manner that might suggest they might go on and come out on top in this fixture. Potts bowls and eased out by Freddie McCann. 72 for 1 at the end of the over. These are 2 sides that I think the optimistic support group of each county might feel they should certainly be challenging for the top 3 positions this year, but maybe fearful of 1 or 2 other sides as well, but also believing that they really shouldn't get sucked into anything towards the bottom of the table, and that means they're potentially likely to slot in somewhere between 3rd and 6th or 7th. We'll see how it goes. 72 for 1. Rain starts a new over with one that goes through to the keeper. Yorkshire still 2 down, they're 19 for 2. Down at Hampshire, Essex bat on, 519 for 4 against Surrey. Somerset, same, just 4 down, 361 for 4, leading Worcestershire by over 200. And Sussex now 528 for 9 at Edgbaston, where John Simpson is 181 not out.
Rain around the wicket, played by Slart, misfielded by Lees. It's gone for 4 on that short boundary. It looked like he was down there quite comfortably, but it's squirmed through and over for 4. Slater moves on to 44.
Yes, the captain. Looked like he'd got it at first. Somehow it got away from him. Wayne Madson's reached his 100. Derbyshire 299 for 7 against Gloucestershire.
Slater 65 balls for his 44, 76 for 1 the score. Plays that shortish on the leg side, no run there. Soph's struggling. She's sent me a screen grab. She says she can't see this game in the list of commentaries on the BBC Sport app. So I've just had a look on my phone, and it is there. It's listed as the 4th match on my app. So I don't know if it's a quirk of phoniness or not. I don't know. Or if anybody else has tried the app and it's not there, please let me know. This has gone through to the keeper. You can, of course, listen just by going onto the BBC website and clicking on through to the cricket. Ben Rain obviously feels that was a lot closer from his perspective down there on the field than it did look like from up here on the 3rd floor. I think he thought he'd just going to get a nibble of the off stump there from Slater leaving the ball. Comes in again, round the wicket from the pavilion end. Well, that's another lead from Slater. The batsman's obviously confident that he's got the line and length sussed here. That must be doing a bit after it's passing the stumps then, maybe.
Bowled well, this pair. There's a hefty responsibility then on those that follow. Coghlan and Rhodes maybe, because really set the tone here, haven't they, Potts and Ben Rain? Right now the ball moving more than it's done at any stage in the match, I think.
Here comes the bowler. That's well wide. And he's left alone. And that is the end of the over. 76 for 1. And that over started at 76 for 1 as well, I think, didn't it? No, there was a 4 in it. Oh yeah, the one where Lee's dived
Alex
down
Lees,
and missed
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Nevertheless, it's tidy enough figures. Ben Rain, 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. Still going to be the dirty need Matthew Potts. Some of those stains may well have been self-induced when he's thrown himself to the ground in frustration. Almost doing a bit of a John Cleese in frustration. Bowls now and cut away for 4 by the no-nonsense Freddie McCann. That one absolutely thudded into the advertising boards. Square of the wicket on the offside. 80 for 1.
Was it Faulty Towers when there's a scene when he's down on his knees, punching the air?
Yes,
they actually didn't make many episodes, did they?
Was it a dozen?
Yeah.
Something like that.
For something that became such a classic.
Yeah. Got to know when to quit. But maybe that one was worthy of another series. This is pushed back to the bowler, Matthew Potts fields. 80 for 1. Openers added 62. Asiba Mead out for 27. We didn't have a single LBW at all yesterday. Today 2 wickets have gone down, both given out LBW by umpire Lloyd. Son of Bumble, of course, David Lloyd, the commentator. Who we've both worked with. Was at Southport with Paul Allett, Scott Reed, myself last year. Bouncer pushed into the offside. I know Martin's worked with him.
Yeah, he was with us at Sedbergh School last year. Me and him both climbed over the fence because there was a massive queue. So we climbed over this wooden fence to get in. But he came and did a bit, and we had quite a good chat about all the micro breweries of the North Pennines, because him and Paul Allett had been visiting a brewery the night before in near Devil's Bridge, Kirby Lonsdale, something like that.
Essex have got a 3rd Centurion, Michael Pepper, in there.
He's just rubbing salt into the wounds.
Yes, indeed. As is Freddie McCann, cutting Potts away for 4 more. Square of the wicket on the offside to go to 13. 84 for 1. So Cox out for 117. Walter out for 95. Matt Critchley 123 not. Michael Pepper 109 not. 534 for 4 Essex against, well, any old team. It's the county champions. And Surrey bowlers Fisher and Lawrence have both gone for hundreds. Taylor for 96. This is pushed into the offside. I'm not familiar with the work. Was it the former...
Who?
Is it the former Gloucestershire? James Taylor of... No, he's the young man, isn't he? James Taylor. He's gone round the park a bit. None for 96 for Surrey. Just have a James Taylor here, of course.
And you got the James Taylor quartet as well.
84 for 1. There's Potts in to McCann. Just leans on the bat, plays it up to mid-off, no run. Successful one for Freddie McCann there, 8 from that Potts over. Potts has given of his all. Might be due for a little blow now. We've been playing for nearly 40 minutes since lunch. Nottinghamshire 84 for 1. Yes, we're going to get a change at the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end, and we might be getting some twirly-whirly stuff for you, Martin.
George Drizel's going to bowl in his white sunglasses. White-rimmed sunglasses. Bit of spin. He hasn't played in that many matches, to be honest with you, in the Championship. First-class careers. He's only played 14 games. 10 wickets, best figures 4 for 54 this year against Zimbabwe A. Played 7 first-class matches for Durham. Well, Sunderland have won at West Brom 1-0, so that has really cemented them in the playoffs now. As Drizel comes right on round. First ball's a little bit short, goes into the keeper's gloves, keeper's standing up. Got Ackerman as a first slip. And from there, I think Sunderland have won their last 3 trips to West Brom. They've all been roughly about this time of the year. This is guided down towards third man by Slater. One run.
Where Nottinghamshire's openers have now been parted. Asib Hamid made 27, given out LBW, the bowling of Matthew Potts, the England bowler. Weren't any LBWs at all yesterday. The 2 wickets to go down today. The last one in the Durham first innings, the first in the Nottinghamshire first innings, both LBWs. Fergus O'Neill finishing with 5 wickets on his Nottinghamshire debut as Durham were bowled out for 378. Hamid and Slater put 62 on. Ben Slater's still there on 45. Freddie McCann with him on 13. Nottinghamshire replying to that Durham 378 are 85 for 1.
Drizel bowling now to McCann. McCann forward to that one. Defends it. Yeah, they have. They've won their last 3 visits there. Drizel comes in, bowls. Forward comes the bowler. Forward comes the batsman, not the bowler. Well, they both came forward, then he bowled and then he batted. That's how it normally works. I tested the kids the other day, Dave. It was a test of their loyalty, I suppose. So, this is going to be the last ball of the over from Drizel. I can't afford to that ball from Drizel. That's the end of the over. It's a dot ball. My 2 older daughters have been coming to the matches with me for a few years, but there've been murmurings recently about whether they wanted to renew their season tickets. So I drove up the ground the other day because they both were making noises that they wanted to cancel them. So as I left the car, they then decided they couldn't make their minds up. So I went in, renewed them, got back in the car and I said, right, I've cancelled your season tickets. That saved me bit of money, and they said, "You've cancelled them. Why have you done that?" And I said, "Well, that was the reaction I wanted." Because if they'd said, "All right, okay, well, thanks a lot," I would have then shot back in and said, "Give us my money back."
Paul Coghlan going to replace Matthew Potts at the Radcliffe Road end, down below us. Former Notts man, of course, comes into bowl now and turned on the leg side by Slater. Coghlan bowled 4 overs, none for 10 from the Stuart Broad end before lunch. Now getting an opportunity here. Bowling in tandem with George Drizzell. Still not seen Will Rhodes, who is a more than capable seamer. He'll comfortably slot into that fourth seamer role. He's there at first slip at the moment. As Coghlan bowls to Ben Slater, who's on 45. Plays this down onto the leg side, and there's no run. Fairly standard field, 6 on the offside, including 3 catches, 3 slips. Away runs Coghlan again, with 23 on his back, bowls, and a little bit of extra bounce. Slater, having nothing to do with it, withdrew the bat inside the line, goes quickly into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Bit of a thought as he takes it, around about shoulder height. I need to get used to a very strange view looking across the ground towards the famous old pavilion, but we can't see it. All obscured from view as Slater, deep in his crease, defends the ball back to Coghlan.
What are they doing to it?
Well, that's a very good question. Extensive development.
Is there going to be any more seats there or anything?
Well, essentially, they need more changing room and more shower facilities for the women, for the match officials, for the umpires, and they need more dressing room space as this is turned away on the leg side. So all that's happening over the course of the year. The end product will be, as I understand, a little higher than it is now. We'll go a little higher into the air, but when it's all finished there will be a room for separate men's and women's changing facilities. There's Coghlan, bowls. This is pushed up to Lees at mid-on, there's no run. 86 for 1, despite the redevelopment work going on this year. We'll have a test match. It's a 4-day test match against Zimbabwe towards the end of May. Zimbabwe not been here since 2000, so nice little quarter-century milestone since they were last here. Commentated on that game from those old commentary boxes in front of the pavilion at the far end right back then. There's Drizzell, 86 for 1. That was a decent over from Coghlan, just a single from it.
Drizzell in. Forward comes Slater, plays the ball to point, no run there. Will Rhodes comes and collects it. Into the covers, no run.
It's a fairly tranquil atmosphere right now. The spectators seem engrossed in what's happening.
Here comes the bowler, bowls to Slater. Forward he comes, just nudges it away to Rhodes again at point, no run. 86 for 1.
It's not quite edge of the seat stuff, but it's compelling viewing as cricket fans get used to watching their favourite game again.
That's left alone. He watched that early and it bounced and spun away into the keeper's gloves. Ball comes in. And driven through the covers and away for 4.
Well, is it? Is it?
Oh, it's not. God, it's dramatically stopped on the edge of that square. I wonder if they've smeared treacle on one of the wickets or something.
We saw it yesterday, so it has been the same for both sides. Quite bizarre, isn't it?
It suddenly looked like the ball was on the end of a piece of elastic there, which had reached the end of its
and the thing is, if it had gone another 6 inches, Ben Slater would have had a half century. As it is, he's stuck on 49.
Next ball comes in. The count forward. It's popped up and hit him on the pad. End of the over. 89 for 1. So Slater's on 49. Looking for he's got a double 100 against Durham and 7 half centuries. So he always enjoys playing against them.
Not on paper. We know the game isn't played on paper, but on paper they bat relatively deep. Joe Clark doing next. Jack Haynes, Matthew Montgomery, and Lyndon James completely top 8. Fergus O'Neill, a more than capable batter, going by his career record. He's listed to come in at 8. And Farhan Ahmed, Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington. There's Coghlan. Last out in the Durham first innings this morning. Fires one well wide of the pegs and it goes through to Robinson. Made 11. Coghlan, Matthew Potts was undefeated on 11. 3-7-8 Durham made. Bonus points neck and neck, 3 apiece. Coghlan once more lengthens his stride as he bangs this in to Slater, looking for the single that he needs to get his season off with at least a half century, but just pushes it out to Graham Clark, who fell short of his own half century yesterday, out for 45. Played nicely though, largely during a lengthy partnership with Colin Ackerman. Stands at second slip, waiting for Nick. Coghlan trying to find it. Balls to Slater, short, and slapped back by Slater. He got into a position to pull the ball and ended it slapping it straight back on the bounce. Coghlan got a hand to it, preventing any runs. We don't know if it would have hit the stumps at this end or gone past the stumps and eluded Alex Lees at mid-on.
There was a match last year where we thought he'd been hit in the head and he was lying on the ground. And then suddenly he leapt up into the air, and actually he'd somehow managed to stop the ball and it got jammed against him.
That's right, yeah.
Was that against Notts?
It was.
Yeah.
It was here, yeah.
No, it would have been a Chesterfield.
Oh, yes, yeah. There's Coghlan past the outside edge and through to the keeper. No, that wasn't the game I was thinking of then. There was one here where we thought somebody had been hit on the head. 89 for 1. Was of course in a T20 here we had an over with 3 different Durham bowlers bowling it. Trying to think of the first
T20
fella.
one, wasn't it?
As Coghlan bowls and fishing a little bit there, Slater. Do you have a bowler called, was it Usman?
Usman Arshad, 2 beamers.
2 beamers, so he was removed from the attack for bowling 2 beamers, and then I think it was Paul Coghlan who came on to bowl, and then the ball was drilled back at him.
Damaged his hand or something.
Damaged his hand, and the over was then completed by...
Was it Cameron Steele?
No.
Trev Vasquez?
No.
Wasn't that the day Alex Hales nearly broke the world record for the fastest 100 or something?
This one's pushed into the offside. Well, there were a couple of matches, weren't there? There was one where Hales and Vessels put 106 on in the power play,
that was a world record,
which at the time was the world record. And then there was another one where Hales was out for 94 trying to hit a 6 off the 30th ball, and had he done that he would have tied Chris Gale's world record for the fastest T20 100. I'm not sure, but there was, can't remember who it was. I may be wrong. I don't think it was Cameron Steele or Liam Travaskis who finished the over. Somebody I don't think usually bowled, and Durham were literally at that state that just need somebody just to finish this blooming over. 89 for 1.
Rizal, pavilion end, round the wicket he comes, bowls. That's left by Freddie McCann. Bowling off spin. He's bowling in his sunglasses, similar to the ones Liam Travaskis used to wear with a white rim on them. Comes in, bowls again, quicker delivery. McCann chops that down into the ground, and it's stopped at backward point by Rhodes. Stop ball.
It was, of course, the List A match here where Hales smashed a ball into the commentary box between the two of us.
Next ball's driven short in the offside, stopped by Potts. That was a one-day cup game, wasn't it? Off.
Yeah, nearly.
Ryan Pringle's bowling?
Yeah, it was Ryan Pringle. Nearly.
It's dented the desk. There's the hole in the desk. So.
Nearly broke your tablet.
Next ball driven. And off it goes towards deep point. McCann gets 2 runs, moves him on to 15. 91 for 1 knots here on the BBC.
We've had the Luke Fletcher out for 92 incident as well at Chesterley Street in 2017, when the night watchman at breakfast said, "I'm going to get 100 today."
That's left alone.
He would have done, but for a brilliant bit of fielding from Keaton Jennings and a.
Are you still receiving counselling?
Yes.
After the
Well, it still gets an airing when I go out with Fletcher and we talk about his career.
This is defended by McCann. He had to come forward quite a long way to meet that one on the bounce, but that's the end of the over. 91 for 1. Trail by 287. Got his bat stuck between his legs and tripped himself over, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing with that is it was about the 74th or 75th over of the innings, and Durham had effectively decided, well, we're not going to get a wicket until we get the second new ball. Paul Collingwood hadn't bowled, if memory serves, a single ball for Durham that year, and brought himself on to bowl just to get through 2 or 3 overs. James Pattinson was on strike, played it away square of the wicket on the offside, and Fletcher thought there was an easy run, but for the long arms of Keaton Jennings, who somehow got to the ball at that point, Fletcher smelled a rat, decided to put the brakes on and slipped over. And ended up being run out for 92 with Coghlan bowls. This is wide of the pegs, and it goes through to Robinson. 91 for 1 here at Trent Bridge.
He went down very, very, very slowly as well.
He went
off
off the
slow
field.
motion, wasn't it?
Yeah, he went off the field very, very slowly as well.
Yeah.
Wonder how many Essex will get, but Michael Pepper is out now for 109. 558 for 5. I think it's fair to say that Surrey aren't going to start the new season with a win in the first match. 91 for 1. Coghlan bowls. Oh, a lovely bit of timing from Slater to get to his half-century with 4 through the offside. Smashes the ball into the advertising boards, square of the wicket. That's a high-quality stroke from Ben Slater. Reaches his 50 from 89 balls with 10 fours. So, as that suggests, not a lot of running. 10 fours in his half-century. Been at the crease for exactly 2 hours. Well battered, Ben Slater. That's a delightful way to get there.
Durham thought they got him out on 35, didn't they?
There was that one moment, just about to remind everybody, when Durham celebrated a caught behind as Coghlan bangs this in hard just outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Let's get them 120 for 5, lads. Somebody's just shouted out there. Sort of stuff you hear in every single game. All the usual nonsense shouted by the fielding team just to keep encouraging. Coghlan in again. Bowl Slater leaves this alone. So he's got a start. All about capitalising, making the most of your opportunities. Another update for Radio Nottingham. Yeah, good timing, David. The noise has just died down from Ben Slater reaching a half-century. Splendid innings as well. He's got there in reasonably good time. 10 fours in his 50s. Just spanked the ball away from former Notts man Paul Coghlan into the advertising board. It's been a good knock. He lost his opening partner, Asiba Mead, for 27. He's got the youngster Freddie McCann with him, who's on 15. Fergus O'Neill this morning got his 5th wicket to end the Durham first innings on 3-7-8. In reply, Notts under bright blue skies and lovely sunshine, and 95 for 1. There's Coghlan. It's ball to Slater. And he defends, so that'll be the last update on BBC Radio Nottingham for a while as they head off into the footy. 95 for 1 is the score at the end of the 31st over. Notts still ticking along at almost exactly 3 and over. We've had 31 overs, still 55 to go in the day. We've got about another hour to go until the tea break, which is at 4 o'clock. Going to be George Drissel to continue.
Comes in, bowls, McCann paddles one round the corner. Coghlan's out there on the square leg boundary, 1 run. McCann now has 60, 96 for 1. Rizal again, bowls, that's left, it's gone through to the keeper.
Durham will have known that it was going to be a testing afternoon. Patience the key.
Next ball driven out into the covers, stopped by Graham Clark. It was in the air for a moment or two, but never a catching opportunity for him. Ball's left alone. That's into the keeper's gloves again. Rattling through this over here. There's only one ball left now.
Yeah, it's good for the over rate, isn't he? Drissel.
2 in close in catching positions on the offside. They don't need to be brought into the equation there because that was a wide ball and Slater just left it. That's the end of the over. 96 for 1.
This morning, Paul Coghlan out LBW to Fergus O'Neill for 11. Durham's first innings ending 1 ball shy of the 100th over. 378 all out. Matthew Potts not out 11. Fergus O'Neill 5 for 81 on his Nottinghamshire debut. A couple of wickets to Farhan Ahmed and Josh Tong, and 1 to Dylan Pennington. Nottinghamshire lost to Asiba Mead with the score on 62 in the 21st over. LBW to Matthew Potts. Now 96 for 1 as Paul Coghlan runs away from his bowls wide of the off stump. It's a good channel he's operating in there. Coghlan is just keeping the batters nice and honest. McCann lets it go through to the keeper. He's on. once more and driven into the offside, but smartly fielded there by Graham Clark. There's no run. Coghlan short of a length. Freddie McCann forced to defend that delivery. Another plug for the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club handbook, which is now out. Had a little flick through it at lunchtime. Now available. I know a lot of you like the handbook put together by the Cricket Lovers Society. Coghlan bowls. This is driven up to mid-off. No run there. Remains 96 for 1. Potts doing the fielding. Alex Lees, the skipper, comes across, and the two of them have, of course, both played Test cricket, just having a little natter. Potts hangs on to the ball, gives it an extra wipe before tossing it to Coghlan.
Was that on? I thought things sounded differently. That microphone's been sitting there on.
Coghlan into McCann, another gentle push into the offside. One ball left in the over. Coghlan bowled 4 overs in his morning spell. This is his 4th, 1 ball left in it. On for 15. His figures. For the most part, he's been right on the money here, asking questions, probing away just outside off. Comes in again. Slightly over pitched this one, but McCann can't do anything other than just help it up to mid-off. No run, 96 for 1. And Nottinghamshire's run rate, not that it's an issue, just dips under 3. 2.9 they're going at. 96 for 1. After Durham made 378 in their first innings. Splendid century from Colin Ackerman. Alex Lees made 52 and a couple of 45s from Clark and Drissell. Ben Slater currently sat on a half century for Nottinghamshire here. How many can he get? Got that little 2-man wall on the offside for Slater here, haven't they?
Yeah, put it in the last over as Slater cuts this past backward point. It's slowing towards the boundary down on our left-hand side, but it will get across the ropes. I think if you avoid the square where it's really long, tufty grass, then you're going to get to the boundary.
Yeah.
That's the 100 up for Notts as well. 100 for 1, 33.1 overs.
The latest centurion in this round of matches is James Rue of Somerset. And Tom Banton with him. He's on 199 not out.
Drissell again, that's just tapped away on the offside, no run.
Tell you what, whether you're a Somerset fan or not, that would have been an entertaining partnership. Banton 199 not out, James Rue 111 not out. They can both give the ball a bit of a thwack.
There's another drive here now. Will that get going or not? It slows up, but it's got the momentum. It's across the square and away. It was a full toss. Slater dispatched it.
Yes, it's by and large a decent day for batting around the country. There's some ugly bowling figures developing around the county circuit.
stopped on a length by Slater, forward to that drizzle.
Yorkshire have lost a third wicket. And it is David Milan who's out. Brad Wheel's got all 3 wickets. Yorkshire 53 for 3. They're still 75 runs behind. They're in the second innings, of course, there.
Slater cuts, rocks back onto his heels and hammers that one away down towards third man for 4. Really got some strong wrists through that one. That's the third 4 of the over.
Just gained some momentum into the innings here. I just said the over rate, or the run rate, I beg your pardon, had dipped below 3 for the first time. Well, he's soon sorted that out. 12 from the first 5 balls in this over.
So, as I started writing the report about Slater reaching his 50, he's now got up to 65 in no time. It's not the lengthiest of reports either. Drizzle comes in again, and that is a defensive shot, and that is the end of the over. 3 4s there.
Yeah, Will Rhodes out of the slips for the time being there for Drizzell's bowling. I just wonder if we might see him turn his arm over, just keeping half an eye on him. In fact, Alex Lees is just having a word with him now. Martin, that looks to me like...
Have a rest.
Well, he was talking to Will Rhodes, so may well have been, get this elf ready, lad. Sorry, just can't help myself. It'll be Coghlan to...
I don't know why you were suddenly in Cornwall there.
It'll be Cornwall. It'll be Coghlan to bowl. Keeping an eye on Rhodes. He's not turned his arm over or anything. And it's Coghlan to bowl. It's defended. May well have been not about Rhodes bowling. Or
William Dobson says Jack Burnham finished that over.
Thank you, William. That's it. That's the name that I could have been sat here from now till Christmas and not got, but...
So, it was Usman Arshad, then Paul Coghlan, did you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think Coghlan hurt his hand and had to... I think Arshad had 2 beamers.
Yeah.
Coghlan 2 balls and then hurt his hand, and then Burnham finished the over. Coghlan bowls and it's pushed away. And you'd know better than me. I don't know, has he bowled much at all, Burnham?
No.
Either before or since.
I remember tweeting that day that the power play must be some kind of record, thinking it might be an English record. It turned out to be a world record, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if that was the same day or not. Like I say, there was
it was, because I mean, they hadn't got off to the best of starts with that first over, and then got absolutely tonked around the park.
108 for 1. It's a good player, Ricky Vessels. I mean, we all know about Hales, but Vessels very much underrated. Umpire now in Australia. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. The Big Bash, he did a lot of the games, and Kepler Vessels was the match referee for a lot of the games, but I couldn't actually see one where they were both officiating. I'm sure that will happen in time. Moved to Worcestershire, Ricky Vessels, after leaving Notts and had a couple of years there. This is through to the keeper. Good bit of bowling from McCann, and then went back to the country of his birth. Born in Queensland, Ricky Vessels. Notts 108 for 1. Freddie McCann 16, Ben Slater 65. They've added 46 now for this second wicket. Coghlan in his 9th over, still an elite 15 runs. So when I say that, it's been smashed. You perhaps heard the dull thud of the ball hitting those boundary boards again. This time it's Freddie McCann, and that's the 50 partnership. That's splendid way to get there. 86 balls. Second wicket partnership worth 50. Slater 30 of them, McCann 20 of them. Nice shot there on the live stream of the spectators on the sun trap, the middle tier away to our right. Maybe one or two having a little bit of a snooze. They shouldn't, because the cricket's engrossing as the next one is just worked into the offside. That's the end of the 35th over. The end of Coughlan's 9th. 9 overs, none for 19. And who's going to bowl from the far end after that expensive over from Driscoll? Are we going to get a change? No, the spinner stays on, which is, I think, the right thing to do. Good captaincy from Alex Lees. Notts 112 for 1, replying to Durham's 378.
$112 for 1. This is defended by Slater off Drizzell. Goes towards point, collected by the keeper. I'm just looking at a story that I was reading a week or so ago, 25th of March, about the changes to the ICC elite panel of umpires. As Drizzell, right arm round, comes in, bowls, and the dot ball. And Michael Goff, former Durham player, and Joel Wilson have been removed from the ICC elite panel of umpires, replaced by Alahuddin Palakar and England's Alex Wharf. It says it follows an assessment of performances. But next ball is a dot ball as well. It's just played defensively, just rolls off the track on the offside from Slater, no run. I mean, whenever I watch any international cricket or any games where Michael Goff's involved, he rarely gets anything wrong, I think. Bowler comes in again. That's gone to Rhodes at point, no run.
Be nice to see a little more of him on the county circuit. But yeah, certainly if you're used to globe trotting to cover the big matches, it's a little bit of a change down in tempo.
Well, that turned, didn't
yeah,
it? That turned and had tennis ball bounce. It's gone past the forearm, the left forearm of the keeper, and into the hands of Colin Ackerman at first slip. He can spend a bit more time in Hartlepool now, then. Drizzell again, that's turned to mid-wicket, no run.
Essex have just declared 582 for 6 declared against Surrey. I mean, you know, once you've got into that position, you can go on and on and on and on and on. I mean, no sides would go on and get 600, would they, Martin? 582 for 6 declared.
Can you imagine a team that just bats for days and then doesn't enforce the follow-on either? Remember? I mean, who would do such a thing?
And then wins the game in the end. Critchley 145 not out. Dan Lawrence playing against Essex, 3 for 169. Crikey.
Wins the game in 4 laborious days instead of 3.
So Ben Rain back. Just to look. Coughlan didn't. It's been good, certainly from this end. Since lunch, we had a good spell from Potts, picked up the wicket of Hamid. We had Coughlan barely gave a run away, and now Rain. Go round the wicket to Freddie McCann, who's on 20, and McCann leaves us alone, goes through to the keeper. Drisell's figures, I mean, that, on the face of it, that's not bad either, is it? 6 overs, 19 runs, he's gone. Notts have had to work hard. They've had the odd opportunity to score runs, and the bad balls have been thumped away onto that short side, but Durham have, on the whole, bowled pretty well. Into the hard overs now. This is the 37th over of the innings. Ball just starting to get a little softer as this one passed the bat and through to Ollie Robinson. Nine wickets going down yesterday, 2 today. But in case you weren't with us this morning, a late start. Didn't get underway until 11:45 after sprinkler leaked some water onto the edge of the square. Chat between Rain and Lees here, just holding things up. Everybody ready to get on with it, and now we wait whilst Emilio Gay is moved from the covers into a third slip position. So 3 slips and then a little ring of 3 on the offside. Rain in, bowls turned to leg, wouldn't you just know it, by McCann. Moves on to 21, 113 for 1. Not entirely sure about the wisdom of having point on 1 there, because it's such a short boundary. He might as well be on the fence. Got more of a chance of saving a boundary. And again, a chat between bowler and skipper.
Forest's 5:30 tonight then, is it, at Aston Villa? It's quite a late kick-off on a Saturday, that, isn't it? 5:30.
Yeah, TV game. And again, they're still chatting here. Alex Lees and Ben Rain taking a bit of time out of the game. Just no alteration to the field. There is Rain then into Slater, and that's done everything but bowl him. Through his defences and somehow didn't disturb the furniture. Terrific bit of bowling by Ben Rain. Lees will come over and say, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Fabulous ball, 113 for 1. It remains on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, on the live stream through Trent Bridge Live. All the other places you can find us as Rain in again, worked to leg this time by the former Derbyshire man Ben Slater. Won't get a run there. Will Rhodes, for the first time, has just been twisting and stretching and bending. He might as well. He's a more than capable bowler, as I'm sure Durham followers already know. I'm sure at some stage he'll have turned in a decent performance against Durham, as he has many times against Notts. Rain bowls and Slater eases this into the offside. End of the over. So will it be now or in a little while? Yeah, it's going to be now. Will Rhodes is going to come on, Martin, from the Stuart Broad end for his first official bowl in Durham colours.
Got more than 100 wickets, hasn't he, in first-class cricket? We were talking about his bowling yesterday.
Cry there, don't know if listeners heard it, of come on Durham. It's a goodly number of
103 wickets.
Durham supporters have made the journey down to follow their side.
There'll be a few more in a minute, won't there, when they get back from West Brom. Here comes Will Rhodes then. Right arm round. Skiddy medium pace or a skiddy quick? What do you reckon? Medium quick?
Yeah, medium fast. Yeah.
This is his 116th first class match. So he's got 103 wickets, best bowling, 5 for 17 against Essex in 2019. In from the pavilion end, that's left by Freddie McCann. He's with Yorkshire from 2014 to 16, went on loan to Essex in 2016 as well, and then moved to Warwickshire in 2018.
I didn't realise he'd played for Essex, so totting up the different counties.
Got 1,020 runs last year at 54 in innings, including a higher score of 201 against Kent in August. I think by then it was already announced he was coming to Durham. It's tickled away down towards fine leg. for 1 run by McCann. Takes him on to 22, Notts 114 for 1, so the deficit's 264. The last couple of seasons, there've been announcements about players moving clubs quite early in the year. I mean, Durham played at Leicester 2 years ago in June, and that week it was announced Callum Parkinson and Colin Ackerman would be leaving Leicester to join Durham the following year. And in that match, Colin Ackerman got, I think, 145 against Durham the week it was announced he was joining them. Next ball out the back of the hand there from Rhodes. That's gone through to the keeper. Well, Rhodes was offered a new contract at Warwickshire, but decided to turn it down for a deal with Durham. Was their captain when they won the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021. And I think the only team to beat them that season, you know, was Durham, who'd hammered them at Chester Street in about 3 days or something. If you'd told me then that Warwickshire would finish off as champions, I would have been surprised. Rhodes comes in, bowls, and that's a half volley cut away by Slater. Way off towards the boundary, past deep point, and it's gone for 4. Graham Clark chased it, he couldn't reach it, and he's ended up landing on the hovercraft spongy bits.
The nether regions of the hovercraft. Yes. He's looked good, Slater. Really has. Always nice to start the season with a few runs, isn't it? On 69 now.
Bowler comes in, turned by Slater to mid-on. Doesn't go for a run, sends his colleague McCann back. 118 for 1 then at the end of the over. 48 overs to bowl today. Tea is at 4 o'clock regardless of overs left. If you're just joining us or you didn't hear what happened this morning, they came out. And in another example of where cricket doesn't do itself any favours, Dylan Pennington was about to bowl this morning and spotted something on the floor, pointed to it. The umpires then brought the ground staff on, and there was a puddle around a sprinkler head. And then while they were looking at it, and the ground staff were they brought a big sponge on to try and mop the puddle up. Then all the sprinklers burst into life at the far end of the square. It ended up being a 45-minute delay.
Ben Rain starts a new over, bowls to Freddie McCann, pushes it out onto the offside, no run.
So 8 overs were lost. So, well, it was the equivalent of time of 8 overs. So they're going to have 4 of them. They're going to have a later finish today, and then they're going to claim the other 4 back tomorrow. There isn't actually any rain forecast for quite a few days. There hasn't been any for a while, and they went off because of dampness, which is quite bizarre.
Rain once more. Past umpire Lloyd's right shoulder, and was looking at the ball. It's somehow gone down to long leg for a couple of runs from McCann. He was looking to drive through the covers. And got it all wrong, but got a couple of runs nonetheless. 120 for 1. Taunton, Somerset 426 for 4. Tom Banton 214 not out. Tom Rue 124 not out. They've put on 286 for that 5th wicket against Worcestershire. Not really had. What was the biggest partnership yesterday? Have we got it to hand, Martin?
93 for the 6th wicket.
Was that
Clark was out.
Ackerman and Clark.
Yeah.
120 for 1 here. And some big stands around the country. This one is out, I think. No, not again. And Ben Rain this time can't believe it. It's gone through to Robinson. He, to be fair, wasn't overly celebrating. He might have thought it was a fait accompli, but Ben Rain certainly thought it was out and ran down again the other end. So Graham Lloyd, the umpire, has been asked a few questions today. He's given 2 LBWs, but he's turned down as well 2 caught behinds, that first Matthew Potts and then Ben Rain, and indeed most of the Durham fielders seemed convinced we're out. But McCann stays there on 24. Comes Rain again to bowl and beats Freddie McCann. All ends up for the second ball in a row. 120 for 1. He's wicketless, but he's been right on the money, as was Matthew Potts, who's got the only wicket to fall. And a good disciplined bowling effort this by the Durham attack, and rain again. It's past the outside edge and goes through to Robinson. Rain in his second spell with Durham. He had a few years at Grace Road with Leicestershire. Focus on Alex Lees there on the live stream, the Durham skipper. Be pleased with the discipline of his attack, but a little frustrated that the board says not only one down. As rain balls again, and once more Freddie McCann happy to let it go through to the keeper. Really good over from Ben Rain. 12 overs under his belt now. 2 maidens, none for 30. He's stalking after umpire Lloyd, and the two of them having a little chat about life. 120 for 1, Nottinghamshire remain. 378 Durham made. Mead out for 27 in this innings. That was when the score was on 62 in the 21st over. We've now got through 39 overs, and to bowl the 40th, it'll be Will Rhodes.
Talk about personal service. Cricket Soph's abroad. She's tried to listen to us on the sports app, and our feed wasn't coming up, so she was on Wi-Fi, so she took the Wi-Fi off and it appeared using her network coverage. Then she realised it was geo-blocked, so she messaged as Rhodes bowls. That's left alone, so none of the cricket matches should be geo-blocked. You should be able to listen to them around the world. So I've just emailed the powers that be, and they've removed the geo-block from it because it was there by accident. So we might now suddenly get lots of listeners from abroad that weren't there earlier. So if you suddenly found us from abroad, let us know. Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk, or over in the other place, Brace Cricket. 120 for 1. Rhodes bowls, and that's short and wide, and that is carved away for 4. Given the treatment it deserved there by Ben Slater. We saw that nice and early, and he's planted that to the deep point boundary for 4 in front of the Fox Road stand. So he's now got 73 and is looking ominous. He's having one of his Durham days again. McCann 24. Nottinghamshire 124 for 1, trail by 254. I hope Sophie's still there and hasn't given up after the efforts we've gone to now to tailor our coverage for her. Rhodes comes in again and bowls. And Slater plays that up to mid-off, no run there. Right. You need to let your people know that not to set them to geo-block. I'm told the restrictions were in place for Sunday and Monday as well, but they've now been removed. Rhodes comes in and bowls.
Ooh.
There's a massive bee staring right at Brace.
Size of a tennis ball, wasn't it?
I tell you what, if it comes in here, it's going to have to fend for itself, because I'm not helping it. Was it a bee?
Yeah. It's a big one. Crikey.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of pollen around at the minute, isn't there? The pollen season's back with us again. I think the early part of the year is grass and tree pollen, isn't it? Slater plays the ball out towards the covers, no run there. There's different types of pollen at different types of the year. I think towards autumn it's then the spores from tree bark or something like that. ragweed pollen as well. Ben Rain starts a new over from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowling to McCann, who's on 24. Dot ball, 124 for 1 the score. According to the Met Office, there are around 30 different types of pollen which can cause hay fever, and it's possible to be allergic to more than one type. Yeah. Rain bowls, dot ball's gone up to Lees at mid-on.
It's my end here.
It is, yeah, and I just don't know what you're doing. So this type of year, a bit of grass pollen, bit of tree pollen. Weed pollen can be released any time from early spring to the late autumn. Do you get hay fever at all?
No, I used to as a kid, not...
Used to get it horrendously as a kid.
It is Rain. Coming in once more, bowling to Freddie McCann. Seems to have become a little stuck on 24. Been there for a while, happy to defend.
Craig Porrett's been on to say the app is now available on the match is now available on the BBC app. I'm listening in from the Netherlands, so there you are. Instant success. Really nice day here in Nottingham. Sunshine across the country at the minute.
Raining to the 19-year-old. Drops it on the leg side to George Drissell. Spinner spears the ball into the gloves of Robinson. It remains 124 for 1. Nottinghamshire trail by still more than, well, exactly 254. The difference between the two teams. But they've got a platform here to mount a decent first innings response to that Durham score. Next ball is driven, and there McCann gets off 24 with a sparkling shot through extra cover for 4 runs. Glorious bit of timing from the England Lion. It's a boundary away there. Ben Rain will have mixed feelings over that. Be disappointed to leak a boundary. He'll be pleased to see he's drawing McCann forward outside the off stump. Hoping that the next time he does it, it's only a thin portion of the bat that makes contact. 128 for 1. Stand goes up to 66. Rain in again. This time a defensive block into the offside. 128 for 1, so 62 for the first wicket. Put on by Mead and Slater. So far 66 added for the second wicket. Ben Slater is the common denominator. He's on 73. Freddie McCann has 28.
According to the Met Office app, it's 15 degrees outside now, sunshine all the way, and then it tails off across the night down to about 5, and then tomorrow another sunny day. Highs of about 14. I thought I could hear a woodpecker there. Did you hear that?
Don't know if it's
On the effects, Mike. Start of a new over from Rhodes. Right arm round, bowling to Slater. Dot ball, it's left alone, gone to the keeper.
no.
Sure, I heard what sounded like a woodpecker in the distance. I mean, there's plenty of mature trees around here, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
I got a green woodpecker around here. Monday sunny, 15 degrees. Tuesday, Wednesday, all
Happy
sunshine,
days.
yeah. Dot ball, left alone, goes to the keeper once more. So that's the temperature down here. I'm wondering what the Roca Riviera is going to be like, because do have those cooling winds off the sea, or the breeze is coming in from the east, and it's only 8 degrees in Roca at the minute.
Mark the Mod's with us. Just been deadheading me daffs at the shaded front of the house. Can confirm chilly wind down here in Sevenoaks.
The
Pile
daffs,
them up nuts, he
the
says.
daffs are still in full bloom up up.
Yeah. Deadheading them in Sevenoaks.
Rhodes balls down the leg side. Slater lets that one go to the keeper. What happens if you don't deadhead them?
Oh, I don't know.
You're not the gardener.
No, it's yet another thing that I'm not knowledgeable about.
I think I'd probably be deadheading the plants and keeping the weeds. In comes the bowler. And hasn't been a shot offered yet in this. Oh, well, that's the fourth delivery of it. So sunshine the next few days, and then the Met offers Thursday the 10th to Saturday the 19th of April, which is Easter weekend, isn't it? Widely dry and sunny, with high pressure across the UK. That's my kind of weather. Oh, and then just for Easter weekend, it starts to get unsettled. Absolutely typical. Rhodes bowls and hits the pad of Slater. It was going down the leg side. It's gone off down towards short fine leg. He runs a leg by.
Do you know the significance of that? It's the first extra of the innings.
Is it?
In the 42nd over. Whereas Notts was shipping
quite
extras.
A few no balls, wasn't it?
Yep. Shipping extras. Did it finish on 40? I'll have a little look for confirmation.
Comes Rhodes again. Forward comes McCann, plays it to Drizel at point, no run there.
Yeah, 40 extras in the Durham innings. 20 runs coming courtesy of 10 no balls, 2 wides, 4 byes. They were right at the end of the innings. They might even have been the last runs. 4 byes and 14 leg byes. 378 all out Durham. But that is the first extra of the innings, and it's a leg bye. Essex 582 for 6. Told you they declared. Surrey have lost Dominic Sibley to Sam Cook for 3. There's Rain persevering to Slater, just chopped it backward of square. Had to hang on a moment just to see if there was a possibility of a run, but been fielded. Backward point there by Paul Coghlan. So no run. 29 for 1. Still 40, best part of 44 overs left in the day. Here is number 44, Ben Rain, round the wicket again, bowls to Slater. Nottinghamshire's number 44 is also out there at the non-striker's end. Quiet. Now we've got headphones on, but you can usually hear a little bit of noise, a little bit of chatter, and drop in on 1 or 2 conversations, but they're pretty quiet here. Although sometimes we have to be a little thankful for that. Next ball is beautifully bowled by Rain, but left alone. There's 1 or 2 grounds, as you know yourself, Martin, that we go to that all day long you can overhear chatter. Taunton is one when the microphone's just hung downstairs onto the hospitality veranda. Hove's another one as well, isn't it, where you get all the noise from the hospitality.
Yeah.
I think there's a few more. Don't generally
have to turn the Atmos mic off at South Northumberland when everybody's had a drink there, because the corporate are right next to where you commentate from.
Rain bowls, and there's been a lot of boundaries. Hit to that short side. Here's another one. Slater, he's not going to miss out, is he? He's on to 77.
If you get it slightly wrong with that short boundary, you've had it, haven't you, really?
It's unforgiving, isn't it? But you know, as I've mentioned a time or two, A lot of the shots would have gone for 4 anyway. Just impacted by the shortness of it, that it leaves the bat and then a split second later it's thudding into the boards. Next ball pitched up and driven this time straight to Matthew Potts at a wide-ish mid-off position. He's been carefully positioned there. More extra cover actually than wide-ish mid-off. Carefully positioned, but a yard either side and that would have gone as well.
Jackson Bradley's emailed, "Morning fellas, yes indeed, I'm listening from abroad, tuning in Montreal in Quebec, where the skies are grey and we're in that strange period between winter and spring. Certainly would prefer to be at Trent Bridge on a Saturday like this. Go Knots," he says.
133 for 1. Slater on 77. That one kept a whisker low, or certainly the impression was it kept a whisker low, but Slater was wise to it, kept it out, turned it to leg. I've not been to Canada.
Oh, it's fabulous. Love it. Montreal's a beautiful place. It's on the St. Lawrence Seaway, and it's quite wide there, and there's an island where the Expo was on a few years back in the 60s or the 70s, and the Grand Prix circuit's on the island, and the island is man-made. Do you know where all the rock came from and all the stuff they dumped in the St. Lawrence Seaway to make the island?
No.
It was what they dug out from underground when they built the underground system. French speaking. George Drizel back on now from the pavilion end.
Yeah, we didn't see much of Will Rhodes, did we? Just a couple of overs.
But fabulous area. I mean, we went on honeymoon in the Rocky Mountains and did Banff, Jasper, Whistler, and then it ended up in Vancouver. And Vancouver Island is beautiful. It's one of the most nicest places I've ever been. And then a few years later we went back, we did Toronto, Ottawa, Quebec. Went right up the St. Lawrence Seaway to a place called Tadoussac and went whale watching there. Then across on the ferry, which took about an hour to get across, it's that wide, to Rivière de Loup, where they have fishing nets in the river which look like the nets that they have in cricket. George Drizel comes in, bowls. That one's left alone outside the off stump. As McCann 3 for 1. Drizel again round the wicket. McCann forward to this one. 20 minutes to go to tea on this 45-minute delayed day because of problems with the sprinklers this morning. Bowler comes in. McCann paddles it round the corner, and fine leg is Ben Rain. He's about 15 yards in front of the ropes and picks that up at the second attempt. 1 run. So McCann's now got 29 from 64. This partnership's 72. Slater at the other end has 77. He's faced 133 balls. Nottinghamshire are 134 for just the 1 wicket. And batting looks fairly straightforward on this track again today. Drizel comes in, bowls. Slater plays the ball to Potts at short extra cover, no run.
It's 31 not out at lunch, Ben Slater.
Next ball comes in, that's defended by Slater.
He'd only added 4 more before Durham thought they'd got him. Matthew Potts ran down celebrating the catch at the wicket, and indeed lots of his teammates were joining in.
That one goes short on the leg side this time, and that is the end of the over. 134 for 1 here on the BBC.
Yes, Notts will be delighted up to this point, but still enough time left in the session for Durham to winkle out another wicket or 2. So what have we got at this end? Is it Will Rhodes who's changed ends? Yeah, I thought it was a little surprising that he only had a couple of overs. So Ben Rain's finished for now. 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38. Bowled a little better than perhaps those figures suggest. Not that there's anything wrong with them, but Will Rhodes, in fact, it's 3 overs he had from the far end, 3 overs, none for 9. He's going to go from this, the Radcliffe Road end. former Warwickshire skipper. Getting encouragement as he can perhaps hear from his new teammates, although not really new in that he's been spending all of the winter in the pre-season with Durham. Alex Lee's just positioning a deep backward square, so it's going to be Rhodes round the wicket to Freddie McCann, who works this onto that leg side, and they're only going to get a single here. That's well fielded by Colin. Oh no, it's Emilio Gate coming in from almost in front of the Hound Road stand. It's actually a good way in from that rope down there, but that portion of the ground. So McCann on to 30, Slater 77, 73 added between this pair. Lots were 48 without loss at lunch, so made good progress, particularly Ben Slater, who rocks forward, eases this out to Clark and the offside, no run. 87 for the loss of a Meads wicket since lunch, Nottinghamshire. Run rate's always hovered around about the 3 and over. That's where it is now. This is carved into the offside. It's a no ball. So having waited 42 overs for the first extra, we now get the first no ball.
They're like bus replacement services.
And the umpire's on brought his walkie-talkie out, Graham Lloyd. So whether he's speaking to Ian Smith and Paul Connolly in the scorers thing. How many?
Peter Connolly.
Peter Connolly, I beg your pardon. Rhodes bowls. Oh, and this is pulled uppishly onto the leg side, but there's plenty of green stuff for it to land in, and they come back for a couple of runs. I don't know what that was. He's presumably just checking how many balls left in the over, but this is one ground where you don't have to check how many balls left in the over because, well, I say one ground, there's lots of grounds, but you can see instantly how many balls have gone in the over. But it was on the walkie-talkie. Of course, square leg umpire as well, Nigel Long, will have also been a first port of call if that was the query. Slater on to 79. Rhodes bowls and Slater on to 83 as he cuts this one to the short side. It's all about crease occupation here. You can be bogged down for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 overs, and then suddenly like that you can have one that worked away on the leg side for 2 and then slammed away for a 4, and suddenly you're up and running again. And Slater on to 83. Rhodes figures taking a bit of a bashing with those 2 shots. And that one, there's 4 more. This time to the left of Graham Clark. The previous one was to the right of Clark, although he wouldn't have seen much of it. It was just a blur. This was a very elegant shot, and Slater on to 87. And we've got the snooker maximum on the board, 147 for 1 Nottinghamshire. So 99 runs now scored in this session. Encouragement for Rhodes. For 10 from the last 3 balls, and then a dot, and an obvious show of contempt from Rhodes as he just lobs the ball back to Ollie Robinson and takes his cap from the umpire. 147 for 1. Partnership worth 85. Still a way to go for Ben Slater, but he has 14 career hundreds, 10 of them made in Nottinghamshire colours. It's a little surprise when he did join from Derbyshire to see that he only scored for 4 first-class hundreds. Always assumed he'd have bagged plenty more there.
Giselle bowling. It's gone to short leg, no run. As McCann looks to paddle round the corner. Nottinghamshire 147 for 1. Bowler comes in again. That's defended by McCann. Just dies at his feet effectively. Here he comes again. That's swept around the corner there to Rain for a single. McCann moves on to 31. Knots 148 for 1. And we are 11 minutes away from tea on day 2 here. 11 minutes away from tiffin. Did we ever get to the bottom of tiffin yesterday?
I don't think we did. I don't think we did.
We were let down there, really, weren't we, by the listener?
The Grand National starts at 4 o'clock as well,
Does
so
it?
that fits in nicely for those that are interested.
Played away by Slater across towards point, 1 run. Slater on 88. Can he get to 100 before tea? He'll be happy to go into tea 7 or 8 runs shy. And tea might be a good thing for Durham, just have a bit of a chat about how they think about things in the final session of the day, which was going to be quite a long one because it's scheduled to run till 6:30, which generally means with time slippages it could be well 7 o'clock before they're done here. That cuts in and is cut away quite sharply by McCann for 4 down a deep backward point. That brings the 150 up for Notts. 153 for 1. McCann on 35. Slater on 88, and the partnership is 91. The first wicket was worth 62. Yesterday, Durham's first 2 wickets were worth 22 and 2, and then they had a partnership of 78 for the third, and their best was 93 for the 6th. 69 for the 8th as well. So 153 for 1 after 45.5 overs. And this is the final ball of the over, and it's just stopped on a length by McCann. That's the end of the over.
Bit of head scratching for the Durham think tank to undertake during that tea interval. Those of you watching the live stream will see a lovely camera shot of the blue skies over the top of the Radcliffe Road stand there, where we're housed in the middle there somewhere. Really does look absolutely glorious on the screen, and indeed it looks just as good looking out the window. Here's Will Rhodes down at ground level, little blustery, and we'll do an update for Radio Nottingham. Closing in on the tea interval here. It'll be taken at 4 o'clock. Nottinghamshire 153 for 1, so they still trail Durham by 225, but up to this point certainly it's been their afternoon. Ben Slater leading the way. He's 88 not out. He lost his opening partner Asiba Mead for 27, but the 19-year-old Freddie McCann playing some lovely shots and dogged in defiance as well. He's 35 not out. Durham lost their last wicket this morning. Fergus O'Neill getting 5 wickets on debut, and he dismissed Paul Coghlan after really an avoidable 45-minute delay as one of the sprinklers leaked water on the outfield. Durham 378 all out. Closing in on tea. Notts in reply. 153 for 1. Next ball is defended by Slater. So clearly half time in the 40. Yep, 7 minutes or so to go until the tea break. As Will Rhodes striving for his first Durham wicket, comes in, tosses it up, and it's driven through the offside. There's more runs there for Slater, who now enters the 90s. Packed offside field, but it is that short boundary, and you get it wide of the fielder and you're going to get full value for your shots. Slater on to 92. He's faced 146 deliveries now. Fine way for him to start the season. Notts will be hoping that if he does get there, he doesn't settle for that. I'm sure he won't. Rhodes bowls, and he's pulled this away on the leg side, and he's holed out at long leg. He'll be absolutely furious. There's a wicket for Will Rhodes, his first for Durham, and Ben Slater only had one man out on the leg side, and he's picked him out. The deepest boundary on the field, short ball, and it's hit straight down the throats of Emilio Gay. And Nottinghamshire lose their second wicket just before tea, 157 for 2. Ben Slater has played terrifically well, but he's caught Emilio Gay, bowled Will Rhodes, Emilio Gay, I beg your pardon, for 92. He was at the crease for 184 minutes, faced 147 balls, and hit 19 fours. Tremendous knock, but that's a real lift, real boost for Durham as they get the opener out just before the tea interval. And Nottinghamshire will have to rebuild again. It was banged in short by Rhodes, slightly angling down the leg side, and Emilio Gay had been positioned absolutely perfectly by Alex Lees, and he was picked out by Ben Slater. New man is Joe Clark, making his way to the middle. Kept wicket beautifully for Notts yesterday, picked up 4 catches, a couple of them absolutely at the top draw. But his role here just now is to just negotiate these last 5 or 6 minutes of this session and then start again after tea. So 2 balls left in this over. Will Rhodes switching ends after his first 3 overs. Failed to break this partnership. And now he's got his first wicket in Durham colours. He's over the wicket. Right-hander out there, and Joe Clark with an inside edge past the stumps for 4. That could have been a disastrous moment there for Joe Clark and Notts, because he was within a whisker, literally, of playing on and being dismissed first ball. As it is, he's got 4 runs to his name, and he's off the mark. 161 for 2, and sometimes the early stages of an innings just give a pointer as to how that innings might go. 161 for 2 is the score. Here's Rhodes again. Bowls turned away, and that'll be 4 more for Joe Clark. Fairly healthy strike rate. The first boundary was hugely fortunate. The second one, hugely impressive. Lovely bit of timing, it really was. And Clark's up and running. 165 for 2. Probably time for 1 more over. So Freddie McCann's on 35. It'll be George Drissell. To bowl the 48th over of the innings. Be still 38 to go after tea when we come back. Alex Lee's understandably very deliberate in his field setting as McCann defends the first ball. We've got one slip. That's Colin Ackerman. 5 on the 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. But just the one slip. There's 2 fairly close in, catching on the offside. 3 or 4 strips away from where they're playing as McCann reaches forward. There's a backward point, a short extra cover, a deep extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and backward square, saving one on the leg side. Dressel bowls, McCann eases it back to the spinner. Halfway through this final over of the session. Dressel's 9th over of the innings, on for 26 his figures at the moment. This one's tossed up and McCann just content to bide his time, just looking to get to the interval and go again afterwards. Two balls left in this session. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, as this one with a little bit of turn and bounce, but it was always well wide of the off stump. Nice to have County Championship cricket back. Nice to have your company back. As we come to the end of the 5th session of this Division 1 game between Notts and Durham, as McCann cuts it and just wide of the fielder. Ben McKinney down there on the ground. Might have got a fingernail on it to slow up its progress. Just a single taken. McCann on 36 as he makes his way off. Joe Clark has 8. And he faced 2 balls. But that will be tea at Trent Bridge with Nottinghamshire 166 for 2 after 48 overs. They trail Durham by 212 in that session. Asiba Mead, LBW, Matthew Potts for 27. Ben Slater caught Emilio Gay, bowled Will Rhodes for 92. McCann 36 not out, Clark 8 not out. Notts 166 for 2 at tea. Players will be back in 20 minutes, and when they come back, so will the commentary, and we'll speak to you then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Umpires Lloyd and Long are in the middle, just popping the bails back on, and we're going to be back underway for what will be a fairly lengthy final session. In the next minute or two, the players are making their way out there, knowing there's a challenging 2.5, maybe 3 hours ahead of them. Freddie McCann and Joe Clark, the Nottinghamshire batters, they'll be hoping they can stay out there just as long. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson here for the final session of day 2. Nottinghamshire playing Durham in the opening round of the County Championship. Glad to have you along. Notts are 166 for 2 at tea. That's after Durham made 3-7-8. The two players to be dismissed, both openers, Asiba Mead for 27, Ben Slater just before tea for 92. That brought Joe Clark to the crease. He's faced 2 balls and hit 2 fours. Freddie McCann has been there slightly longer. He's 36 from 76. We're going to get underway with Matthew Potts, who has bowled really nicely, although probably not getting full reward. He has picked up 1 wicket for 47. Here's Martin.
Potts comes in round the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end, and that's turned away by McCann out towards the middle of the square. Just comes to a halt just in front of a piece of green canvas or a matting which is covering a wicket, which will probably be used next week.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. T has sent me a photograph and said, can't wait to put this bad boy in the oven, and I've just put guesses. Well, that exactly. I've just put guesses. Anybody what this is? Well, it could be. Is it sweet? Is it savoury? It's some sort of latticed pie work, but good work, T. Nonetheless, enjoy it, whatever it is.
In comes Potts. That's turned away by McCann for a single.
Stretch my legs.
39 now. Nick Rocket, did you have that in the Grand National?
I didn't. I've just seen or heard that that won.
It was a very close race.
You watched it, did you? 33 for 1, apparently.
33 to 1, was it? Well, Willie Mullins trained it and his son rode it. But I'm sure they said in the commentary that Willie Mullins had the top 5 in the race.
It's a decent effort, isn't it? But these top trainers, they...
Yeah.
They're entrusted with looking after all the top horses, aren't they?
True. Here comes Potts, that's left alone by Clark. Yeah, this horse had been sent to him to be trained by its owner. End up having a monopoly on the whole thing, then.
Yeah, not really up to speed with any of it, but it's live sport. It's one of the great English sporting traditions, the Grand National. Love it or loathe it, it's there and means a lot to a lot of people.
Potts in. Oh, that was a good leave. That nearly clipped the bail on the way through there.
Producer Kirsty says Mullins got 5 out of the top 7. Not that I
5 out of the top 7.
Not that I watched it at all, she says. Smiley faces. Producer Kirsty.
She'll have had a few quid
she
on
will.
her.
She will.
Kirsty and the horses.
Loose change.
Yeah. The odd tenant found down the back of the sofa.
Yeah, they'll be on steak and caviar tonight.
Again.
Champagne to wash it down.
Potts bowls to Clark. That's through to the keeper. Yeah, you'd think one day they'd get fed up with steak and caviar, wouldn't you? But,
See an ambulance turning round in the car park of the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home over the road. Just found somewhere just to have a little tea break, no doubt.
I wouldn't think it's not a care home, is it? It's
a residential home.
It's a residential, like a retirement complex, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Potts bowls to Clark. It's just wide of off stump, and he can let that go through. 169 for 2 then at the end of the over. 37 overs to go today. So what's that then? 16. That's 2 hours and 15 minutes in theory. We'll see.
Yeah, 37 overs. It's It's going to take a while, you'd imagine. But as long as the cricket is of the highest quality, we won't mind at all. It's going to be Paul Coghlan to get his third spell. He bowled 4 overs from the pavilion end, the broad end, and then this afternoon, that was before lunch, and then the afternoon session, 5 overs from this end. Now he's gone back up the other end, 19 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19.
And Patrick Mullins is an amateur jockey.
He's got so much money he doesn't need paying, is that what that means?
Maybe.
It's Coghlan round the wicket, bowls to Freddie.
Gentlemen and professionals in cricket, wasn't it?
Something like that. Gentlemen and players.
Gentlemen and players, yeah.
Professionals and amateurs. Freddie McCann defending that one. He's on 39 from 79 balls. Joe Clark started his innings with an inside edge just past the sticks, and then second ball he clipped it away. Nice bit of timing through the leg side for 4. 169 for 2. As Coghlan bowls to McCann, packed offside, and he picks out one of the fielders.
Apparently some bookmakers are now paying more than just the top 5 places, so some people are playing out for 6th, 7th and 8th. Wow.
Yes, I don't think you get a deal back, but it just encourages you, doesn't it, I suppose, the once-a-year speculators.
I Am Maximus, which won last year, that was second. It and Nick Rocket were neck and neck for quite a while, and then it just drifted away.
Coghlan bowls, goes through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, and nipped downstairs briefly and popped in to have a quick jimmy, and Ollie Robinson was in there as well, so there can't be too many toilet facilities in the hospitality boxes where the players are, right. Because Ollie Robinson was using one that's used by the general public. 169 for 2. Not telling tales on him, just this is short. McCann pulls it down to long leg. He rolled the wrist, keeps it along the ground, which was unfortunately something that Ben Slater didn't do when he fell just before tea, taking on the hook against Will Rhodes and straight down the throat of Emilio Gay. Didn't really have to move a deal, just keep your eye on it. Took it sort of knee high but comfortably caught, and poor old Ben had to troop off having made 92, having made a Fletcher. Luke Fletcher having made 92 against Durham, his highest first class score in 2017. There's Coghlan, bowls to Clark, who leaves it alone. Oohs and ahs from out in the middle. That well-known rhythm and blues band, the oohs and the ahs. .170 for 2 knots. Decent-ish afternoon session, losing 2 wickets. Just put it back a little bit in the balance. They'll want to dominate this session if they can. As Coghlan bowls to Clark, leaves it alone. Jack Haynes listed to come in next at 5, end of the over. 170 for 2 after 50 overs of the innings, so just upped the run rate a little bit, going at 3.4. Jack Haynes at 5. Matthew Montgomery in the side as, if you like, the extra batter. Expect Carl Verena to be in at around 5 or 6 when he joins Notts. Lyndon James, who himself made his maiden first-class 100 against Durham, is listed at 7, and then O'Neill, Farhan Ahmed, Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington.
Sussex all out at Edgbaston for 528, so they've got a big lead there.
Although the Bears have already knocked 100 off.
Have they? Oh. Potts round the wicket here, bowling to McCann from the Ratcliffe Road end. McCann plays that up to Lees at mid-on, no run there. 170 for 2 the score.
Yeah, Warwickshire's openers 112 without loss, which has come up in only 21 overs, 62 of them to Alex Davis, 50 to Rob Yates. So they've rattled on with things. Just about to start the fourth innings of the match at Wantage Road. Northants need 260 to beat Kent. If you've got day 4 tickets, you can put them in the bin.
Potts bowls pushed off towards the covers. Dot ball.
Although, of course, the sensible thing would be to ask for a refund rather than chuck them in the bin. But there's not going to be any play there, is there, on Monday? Northants need 260 to win.
Just looking at this league table after today's game, so Sunderland are 4th still. They're so far ahead of 5th place Middlesbrough. Middlesbrough have climbed into the reckoning at the minute. 15-point gap there. But the teams above them, Leeds United on 82 and Sheffield United on 83. Still a sliver of possibility they might be able to catch them and go up automatically. But Potts bowls. Oh, nearly played on. He was in two minds how to play that one there, McCann, and he sort of checked his shot and he nearly steered that onto the stumps, just missed, and came to a standstill behind them.
Amongst the sports I've never really followed or got into, one of them rugby union, and when we went down the road last night, there were masses of people who obviously are into rugby union, because there was a game on down at Lady Bay, Nottingham playing.
Potts bowls played back to him by McCann.
And Nottingham Rugby Club are in sort of the second tier, the championship, if you like, the second tier, and they were playing London Scottish. Lost, I saw 33-28.
Right.
Didn't see the attendance, but there were
looked quite a lot of people there when we got there.
Yeah. At famous old club, London Scottish. So,
quite a lot of university student-y types going there as well, I noticed. Boys and girls.
There's a lot of people not wearing very much, and I thought in an hour or two that's going to be pretty chilly out there.
You're not in the big market now. This is played by McCann out through mid-wicket for 2 off Potts. Takes him to 42. Nottinghamshire 172 for 2. McCann made his debut in Chester Street. Durham won by, I think it was an innings and 17 runs last year. Quite late on in the season. McCann got a 50 and then a duck on his debut. Daniel Hogg took 7 wickets for Durham on debut. The best return for a Durham debutant, but he's missing this one. He's got a bit of an arm injury, so I gather, and has missed this one. Potts on the turn from the Radcliffe Road end, running in towards the umpire, Graham Lloyd, and up to the crease and bowls. That's a thick edge, and it's slashed away over the top of Emilio Gay at Gully. If he'd been slightly deeper, I don't know, but it went straight over the top of him, didn't it? 4 runs.
19 feet tall. Under 46, Freddie McCann. Another one looking to start the season with some good runs to his name. Been quite a large number of centuries up and down the country. As people vie to get a fast start on the way to 1,000 before the end of the season. Used to be 1,000 before the end of May, but in those days they played double the amount of first-class matches they play now. Here's Coghlan, about to start his 11th over. This full delivery, which Joe Clark digs out. Plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Lovely day weather-wise. Shadows from our right just starting to creep across the ground, the roof of the Smith Cooper stand, that shadows infringing on the outfield, and also the floodlight pylons. Cross onto the square as Clark punches this for 4. He will have enjoyed the feel of ball leaving bat there. Nice looking shot from Joe Clark, who's dealing in boundaries at the moment. That's his third 4 and his 12. And Nottinghamshire, Martin, are on 180 for 2.
What does that mean?
It's a score. Durham 1 more wicket away from going ahead in the little points battle. It's 3-all at the moment. Boundary and number 2 in this over for Joe Clark. So that's twice he's hit back-to-back boundaries, and he's now on 16. And it's 184 for 2. I know if you're on that fence, it's still a short boundary, and if it's a couple of yards either side of you, you're not going to stop it. But having the man in, really got very little chance of stopping it. Next ball allowed to go through to Ollie Robinson. You know, a little bit of protection out there is better than no protection, is what I'm saying, essentially.
Yeah. Reminds me of fielding on the boundary in front of the stone steps at Whitburn. If they were playing across that side of the square, unless it was going straight at you, you didn't stand a chance.
No. Somerset have reached 500. Tom Banton still going, 266 not out. Next ball is pushed into the offside.
That's where he gets his eye in.
James Rue is 145 not out. They came together when Tom Abel was out, 140 for 4, so they've added 360 for the 5th wicket. And Worcestershire just getting a bit of a chastening down there at Taunton in the first round of matches. .184 for 2 here as Paul Coghlan bowls to former teammate Joe Clark. I think yes, their paths will have crossed here. Coghlan was here when Clark first joined. 184 for 2. Joe Clark 16. Freddie McCann on 46. As we see Matthew Potts hand his sweater over to the umpire and get himself ready for the next over. He's still got the same flannels on. Green smears on his left knee and left thigh.
Potts bowling to McCann. McCann forward to that, plays it short to Gay on the offside, no run. 184 for 2. Potts comes in, right arm round. McCann plays the ball up to the bowler's end, and it's collected by Alex Lees coming round from mid-on. Durham skipper's got his Durham cap on, whereas just to his right, Ben Rain's got a rather worn-looking wide-brimmed hat. It's sort of creamy colour, isn't it? I don't know whether that's cream or years worth of congealed effort.
That's been to Zimbabwe, hasn't it?
You think? Potts comes in again. Once more the ball finds its way to Lees at mid-on, no run there. There is literally not a cloud in the sky now, Dave. Can't see one.
No. Splendid day weather-wise.
Told it's sunny but chilly up home, but it's a good drying day. Thing is, this time of year when it's as clear as this, the temperature drops dramatically on an evening, doesn't it? It gets very cold pretty quickly, and you get your radiation fog forming. Potts, short ball to McCann, who pulls that out deep mid-wicket there. Stopped on the boundary by Ben McKinney. 1 run to McCann. So he's nearly at his 50s on 47 from 92. Clark's on 16 from 14. 185 for 2. We've got 2 balls left of this, and then there's 33 overs to go. So that is technically just beyond 2 hours of play. So if they go along as planned and keep the time, you're looking about maybe 6:45 finish.
Well, the one certainty is it's not going to be less than 2 hours to bowl 33 overs.
Potts in. And there's a bit of dust comes up there as Clark goes back in his crease to play that ball safely away on the offside into the ground. Last ball of the 53rd over. Last wicket was Ben Slater, caught down at long leg by Gay off Rhodes just before tee for 92. Here's Potts over the wicket to Clark. Clark gets a bit of an inside edge then, it goes to square leg. Sets off for a single and then changes his mind as Graham Clark's on that pretty quickly. Off Joe Clark, end of the over, 185 for 2.
Well, Graham Clark, Joe Clark, was... I think the club were expecting amongst the guests on the ground today, but the former Newcastle and Nottingham Forest footballer Frank Clark, and I was told they'd bring him up this afternoon, but no sign of Frank. And I was just sort of having a look. A place I'm not familiar with. I don't know. Well, I presume you are, Martin. Rowlands Gill. Frank Clark is born. Obviously a distinguished career as a player, many years with Newcastle United. In fact, just looking at his 389 appearances for Newcastle and then 117 for Nottingham Forest. He was part of that Newcastle side that won the Fairs Cup in 1969. Yeah, and
you could only play in that if you were actually a city, isn't that right? Because I think they'd finished quite a way down the table the year before. It became the UEFA Cup.
It became the UEFA Cup, yeah. But I was hoping we might get Frank up, because I know he loves his cricket. But it would seem he's not around today. Here's a straight drive that we've been asking for, and they might get 3 out of this if it doesn't go for 4. It's Freddie McCann who stroked it. It has gone for 4, and that's a half century for Freddie McCann. Lovely shot, moves to 51, 189 for 2. And at the crease, just over 2 hours, Freddie McCann faced 93 balls and hit 7 fours. So there's another one. Getting some useful runs in early April, getting his season off to a fine start. Didn't mention we didn't have too many straight drives yesterday that reached the ropes. Freddie McCann reaching his 50 with a drive down to the boards at the far end. Is Coghlan in again? McCann keeps it out.
It's his second half century against Durham after his 51 last season.
Yeah, only his 6th first-class game for Notts. He's 7th in all. He played 1 first-class game for the England Lions.
So has he got a century and 2 half centuries? Is that his stats?
He's scored 2 centuries.
Just 2 centuries.
Yeah, 2 centuries in 7 innings. Which isn't a bad way to begin your career. He's on strike now and back in defensive mode. Pushes this out into the offside.
He's averaging 45 as well.
Yeah, I don't think he got many for Lions. He's averaging 50 for Notts, or was going into this innings, and clearly he'll still be averaging 50. It 'Cause 50 . 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 'C Next ball, well, he's going to get a couple more runs here. Played it with soft hands late. Might just have surprised him a little bit, but he's guided it down to third. And he'll get, in fact, he's gone for 4. A little bit of a Brucey bonus there as it runs away quickly. So, Paul Coghlan going for a couple of 4s in this over. The ball hitting the rope sort of diagonally opposite each other. One straight down the ground and one very, very fine. .93 for 2 knots. McCann's thrown everything at that one. Fancied really making a statement against Paul Coghlan, but he missed it. That would have been a little bit reckless. As we saw yesterday, there's a clear target line for Paul Coghlan to pitch the ball now. The floodlight pylon shadow just nicely on a length, just for him to aim for. Coghlan's in and bowls, and McCann defends. 8 from that over, 193 for 2.
Potts then to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. He's bowling to the right-handed Clark, so he's coming right arm over. Clark plays the ball into the ground and off to a couple of strips across on the offside, no run. Another dot ball there, this time to point.
Still time for a lot of cricket to be played today. 31 overs still to go. This game, you feel it's just sort of lagging behind a little bit. We're still in the setup phase of the game.
Potts to Clark, that's left and it stays low, just goes skipping past the off stump.
Charlie's been in touch. Joe Clark cover drive really takes some beating, as the recently passed Johnny Tillotson would have sung. Poetry in motion. Good tune that. Thank you, Charlie. Patrick Anderson, Dave, not seen any coverage of yet. How did O'Neill look yesterday?
Potts to Clark. Clark fends the ball down into the ground and it ricochets off the hands of Emilio Gay at third slip. He gets a run.
Yeah, I think the highlights are about Patrick. Yes, O'Neill hit the deck hard. He swung the ball early on, kept going all day. Looks an astute bit of work. T says that's a Cumberland pie, Martin, that one that we showed you. Thank you, T. And
Cumberland pie.
It was T who made it.
So is
for
it,
tea.
has it got mince in it or has it got sweetie stuff in it?
Well, I don't know. It's up your neck of the woods.
I wouldn't want to walk it from where I live. Next ball's played away by McCann off towards point, 1 run.
You'd cycle it though.
Have I cycled in any part of Cumbria? I'm trying to think.
Cumberland. Come.
I've cycled around Hadrian's Wall country, yeah.
Yeah, should it not be retitled as a Cumbria pie these days?
I've cycled up to Alston from Hexham as well. My colleague Nick Barnes, his daughter's a professional cyclist. As Matty Potts comes in here and bowls this one. Dot ball there to end the over. And there's a killer race in the Lake District every year called the Fred Whitten, which goes up all of the big passes. And I think she won the women's event last year and recorded one of the fastest times. Got a photograph on Cycling News or something like that.
195 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Under clear blue skies here, looking to make the most of this last session and close in on the Durham first innings score of 378. Glad to have you along. Now there's a lot of other attractions on Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. But for the cricket followers, this week is, it was commented to me the other day, it's like Christmas for the cricket fan.
Yeah.
Having the county championship back. Here's Coghlan. Bowls to the left-handed Freddie McCann. He's it into the offside. And there's no run. We're with you. We're up and running. And before you know where we are, we'll be looking forward to the next round of matches. Notts at home to Essex next weekend. And Durham are also at home. They're at home to Warwickshire. Notts play 4 matches before they get a little bit of a 10-day hiatus. They have these 2 home games. There's Durham and then Essex. Break off as Coghlan bowls to McCann. Play it out onto the offside. There is protection in the deep, so just a single. 196 for 2. After Essex, Notts go to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire, and then the 4th match in this early period is at home to Sussex. So 3 of the first 4, then the 10-day break, and then they've got Hampshire here, so 4 of the first 5 at Trent Bridge, and then they go to Durham before we then change pace and we have a bit of T20 cricket. Durham got new players coming in for that, for the
Zach Folks from New Zealand.
I'm not familiar with the work of Mr. Folks.
No, I have to say I wasn't either, but I don't watch much foreign cricket, to be honest with you.
Notts have 2 established Australians, Moses Enriquez, who's...
I think he's played about 10 times for New Zealand in T20s.
Moses Enriquez and Daniel Sams coming to bolster a Notts side that finished bottom of the group last year. Clark on strike. Coghlan bowls to him. Clark pushes this square of the wicket on the offside, and Durham liked what they saw from Paul Coghlan. Lots of oohs and ahs.
Trying to think when Durham play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they play 5 rounds of matches and then have a break. After the early May Day bank holiday, 5th of May.
Coghlan bowls, and don't know what to call the pace of that. Must have been the pad outside the line of off stump and just trickled through to Robinson. But once again, there's plenty of animation from behind the wicket. It's very much a word you see on holiday around the hotels, isn't it? The reps abroad, around Spain and all the Spanish islands. The animation team. 196 for 2, entertainment team in other words. As Clark just opens the face and guides this for 4 down to 3rd, and that will be the Nottinghamshire 200 brought up. 3-4 years ago that would have been a bonus point, but it's now changed to 250 for that first batting point. But Notts have 200. They are 178 behind Durham's first innings score, and at the moment they're on target to get somewhere near, but of course still a lot of work to go. And still got 30 overs left today in which to make further inroads. Clark on to 21. 5 fours in that 21. Drops this on the leg side. End of the over. End of Coughlin's 13th over. None for 41 to Paul Coughlin. .30 overs remaining. We'll start to get a little chilly, particularly for those, as we've been saying, in the seats of the Smith Cooper stand. Not too many in there now. Have either headed off or moved to somewhere warmer.
You'd be round on the sun now, wouldn't you, I think? It's what they do at Chesty Street, is the pavilion ends up in the shade in the afternoon and people move to other parts of the ground.
Yeah, it's quite a long way away from the action, though, away to our left.
Potts. Balls here around the wicket to McCann, who's on 57. So 200 for 2 in the 56th over, wasn't it?
Yeah, partnership of 43. Partnerships have been 62, 95 and now 43 with power to add. Mead out for 27, Ben Slater for 92.
Potts bowls. McCann plays this up to rain at mid-off. Lancashire have moved into the lead at Lord's, first innings lead. Marcus Harris has got 79 off 127 there. Freddie is a dreamer. Do you think he's dreaming of another 100? Freddie McCann?
He's on 57. They used to call that Hines, didn't they?
This is played up to mid-on by McCann to Lees. No run there. I wonder what the 57 varieties were.
It's a lot, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Suppose when you've added all your soups together, you get quite a few there. The soups will take you past about 10.
Yeah. Beans with sausages, beans without sausages.
Yeah. Spaghetti hoops. Alpha spaghetti. Ravioli in a tin.
Spaghetti?
Yeah. Spaghetti bolognese. That's pulled away. Effortlessly that. Right out the middle of the bat. Bang. It's gone for 4 wide of mid-on.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of movement in the field. No. I don't think anybody knew where it had gone, really. It was just like a gunshot. The crack as the ball left the bat.
There was a guy at tea came in from the stand, and you'd honestly, looking at him, you'd think he was on a beach in Barbados. He was really dark brown, and he's just in a pair of shorts and flip-flops. And I'm thinking, it's not that warm out there. He must be right in the corner out of the breeze.
Found a sun trap somewhere.
Yeah. Potts in. McCann pulls hard at that one, and it's a one-handed stop by the tumbling Alex Lees at mid-on. They do get a single, but he's stopped to 4. So the partnership's nearly at 50, 48 from 61 balls, 205 for 2. And Clark is now on strike and 21. McCann has 62.
Charlie's been back. He may be young and early in his career, but you can tell he's a class act already. Freddie McCann taking on the most difficult position in the order, succeeding. He's patient, has cricket intelligence, stands tall and bats straight in the V. Lovely to watch. That's Charlie yet to make his mind up on Freddie McCann.
What's not to like? Potts to Clark, that's left. And that is the end of that over. So 29 to go. We're inside the 2-hour mark now. Brackets. In theory, close brackets.
Unless we have another sprinkler gate. I wonder if they'll ever work again. They were shoved back down into the ground with sufficient force. They might never resurface.
We were talking about the Grand National a little bit earlier on. forget something. Was it Nick Rocket won it or something?
I don't know. You watched it.
I went there once. Have you been to the Grand National meeting?
No.
No. What about the Epsom, the Derby?
Nope.
No. I know you've been to Epsom Racecourse because you stayed in a hotel there, but
Yeah.
did the Derby in 1999, and we got there a little bit late. We got stuck in traffic, and remember the first race of the day, we just spotted this horse which looked very excited about the afternoon ahead, and just ran and put some money on it, and it won. Didn't even know its name. It's probably the only winner we had that day, but on the actual Derby, the woman next to me burst into tears and said, "I can't believe it, we've backed the winner. I've never won a horse race before," and she was crying and crying, and I'm thinking, God, she's won thousands of pounds. She'd only won a tenner. So I thought, imagine what she'd be like if she won the lottery.
There's our friend Lemon Drizzle coming back on, George Drizzle. To bowl a little bit of pace off. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 27. Yes, I've not been to many race courses.
Have you not?
Nottingham and South, all the local ones.
Didn't you go to Warwick once for some event?
No. Next ball is defended. I've been to Doncaster. I've been to Market Raisin. I was given a pair of free tickets, so we went. And
where's that?
Market Raisin. It's
in Lincolnshire.
Yeah. And I've been once when I was in the Air Force years and always McCann down on the slog sweep, misses it. Years ago, went to Kempton Park, but literally whenever I've been to a race course, it's not been for horse racing reasons.
Kempton Park's just near Richmond on Thames, isn't it?
Somewhere there.
Yeah. Kew Gardens.
205 for 2. This time McCann does make contact with the sweep, but mistimes it straight to Graham Clark along the ground at mid-wicket on that leg side.
Some beautiful North Yorkshire courses, Ripon and Thirsk, been to them quite a lot of times. York's nice.
McCann is on 62. A little bit of turn from Drissel. Said earlier, you just wonder where the right position is to have the man on the leg side. Clark to me seems to be enclosed, but I guess if he was out on the fence, they'd just drop the ball there and walk a single. McCann does turn it away to leg, no run.
We've done quite a few trips to Thirsk races when my mother-in-law lived there during the summer holidays. They do family days for the kids, and there's entertainment on for the children and stuff, and pirates and bouncy castles and all that kind of thing.
McCann digs this one out, pushes it into the offside, no run.
You'd enjoy the bouncy castle, Dave. Right, I've got to go and do an update, I think.
Oh, crikey. It's that time
5
of day,
o'clock-ish.
What's that sports report? 5 o'clock? Not like Friday, it's 5 o'clock, it's crackerjack. 205 for 2, Ben Rain. It's being recycled here. Coming back for... might be his third spell. Certainly his... might be third or fourth even. 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38. From this, the Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. County Championship cricket brought to you by the BBC. Every ball of every county championship match. Once again. $205 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Durham 378. Is this meandering towards a draw? Is there likely to be twists and turns over days 3 and 4? One of the beauties of the longer format game, you never really know what you're going to get. That's just angling to get themselves into a position where they're challenging that Durham score at the very least, as Clark defends against Ben Rain. That shadow is now right in the middle of the playing strip from the floodlight pylon. That's 205 for 2. This pair have added 48 now for the third wicket. Rain bowls, and Clark with an open face guides it down to the unprotected third man area. Suspect there'll be 3. They've already run 2. It will be cut off, and yeah, they do turn and come back for that all important third run. Joe Clark moves to 24, 208 for 2, and that's the 50 partnership coming up from 70 balls between this pair. Respectful round of applause from those inside Trent Bridge. Another powwow taking place between experienced campaigners Lees and Potts and bowler Ben Rain before they decide on the next course of action. Rain bowls and Freddie McCann happy to defend. $208 for 2. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex made 582 for 6 before declaring. Surrey lost Dominic Sibley early on, they're 63 for 1. Yorkshire just 1 run behind Hampshire now. They're 127 for 3 in their second innings, 7 wickets left, 1 run behind. That's Rain bowls to McCann. Push into the covers, no run. Taunton, Somerset still bat on, 529 for 5. Worcestershire having made 154. James Rue is now out for 152. Tom Banton, 284 not out. That's an update. Yes, Freddie McCann has already picked up where he left off last year, the 19-year-old who scored 2 centuries in his first 5 matches for Notts, getting an England Lions trip in the winter. He's 62 now, not out. He's played beautifully since Ben Slater fell just before tea, hooking down to long leg. Really disappointed to get out for 92. Story of the day, we had a 45-minute hold-up for leaky drainage covers. Water spilled onto the outfield and held play up until 11:45. Notts then removed the last Durham batsman. Durham all out for 378. Asiba Mead made 27. Slater 92. But now it's Joe Clark on 24. Freddie McCann on 62. Nottinghamshire 208 for 2. But it's going to be a late finish here. 27 overs still to bowl. Quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. We've not missed any action out there in the middle. 208 for 2. The end of that over from Ben Rain. 15 overs, none for 41. Will be George Drissell to continue. 10 overs, none for 27. Has had the odd little bit of encouragement. There's been some turn and bounce out there for the spinners. Bowled nicely today. It's going to be rolling to Joe Clark. Here is Drissell. Bowls now, and Clark goes deep into his crease to turn it to leg. Very, very fortunate first ball he faced, Joe Clark. From Will Rhodes, inside edged it past the stumps. Got the bonus of it going for 4. Drives this down the ground, past Will Rhodes. Gets a single. 209 for 2. Brings Freddie McCann back on strike on 62. Durham just reinforcing that leg side field. Well, dropping the man back on the fence at least as McCann pushes this one into the offside. Matthew Potts is doing the fielding in the covers. Helicopter goes over the ground, disappears. McCann drives again out into the deep and will get another single. 210 for 2. Dismissal bowls. Clark on the front foot. Just blocks it, pushes it gently back to the bowler. Guess you can expect someone set to bat on with Tom Banton, 285 not out down there at Taunton unless he gets out. I'm sure they'll give him the chance to get a triple hundred. They don't come along every day. 210 for 2. It's the Nottinghamshire score at the end of that over as Clark again drives back to bowler Dressel. 11 overs, none for 29. Extraordinary amount of exhaust noise coming from outside the ground, if it's car or motorbike. 210 for 2. Ben Rain now to bowl to McCann. He says this again into the offside and will get a single. Rain into his 16th over. Matthew Potts has had 16, Coghlan 13, Dressel 11 and Rhodes 5. Potts and Rhodes, the two wicket takers. So Clark back on strike. He's got 25. Partnership worth 54 up to this point. Late evening sunshine as Ben Rain past umpire Lloyd, bowls to Clark. Robinson, the keeper, standing up. And the block into the offside by the former Worcestershire man. Always difficult, I think, for first slip when the keeper's standing up to a medium fast bowler. Doesn't get an instant sight of the nick if it's coming in his direction. Will Rhodes at first slip. Clark happy to defend again though. 211 for 2, knots 39 away from the first batting point. If they can go along at 3.5 and over for the last 25 overs, say another 89 runs would get them up to 300 by the close of play. It's going to take them, you'd imagine, till lunch tomorrow to wipe out the deficit and something of that order, unless they really got to hurry up on. Of course, they might lose a bundle of wickets before then. 211 for 2. But you wonder if we do have two first innings scores of something along those lines. You wonder if there would be enough time left for either side to be able to force a victory. Durham's chance of doing so lies now in this session. Can they get more wickets? Can they break this partnership as Clark is foiled by the boot of Ben Rain? Just took the pace off it to push down the ground. Just deflected it into the path of Matthew Potts to save any runs. Don't necessarily see anybody at any stage in the innings coming out and larruping a 40 ball 70 or something just to try and get the game moving. This is turned away for 4. Nice looking shot by Clark through the leg side for 4 runs. I think the natural progression of things would be that, provided they don't lose the wickets, Notts would be somewhere around about level by lunch tomorrow, and it may be that they're coming towards the end of the innings then. Is that how you see it?
I mean, it's a good track to bat on, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's not much doing for the bowlers, really. It's not as lifeless as the track at Edgbaston last year, which just turned the game into an absolute bore fest, but that was with a Kookaburra ball as well.
So you've got to be patient as a bowler and just hope there's a mistake. Like Ben Slater, I don't think we really saw that coming.
No. Here's George Drizzell, right arm round, pavilion end, bowling to McCann. McCann taps it round the corner. It's cut off on the 45 by Ben Rain. Throws back to the keeper. I imagined that the way he was batting, Slater would have been on a double 100 come the end of the night. Drizzell again. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Ryan Campbell and Graham Onions wandering around the outfield and beyond the boundary rope at the far corner there.
Yeah, coaching staff were often seen doing that during the COVID times.
Yeah. Next ball's just gone short on the offside.
For whatever reason, less.
The coach you were asking about, was he still at Durham? You were asking, yeah. Susan, the physio, with her bright pink trainers on. They've all got thick coats on. Drizzell in, bowls. It's defended. Into the over, 215 for 2. I remember Durham going out to that champion county match, must have been 14 in Abu Dhabi, and he'd ended up with really nasty blisters on his feet, so he spent the 4 days doing laps of the ground barefoot. They seem to be pointing up here for some reason.
Just saying hello. There's Ben Rain, 215 for 2. Bowling to Joe Clark, who defends. It's been a little bit of a stop-start passage of play since tea. There's been 1 or 2 maidens, 1 or 2 miserly overs, and then just suddenly either Clark or McCann just breaking the shackles loose and cracking a couple of boundaries before things become nice and tight again. Rain's done an excellent job here. Already into his 17th over. Comes in again to Joe Clark, and Clark happy to defend. Good as anyone in the county game, Joe Clark, and on his day there's few that can match him. Responsibility of taking on the wicket-keeping position in this game as well, as Rain bowls to him and eases it into the offside. Comes from a cricket-playing family, both Joe in his younger days and his 2 cricket-playing brothers have all played for Shropshire.
Was there a Shrewsbury School element to things as well?
Yeah. Got a close tie, of course, with Worcestershire. A lot of players have made that little journey. James Taylor was one.
Yeah, he played there.
Next delivery was played down into the ground by Clark, and nicely fielded at what, deepish gully. There's no run. 215 for 2. At Taunton, Tom Banton is 298 not out.
Hasn't he lost his partner now, though?
Yeah, James Rue's gone for 152. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he either gets out or gets to 300 that the declaration would come then. You'd imagine. 215 for 2. Ben Rain to bowl to Clark. 29 works this to mid wicket to the other Clark, and there's no run. Flannels on the players, just rippling as the breeze crosses the ground. There was a triple 100 in the opening round last year in Division 2. Sam Northeast of Glamorgan got 300 at Lords. And then went about 3 or 4 matches without scoring a single run, I believe, as Clark gets this into the gap on the offside. Helps himself to 2 more to move into the 30s. 217 for 2 knots. And the end of another tidy over from Ben Rain. Just say the surface not really assisting either spin or seam, and how Durham could really do with a Mark Wood or a Bryden Carr, somebody with just that, or even Ben Stokes, just somebody with that little X factor, that extra little bit of pace maybe, just to try and come on and blast a hole through the middle order. But it's not easy. They haven't got that sort of artillery, and just trying to grind their way towards another wicket. The old disciplines of line and length.
Attempted a little sweep there from McCann off Drizel's first ball of his new over. He got a lot of ground involved in that bat there, and a lot of dust came up and it didn't go very far. Bowler comes in again. Forward comes the batsman and defence. Julia Wetherell says Frank Clark is one of the characters you never see in Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads.
Is that right?
Is he talked about regularly in it or something?
Can't be that Frank Clark.
This is pulled away out the square leg for 1 run by McCann.
Or maybe it is, because, you know, Terry and
They like their football, don't they?
yes, it was Bob. What was it? Bob Ferris and Terry Collier. And in real life, they had a major fallout, didn't they? And they never made up, I don't think, before James Bolam died. Beg your pardon. Before I've just got to do a quick update. Well, Notts are now 218 for 2. Freddie McCann on 65 and Joe Clark with him on 31. It's been a quiet little period since I last spoke to you. This pair have added 62. They're important runs here. Nottinghamshire will, I think, certainly by late morning tomorrow, hope to have wiped out their deficit. Durham made 378. Notts losing a Mead for 27. Ben Slater for 92. They're 219 for 2. We've got 22 overs left today.
Rodney Buse.
That's it. Beg your pardon, Rodney Buse. Yeah, Banton has reached 300, so that's a fabulous effort. Goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway.
Next ball is an attempted sweep by McCann. Goes into the keeper's gloves instead, end of the over. So 22 to go tonight. 219 for 2 the score. The lead for Durham is 159 at the moment. Rodney Buse, when did he die then? 2017.
So do you remember that? Have you seen that? Because there was.
I remember a story of, yeah.
Well, there was.
Why did Bolam and Buse fall out?
That's it. Yeah. So, in the 60s, certainly in the black and white era, there was the Likely Lads, when they were Likely Lads, late teenagers, early 20s, and then the funny thing was that Bob wanted to join the army, Terry wanted to be with his mate, so he joined the army, but then Bob was discharged on day one due to flat feet. So Terry then disappeared, and
Right.
the Likely Lads finished, and they came back about 5 or 6 years later. By then the programme was in colour in the
Whatever
70s,
happened, yeah.
and that was Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads, and by then Terry had married a German girl and got divorced and was back. It's Coghlan in and bowls, and it's turned onto the leg side. Bob married Thelma, was it Bridget Forsyth?
Yeah. It says here Bolam was very private, and they fell out after Buse revealed in a press interview that Bolam's wife was pregnant. That's what it's claiming in an article that was written in 2010.
219 for 2, but escapades of a couple of northeastern lads, but yeah, they like Newcastle United. The early Anton deck, if you like, as Clark cuts this away behind square on the offside for a boundary. 223 for 2. But it was like you and me. Terry was always getting away with things, getting Bob into trouble, like you do me. 223 for 2. Nice shot from Joe Clark. He's on 36.
He was already in He was in Doctor Who as well. Rodney Buse, alongside Peter Davison.
What was Bolam? Was it? It was in when
Well,
the
more
boat
recently,
when the boat comes in.
Yeah.
That's another one from a long time ago.
And then there was that detective agency thing, wasn't there, with,
I don't know.
with Dennis Waterman and stuff.
No, I want to watch that.
But
didn't
more
watch
recently, he's
when-
come back into our lives because he's the main character in Grandpa in My Pocket, which is a kids program on CBBC.
When the boat comes in. Have a little fishy in a little dishy or something, wasn't it? Ridiculous. As Coghlan in again to Clark. More nonsense.
Well, it rhymed.
Somerset bat on. Banton's moved on to 360. 560 for 5. I'm not at Taunton, I don't know. There will be reasons for him batting on. Maybe there's an individual record that's just around the corner, but they're certainly grinding the Worcestershire attack into the dirt. Why not? 2 full days to go. They lead by over 400. Here, there's well, I was going to say a fortunate boundary, but on this occasion, Ollie Robinson did it brilliantly well. It was a bottom edge by Joe Clark, past the stumps, and it was herring away towards the boundary. The inside edge past the stumps, going in a direction of long leg, and Ollie Robinson flung himself to his left and made a good stop. Fine keeper. Robinson, 223 for 2. Next ball turned away on the leg side by Clark for a single. 224 for 2. Trying to think what I was listening to on the way in this morning on BBC Radio Nottingham. Becky Measure's breakfast show was on about if punctuation marks had personalities. And her rationale was, if you were going to take a punctuation mark to a party, it would be the exclamation mark. That's the one that would get up to mischief and be fun and get up and have a dance. It's the sort of thing they listen to on Radio Nottingham first thing on a Saturday morning as it's pushed into the offside. But it was
How would a hashtag parade behave?
well, no, they didn't get around to hashtags.
Right.
It was all about the exclamation mark, the question mark, colons, semicolons, commas. I reckon commas are lazy. They're just there to give you a rest. So if you took a comma to a party, I'd just chill out on the settee and let everybody else get on with it. Full stops, they're very abrupt. Bring everything, bring all the fun to an abrupt halt. It's interesting. Past the little journey in. Here's Drizzle. Drizzle.
Drizzle. George Drizzle bowling. That's the first ball of the over. It's gone into the keeper's gloves with McCann on strike. Sun continues to shine here in Nottingham, in West Bridgeford. In comes the bowler again. McCann forward to that, pushes the ball to point. Emilio Gay fields it, no run. He had a This Is Your Life in 1980 Buse, but Bolan wasn't there.
Crikey.
In comes the bowler again. McCann forward, not quite sure where the ball's gone. It's just slithered away behind him, and he turns tail and heads back to his crease. I think I might be wanted again next door. Brazil balls. McCann cuts. It's gone out into the covers. No run there. Yeah, they want me back.
So Martin, with a puff of smoke, disappears. To update the listeners in the northeast is Drizzle bowls to Freddie McCann. On 66, blocks this one. Ollie Robinson leaves his station from behind the stumps, comes round McCann to pick the ball up, lob it back to the bowler. Next ball is similarly defended, and it's the end of the over. Notts trail by 153 at 225 for 2. Just had the 3 wickets to go down today. Paul Coghlan just didn't really get that far forward, just lunged forward at Fergus O'Neill at the back end of the Durham first innings, given out LBW for 11. Matthew Potts was 11 not out. 378 all out Durham. Very respectable score on the first innings of the new season. At lunch, Notts were 48 without loss in reply. Hamid and Slater together. Hamid fell for 27. Another LBW decision. Matthew Potts getting his man. There's Paul Coghlan into bowl to Joe Clark on 37. Clark happy just to nudge this on the leg side, no run. Ben Slater playing a substantial innings at the start of Nottinghamshire's reply. Made 92 before hooking Will Rhodes down to long leg. He was 10-15 yards in off the fence. Emilio Gay hit it straight to him, the only man out in the deep on that side. That was 157 for 2, and since then Freddie McCann, the 19-year-old Joe Clark, moved the score on nicely to 225 for 2. I think that was going down the leg side. There was a bit of an inquiry from Paul Coghlan. I don't think on the face of it he'd had too much going for it, but maybe the appeal prevented the leg by. Just inside the last 20 overs of the day now. There's Coghlan. Sets off and bowls him. Terrific delivery. Joe Clark is dismissed. Super bit of bowling from Paul Coghlan. It really was. Just getting that little bit of movement. Fabulous delivery. And Clark is out for 37. Bowled by Paul Coghlan. And I think it's the middle stump that has been sent cartwheeling. Clark out, having faced 52 balls, and it's 7 fours, and he's been bowled by Paul Coghlan for 37. And umpire Long just goes and replaces the middle stump. Really good delivery. In fact, it just shaped in and demolished the middle stick. So Notts lose one of their key players. They're 225 for 3. Still 153 behind. But that's as fine a bit of bowling as you could wish to see. Announcement for Jack Haynes, who makes his way out to the middle. 68 runs added for the third wicket there between McCann and Clark. So Notts have had 3 reasonable partnerships, but Durham have just picked up a wicket just as things were looking to turn crucial from their perspective. There's Jack Haynes, the new man. Just beginning his second season with Notts. This is his 60th first-class game. Coghlan in to bowl to him, and a positive start driving up to Lees at mid-off. 60 first-class matches then for Jack Haynes. He's 40 runs short of 3,000 in his career, averaging about 35. 5 centuries, high score of 134, not out from his Worcestershire days. Played all 14 matches for Notts last year. Top score of 77, but he hit 750s. He was a model of consistency between 50 and 77. As Coghlan bowls to him, again, just happy to go deep into his crease to defend and turn it on the leg side. He's played 6 previous matches against Durham. Has scored a couple of hundreds, both in his Worcestershire days. 24 years of age now. His dad Gavin, the former Worcestershire all-rounder. Right-hander, he's on strike to Paul Coghlan. Again, reaches forward. Positive start from Haynes, but it's a good over from Paul Coghlan. Terrific delivery to get rid of Clark. Coghlan 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 47. And Nottinghamshire 225 for 3 after 67 overs with 19 to go in the day. The hover cover just being pumped up again for the end of the day. It's going to be George Drissel to bowl. Charlie's been in touch about Frank Clark. I'll come to that in a second. Just keep half an eye on the cricket as Martin comes back. We'll get his thoughts on the dismissal in just a moment. Terrific bit of bowling from Coghlan. Umpire Lloyd been for a wander. I'm not sure where he's been or why he's been, but he's been.
Here's Drizel bowling to McCann. That's gone off to point. Yeah, it was interesting to lose his middle stump. The delivery after the sort of half-muted LBW appeal.
Yeah.
Just didn't quite get down to it, did he? He leaned forward, but I don't really think there was much foot movement. 2-2-5 for 3. This is played by McCann to short extra cover to Potts, no run.
Charlie remembers the likely lads. Frank Clark was the best man that fell ill. Bob replaced him with Terry. Another character we never saw was Little Hutch, Terry's mythical tipster. Quite appropriate given it's Grand National Day, thank you.
Yeah, this one's left. It's spinning away from the stumps and into the keeper's gloves.
And Mark the Mod has been looking up the stats. The highest individual innings ever by a Somerset player, 342, Justin Langer.
This ball is pushed away. Dot ball. Wonder what Trescothick would have done. If you look through the Worcestershire stats, I think Graham Hicks dominates nearly all of those.
405, wasn't it?
This is flicked away through the leg side by McCann for a single.
Banton is 315 not out, so
226 for 3.
Will be immortalised in the southwest if he goes on to beat Justin Langer's 342 then.
They're playing Worcestershire, is it?
Yep.
Haynes has faced 3 balls, has yet to get off the mark. McCann 67 from 142 deliveries, the deficit 152. Haynes plays this ball from Drizel up to Rhodes at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So 226 for 3, 18 overs to go today.
fully expected to look at the Worcestershire bowling card and see that all 10 non-wicket keepers have had a bowl. They've only used 7 bowlers, but they've all had a decent crack at it. 23 overs, 22, 18, 22, 16, 20 and 18. So they've not had 1 or 2 very, very part-time bowlers bowled just a couple of overs, but only one of them's gone for 100 so far. So they've stuck at the job. Would have been pretty energy sapping, I guess, watching Banton and Rue this afternoon smashing it to all parts. Here's Coghlan. What a ball that was. Turned away on the leg side. There's no run. I guess you won't have seen a replay, Martin, as you were next door. Now you had the luxury of having the screen in here. You just nipped back and demolished middle stump.
Yeah.
Terrific delivery. Joe Clark sort of blinked twice as if to say, crikey, what on earth was that? A wonderful bit of bowling from the man known as Coggers. Comes in again and bowls to Freddie McCann, who's on 67. Bouncer got up big on McCann, but he played it nicely, negotiated it well and gets a boundary. Just rode it a little bit as it bounced sharply on him, guided it down for a boundary to third for 4 runs. What I didn't notice with Paul Coghlan, I completely forgot all about it, as if he's still got his little quirks and mannerisms when he's batting. Totally forgot about that. He had all sorts of eccentric trigger movements. Well, not before he played the ball. After he played the ball, he went off and did a little bit of a walk towards the wicket keeper, and then there was an extravagant kick out with his leg, like he's on bargain hunt, saying join us next time, and then the high kick. It's extraordinary stuff when he was here. Next one's driven into the offside, and they scamper a quick single. 231 for 3. He must have stopped it, otherwise you would have noticed that. It was bonkers. And
Mitchell Colleen there with that fielding.
.231 for 3, so that's 19 away from a batting point. 147 away from Durham. And 17.5 overs away from stumps. That's Coghlan. Balls to Jack Haynes. Pushes into the offside. I know you're out the room, Martin. First game of last year, Jack Haynes scored 77. He played all 14 matches, and 77 remains his top score. But he scored 7 50s. He was so consistent getting to 50, 50, 60s and 70s, but couldn't go beyond 77. It was a little frustrating. I know it was a little frustrating for him. There is a big score around the corner as it's played up to mid-on. Has had 200s against Durham from his Worcestershire days.
Yeah. Remember the final day of a game? Well, he batted all day. The only wicket fell at tea. A massive partnership they put on.
Yes.
With Azhar Ali. 195 partnership. They just batted out the day.
Got into a little part of the season as well where he's finding difficult and unusual ways to get out as well in the 60s and 70s. End of the over, 231 for 3. That's a long way ahead of him in this particular innings because he's still not out. Freddie McCann 72. Mead made 27, Slater 92, and Joe Clark recently dismissed. Peach of a ball from Paul Coghlan, bowled for 37.
Haynes got 622 runs last year, including those 750s, 69 at Chester Street. His dad Gavin played for Worcestershire from 1991 to 99. So the 10th father and son combo to play for the county.
Yes, and any Tom Banton glory, a little bit of that can come in this direction because his dad Colin played for Notts briefly.
Any relation to Pat O'Banton? Was his big hit O Carolina or something, was it?
Oh no, that was Shaggy.
Shaggy, was it? What did Pat O'Banton
I don't
sing?
know. 231 for 3. We're just waiting for a helmet to be produced from somewhere. Here we go.
reggae legend Pato Banton. Oh, cover version of Baby Come Back. That was it.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Keeper standing up to the stumps with a helmet on. George Rizal bowling round the wicket. It's played by McCann to short extra cover to Potts. Potts is not wearing his sunglasses. He's got them on top of the peak of his cap. As this one is left by McCann, and he's staring towards the sun. And the sunglasses are a golden sort of shade, and they're shining very, very brightly. They're like a flashing light, aren't
yeah,
they?
beacon.
Yeah. Next ball is played by McCann up to Lees at mid-on, no run there. Drizzle into bowl. A bit more bounce on that one, and McCann backed into the crease, gave himself some room and cut the ball down to deep backward point for 2. So he edges up to 76.
I can remember the Nottinghamshire highest individual score is 312, scored by Walter Keaton.
Next ball's a dot ball that already added those runs on, so he's on 74. 233 for 3 the score.
I can remember one of the pre-season first-class games, Samit Patel, I think he got 257, and when he was about 240, 250, there were people moaning like heck.
Was that against Durham Uni?
It may well have been, yeah.
Next ball played away. No run, end of the over.
Oh, you can't let him go on and get the highest individual score against a university side. Yeah. But, he didn't get there, he got 257.
I think I saw that in my stats the other day.
But you can only...
Walter Keaton got 312 not out against Middlesex at the Oval in 1939 because of a varsity match at Lord's.
That's it.
James Taylor made 291 at Horsham in 2015 against Sussex.
He did indeed.
David Hussey 275 against Essex in 2000 at Trent Bridge. Samit Patel 257 not out against Gloucestershire in Bristol in 2017 and 256 in 2013 against Durham Uni.
There's Coghlan, bowls, and Haynes is away, lifting it up and over the sketchy offside field. Sketchy in terms of numbers. He really only had to lift it over point and he was going to get runs, so a boundary to Haynes. Knots up to 237 for 3. 141 behind. Still, apart from that ball, 16 overs left in the day here, so lots an opportunity, I guess, to get within about 75 or 80 if they have a good last hour. There's Coghlan, bowls now. Haynes pushes this to cover gently. And there's no run. That's trailed by 141. It won't be uppermost in their thoughts. It'll be just getting to the end of day 3, ideally with only 3 down. Surrey are 91 for 1 now at Chelmsford. Essex made 582 for 6 declared. Yorkshire 158 for 4, leading Hampshire by just 30 with those 6 wickets left as Coghlan bowls. Haynes, a bit of a mistimed drag onto the onside, gets a single. At Taunton, we'll come back to that because they've reached 600 now, 604 for 6. At Edgbaston, Sussex 528, Warwickshire 186 for 2. At Derby, Gloucestershire second time round at 95 for 2, still trailing by 74. At Cardiff, Leicestershire have had a good day. They're 387 for 8, leading the Welsh county by 159. Lancashire 325 for 6, leading Middlesex at Lords by 65. And Northants 52 for 2 in the 4th innings of the match, needing 208 more to beat Kent. Coghlan to McCann on his thigh pad so he can work this away on the leg side, and he's bombed back for 2, desperate to keep the strike. Good running, Freddie McCann, And Jack Haynes raises his arm as if to say good call. And McCann goes on to 76, 240 for 3.
What is Somerset on now?
Somerset 604 for 6, and Tom Banton is 327 not out.
Their 18th highest score at the moment.
This one's hit up in the air now, and an opportunity here. It's going to fall short of the fielder down there.
Kinney, I think. Didn't see it till too late, did he? Their top score's 850 for 7 against Middlesex in 2007 at Taunton. The highest score against Durham by a visiting team, 610 for 6 declared in 2011, when Phil Mustard put them in because he thought it might do a bit. I think, though, that game ended in a draw from memory.
241 for 3.
It did.
Haynes has 5. Leaves this alone. Or didn't get anything on it. Either way, it's gone through to Robinson. End of the over, 607 for 6 at Taunton. The score here, 241 for 3. The whoever's doing the 12th man running on and off for Durham's.
That's Callum Parton.
Getting an awful lot of steps in at the moment. Every over there's a helmet or two being brought on, taken off. Don't know what that was, but
oh, you pulled your microphone indoors. The scorecard for that Somerset match is a bit lopsided. Marcus Druscothick 144, Nick Compton 254, Harold Sapaya got none, Barrow got 4, Josh Butler got 9, Lewis Gregory 16, George Drizzell, sunglasses on, coming in to bowl here from the pavilion end. It's played by McCann up to mid-wicket. He gets a quick single. So he's now on 78. Nottinghamshire 8 runs away from their first batting point, which would come at 250. They're 242 for 3. Haynes on strike on 5. Drizzell's going to come over the wicket. Here he comes. Haynes turns this to short mid-wicket, no run there. Picked up by Graham Clark in his floppy hat. Next ball bowled, it's pushed upfield to mid-on, no run. The microphone seems to be tapping against something now. Is it rolling around in, or is it hanging against the wall or something? No. Here comes the bowler once again. Oh, chopped down into the ground. He went back into his crease there, Haynes. And got onto that one late. Dave's gone off outside for Mike duties. 14.2 overs to bowl. Haynes plays this ball from Drizzell afterwards. Short point, no run. Talking of Somerset against Durham, as Drizzell bowls this one, they're appealing for a leg side catch. Ollie Robinson's got his arms up there and bouncing around in excitement, but the umpire Nigel Long says no. So that's the end of the over. .242 for 3, 14 overs to go. Yeah, Somerset and Durham met each other quite a few times, about 10 years ago, at the start of the season. 2016, they played each other at the start of the season as well. It was quite a traditional sort of thing. And won 2 years in a row. I think Durham played them at home at the start of the season. Then in 2015, they played them away at the start of the season, and that was the last time they won a match, their opening game, 10 years ago at Taunton. It's been a long time since then, a decade without a win in the opening game. 2 years ago they lost in quite an exciting close encounter to Sussex, and that was the only match they lost. They went on to dominate the Division 2 and won it by about 55 points, I think, 54 points. Here's Paul Coghlan bowling, start of a new over to McCann. McCann plays that one to the covers, it's a dot ball. Sorted.
Aye.
Coghlan round the wicket. Now, did he get a hand on that or not? One of those where you're backing up and you run out, but Haynes has got back into the crease. I'm not sure that Coghlan managed to get a hand on it or not, but it's stumped into the stumps at the bowler's end. Off McCann's bat.
There's no celebration from the bowler, or no appeal from the bowler anyway.
Coghlan bounding in round the wicket. Shortish ball pulled into the ground to Drizel at mid-wicket. 1 run. I think that's come right off the toe of the bat there.
Yeah, looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah. So McCann's got 79 now. He's faced 157 balls. Haynes is on 5. He's faced 16. He's on strike now. And the partnership's 18 from 36. So the Nottinghamshire score 243 for 3. They're just 7 away from a batting point. Durham have got their first bowling point on the board, having got 3 wickets down. Next one's 6 and then 9 for the bonus points. We've got 13.5 overs to go this evening. Current run rate 3.35 and the deficit is 135. Coghlan angles that one in towards the foot of off stump, and it's driven by Haynes. A one-handed stop in the covers by Gay. Haynes gets a single, so he's now got 7. No, he hasn't, he's got 6. Sometimes the score seems to take a while to turn over on that scoreboard, and other times you look up and it's already there. It's catching me out, this. Trying to work out the pace of the scoreboard. Coghlan balls, it's an edge and it's gone. And McCann chased at a ball that was quite wide of off stump, but he didn't really move his feet. He should have left it really, and he's got a thick edge. Keeper jumping across to his left-hand side, takes the catch, two-handed, and McCann departs for 79. 244 for 4, and he's angry with himself. Didn't need to play at that.
Now these are important scalps that Durham are taking in this session. Walcott starts the 4 to be dismissed to meet 27, Slater 92, Clark 37, and now Freddie McCann for 79, getting a good ovation. It's been a terrific innings, 156 balls, 10 fours at the crease for just over 3 hours. But he's gone, as Martin said. He chased one, he was looking to really impose himself on Paul Coghlan there, but Coghlan having a really good session here. He's got rid of Joe Clark. He's now got rid of Freddie McCann, and Notts have only recently seen Jack Haynes arrive in the middle. He's still in single figures, and he's going to be joined by Matthew Montgomery on his way out now.
When I saw Matthew Montgomery's name on the team sheet yesterday, I thought, I haven't done any research on him, and then I've looked at my notes today, and there he is. There's a full section of him that I can't remember writing at all. Born in Johannesburg, but he plays for Germany.
No, he played one game for Germany a couple of years ago.
Who else played for Germany? It was Michael Richardson, I think, played for Germany. 23 first-class matches, 1,121 runs, And 178 is highest score in Notts' 462-run win against Durham here in 2022. 4 players got centuries in that innings. First time that had happened to Durham. I think it was the first time Notts had done it since the 30s or something.
That's right, yeah. Spot on. Another right-hander. In fact, I think that's the end of the lefties. Not sure about Fergus O'Neill.
Played into the ground and away. Fergus O'Neill is a right-hander. 2 runs. Montgomery off the mark. 2 for 6 for 4.
Done a good job, Coghlan. 18 overs, 4 maidens. 2 for 64 for a man who had just a brief break away from Chesterley Street. 2 years with Notts, injury-laden couple of years. Returned to Trent Bridge and knocked over 2 prize scalps here. 13 to go, 246 for 4. Still a bit to come. Lyndon James 2 in at 7, but they'd like a quiet little partnership to see them through until the close here, as Haynes drops this on the leg side. There's no run. We're just past the scheduled close of play, just gone past 6 o'clock, as Haynes eases this onto the offside, and Durham lifted, as you can hear, by that last wicket. Lots of noise out there, lots of chatter. Haynes on the front foot defends. .246 for 4. Durham made 378. Grisel bowls. Haynes guides this to leg. Will take a single. He moves to 7. 247 for 4. Tom Banton is 339 not out, so 3 away from tying the Somerset all-time record. 4 away from beating it against Worcestershire. 632 for 6. There's Montgomery just turning this round the corner, fielded by Emilio Gay. There's no run. Tressel, final ball of his 18th over, reverse sweep. Montgomery's been out there for less than a minute. He's going to come back for 2 here. Has to run quickly, gets safely home. Is that the first reverse sweep of the day? I can't remember another one, but that's not unlike Matthew Montgomery. He's literally out there and straight away is reverse sweeping the spinner for a couple of runs. He's on 4, 249 for 4.
Yorkshire have lost 2 quick wickets. They lead by 41, but they're 169 for 5.
Banton has gone to 344, so...
he was dropped on 329.
What our correspondent, Mark the Mod, tells us that is now a Somerset individual record. They'll be full of it, won't they? And I don't mean cider. 249 for 4. This is going to be our year, Martin. Have you heard them say that?
Yeah, every year. And then I just have a wry smile on my face as it all just vanishes over the horizon.
It all just crash and burns. Made a good start. As Coghlan bowls to Haynes, and he eases it out onto the offside. No run.
The match I remember the most was that one when they were at Durham, and they thought they'd won the league because you couldn't get on at Manchester. Durham were on the end of quite a pummeling the first few days, but they then fought back and staged a rearguard action and saved the game, and you got on the field and got the point you needed anyway to win the title. And I remember that the Durham game started something like half an hour early each day, so they could have travel time to Lords. As Coghlan bowls here, that's gone to the keeper. They wanted travel time to go down to Lords because they were playing in the cup final, and then they lost the cup final on the Saturday. And then we were on our way down to Devon on the Sunday, and we passed the Somerset team bus on the M5 And I thought, well, Friday morning they were going to win their first title. They were in the box seat, and then the weekend that delivered absolutely nothing for them.
Never mind, eh?
I can't remember who they played in the cup final.
It's Coghlan. Bowls pulled away onto the leg side, mistimed though by Jack Haynes. He's got a boundary, but a little bit fortuitous. It just lolloped up in the air, and Notts have a batting bonus point. So once again, the point situation is tied up. Durham 4, Notts 4. Notts trail by 125. I'd imagine it'd be a fair bet that Durham will get maximum bowling points. How many batting points will Notts get as Coghlan bowls again? And puff of dust came up there as Haynes pushed forward.
Durham's batting point, first batting point yesterday, came at 253 for 5, and today's batting point 253 for 4.
Notts trail by 125.
Durham got there in 66 overs. It's taken 74.3 for Notts.
Yes, I think on the whole, I think Durham have bowled better than Notts did yesterday. This is pushed into the offside. There were far more loose deliveries yesterday, and there were, as we were saying, far more add-ons. Still only 3 extras, 1 no ball and 1 leg bite. So extras really not playing a part in this particular innings thus far for Notts. Coghlan bowls to Haynes. Oh, this has gone up in the air, and he's got away with one there off the shoulder of the bat, and it's looped up over gully down towards third, and he's got a couple of very fortunate runs. And one man's fortune is another man's misfortune, and the unlucky bowler is Paul Coghlan. Could have had a third there in quick succession. 255 for 4 was certainly out of his control once it took off from Jack Haynes off the shoulder of the bat, and could literally have gone anywhere.
There's a couple of women down in the Fox Road stand who watch Durham at home all the time, and they look to me like they're burning quite badly. They've got strapless tops on. They're very red.
They'll not be used to such warm, sunny conditions, will they?
I remember it snowing here at the start of the 2021 season. Drizzell bowling here. That one is a play and a miss from Montgomery, done by the spin into the keeper's gloves at wind. Fox Road stand bathed in evening sunshine now. Clocks went forward last weekend. Montgomery reverse sweeps, and he finds rain quite close in at third man. Along the floor he played the shot. Is our stand still? Our stand's in shade now.
I'm looking at Drizzell.
Drizzell bowls. Montgomery forward, defends.
I'm looking at the scores on the Somerset Worcestershire card.
Yeah.
Thought they've not updated, not updated. They've finished. Of course, it's 6 o'clock. They've finished. They've got their overs in. They're done for the day. He's 344 not out at stumps, so they'll have a chat, no doubt, in the morning.
This is played safely on the leg side. No run from Montgomery. Well, Anthony Gibson will have enjoyed his day. Two balls left of this over, and then 10 to go. This ball played to Potts short mid-wicket.
That's the only match that's finished promptly on time. So that's a good effort by Worcestershire. They've been chasing leather all day, yet they've still bowled their overs at the right time. Another reverse sweep from Montgomery straight to the fielder, Ben Rain.
End of the over, 255 for 4. I'm just seeing an Opta stat here. Nottingham Forest have lost all 78 of their previous Premier League games in which they've trailed by 2 or more goals. So what is it, 10 past 6? So what did that start, 5:30? So they're already 2 down then.
There'll be a bowling change at this end. Will Rhodes is coming on. Picked up a wicket. That of Ben Slater. In fact, all 4 wickets to go down have gone down from this end. 1 for Potts, 1 for Rhodes, 2 for Coughlan. Just bowled the 5 overs. Quite expensive actually for Will Rhodes. Cost 34 runs, but won't mind that too much. Got the wicket of Slater. Got Jack Haynes in his sights now. Bowls, and Haynes actually leaving his crease. Walks towards the bowler, pushes it out on the offside. And there's no run. 255 for 4. Again comes Will Rhodes, turned to leg this time, no run, just doing the fielding. The day, but as Martin said, no cloud about, be a chilly evening and night. As Rhodes comes in again and pushed into the offside. There's a no ball, so 2 more runs for Notts, which they'll be happy to accept. 257 for 4. Not yet gone up on the scoreboard. Does now. 257 for 4. Haynes on 13, and he's going to get at least a couple more. In fact, that might go for 4. It will. He's cut that away nicely. Again, just get bogged down for an over or 2, and then helped by the no ball, and then the boundary that follows. 261 for 4.
There he is, Anthony Gibson. The innings of a lifetime for Tom Banton, and what an innings. What a magnificent mammoth effort. A memorable innings on a historic day for Somerset County Cricket Club.
Rhodes. Haynes with another single, and I think that's another no ball. Yeah, the umpire with his arm held out. So a no ball, a 4, and then another no ball in which they took a single. So useful runs, 9 runs from just 1 legal delivery.
It's Somerset's 150th anniversary as well this season, and he got that run on the last ball of the day.
264 for 4, and just carved into the offside by Montgomery this time, but no run. 264 for 4. Can't really see Worcestershire batting for 2 days, but there'd be some humour if they could. Rhodes in again, been an expensive over so far, but he adds to it with another no ball, and quizzical look back from Will Rhodes. All day there's only been 1 no ball, and there's been 3 in this over. Don't want to wrongly accuse him. I think it was Rhodes who bowled the earlier one. Extras now properly getting involved in this innings. This one's okay, bowled from 9 inches behind the line, no doubt. It's defended. So we've had 8 deliveries in this over so far, and there'll be at least 1 more to come. At 11 from the over, just pump knots up to 266 for 4. Rhodes in again, bowls on.
Oh, what a catch. Oh, has he put it down?
Been dropped. That just about knocks the nail in in Will Rhodes' satisfaction for that over. It was spilled at first slip, and of course Will Rhodes would have been in there. He's been at first slip all day long for everybody else, and on this particular occasion it was slashed at by the batters. Who's at that end? It was Matthew Montgomery on 4 who's been spilled. It was slashed at by Montgomery. The ball was soaring upwards. It was a leap from Ackerman. Got his hands to it and began to knock it down. And he had a second attempt as the ball was falling and it hit the ground before he could get there. So a drop. Here's Drissel bowling to Haynes. 266 for 4. Should have been 266 for 5.
Well, he did well to reach it first of all, and then he got a hand on it, and then as it fell, he dropped to the ground, and I thought he'd managed to catch it at the second attempt, but it bounced out. It was a sharp chance. Grisel here, bowling to Haynes. That's played to mid-wicket, no run. Good stop by Graham Clark there.
What happened that the crowd got excited about? I wasn't sure.
Grisel bowling in his sunglasses still. Bright sunshine right across the square. It's like a giant floodlight is just on like a letterbox, isn't it? Because the shadows from the stand and all around in shade, except for a big sliver of light across the square at the moment. Haynes plays this to backward square leg. Gay fields it, no run.
Andy Easom says Buju Banton was also a reggae singer.
Who?
Buju Banton. B-U-J-U.
Buju Banton. That skids through and Haynes gets to that late.
Yeah, Mark the Mod just earlier he had said Banton was dropped on 3-2-9. It was a steepler for D'Oliveira off his own bowling, says Mark the Mod. Thank you, Mark.
This is played out to deep square leg by Haynes along the floor for 1. That was the end of the over. 267 for 4. Haynes has 19. He'll keep strike. Montgomery 4. The deficit 1-1-1.
What do we got? 8 to go. That should be half an hour or thereabouts. 267 for 4.
A stat from Andrew Sampson, which I never saw yesterday. Scoring a century on their birthday on the first day of the county championship season. Mike Brearley, 153, Middlesex against Kent at Lords, 1976. Colin Ackerman, Durham Notts yesterday. Well, there you go.
Just the two.
Niche and a half.
Yeah. See, that would have... I wouldn't have known where to begin. I wouldn't have the necessary tools or anything to look that up, and I wouldn't know where. But of course, Andrew Sansom, a proper statistician will have all the necessary gizmos and wherewithal to be able to tap into something, punch 2 or 3 buttons, and up it will pop. Certainly the earliest that a player will have scored a century on his birthday in the English season. Rhodes bowls in the county championship anyway.
I think some of those birthdays probably would have been in May in the past.
Yeah. 267 for 4 knots. Rhodes entrusted with another over after the nightmares of the previous one, although the over did end with a drop catch, but could well have gone over Ackerman and gone away for 4. This one is carved into the offside. There's protection out there. Single taken. One more to Jack Haynes. He's on 20. 268 for 4.
Looking on here on Blue Sky, Yorkshire, Somerset and Surrey have all moved across to Blue Sky. Or are on Blue Sky. If you want to join me on there, martycricket.bsky.social. Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Not at the other place.
268 for 4. Montgomery on strike, on 4, drives this back, hits the boot of the bowler. And there's no run, 268 for 4.
Freddie's posted a picture from Derby.
Rhodes bowls past the outside edge and through to the keeper. There's an update. Yeah, another half an hour or so still to be played here with Nottinghamshire. 268 for 4 now. Matthew Montgomery's on 4. He's just been dropped. Jack Haynes on 20. The 4 out, Asiba Mead for 27. Substantial scores for Ben Slater, made 92. Freddie McCann recently out for 79. Joe Clark got a terrific delivery from the former Notts man. Paul Coghlan uprooted his middle stump for 37. Earlier in the day, absolutely farcical scenes as a water leakage meant even in bright sunshine we lost 45 minutes of cricket before Durham were bowled out for 378. In reply, Notts are 110 behind with those 7 overs left. 268 for 4.
That Dan Kingdom says Banton and Ruse partnership now Somerset's highest for any wicket in the county championship.
Rhodes bowls. This one kept a whisker low, but nicely played by Montgomery. Kept his eye on the ball and just guided it down to the ropes in front of the building site, the pavilion end for 4. So Montgomery doubles his tally to 8. 272 for 4. Notts are 106 behind the Durham first innings score. 7 overs to go. I don't think Notts are going to, even with a following wind, get another 28 in those 7 overs. They might, but I think they'll probably be shy of 300 tonight. But by lunch tomorrow, provided they don't collapse dramatically and provided we don't have another leaky water sprinkler, Notts should be somewhere around about the Durham total.
Drizzell to bowl now, 2. Haynes on 20. In the sunshine in Nottingham. Haynes back into his crease. Yeah, so their partnership today broke 346 by the legendary Lionel Pallaret and Herbie Hewitt for the first wicket against Yorkshire at Taunton in 1892. Were you at that one?
Did you say legendary?
I've never.
Who's put that?
Well, somebody who's measured that out. It's not to us, it's on the county cricket feed on Blue Sky. Drizzell round the wicket now. And that's 4 runs. Well, Haynes just rocked back into his crease there. Used his heels and cut the ball nicely to that short boundary for 4. So he's now on 24, 276 for 4. Yeah, I was going to say, at Derbyshire, there's a group of guys who've all turned up in full whites and gloves, and they're all wearing, and pads, and they're all wearing Wayne Madsen masks. Sitting in the stands there. The captain once again, isn't he?
Yep.
So he's gone to backward point. Dot ball. I think a few years ago there was a rumour he was going to be coming to Durham, but then he decided to stay in Derby.
There were more than rumours that he was coming here, but changed his mind at the last minute.
Next ball played down into the ground by Haynes. It's gone to slip. .276 for 4. That is returned via the ground to the bowler from Haynes's bat.
It's anything like last season. Haynes will be okay till 50. It's his own particular Bermuda Triangle. When he reaches 50, between 50 and 70 is vulnerable.
That's driven hard away for 4 through the covers on that short boundary there. Finishes with a 4, puts him on a 28, 280 for 4.
I'd love him to start the season with 100. I really would, because I think it was just getting to him a little bit last year. And of course, he's not listening to the commentary, but the more it happens, the more you make reference to it. He'll get 50 and then he'll get out before he gets beyond 77. It was the opening day of the season last year. He got 77. against Essex looked $1 million. Yeah, it was against Essex. The Sam Cook match looked $1 million. Thought we're going to see a lot of runs from him. Well, we did see a decent amount of runs, but we didn't see him get a 3-figure score. Bowling change, Matthew Potts coming on for one last tilt before the end of the day, 6 overs left. "16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64 to Matthew Potts. And he comes in the late evening sunshine, the shadows long. First ball played down into the ground by Montgomery.
I was wondering why the ball had suddenly looked very, very shiny. So,
yeah, new ball taken.
Yeah. Very bright, isn't it? The golden lettering really glistening away in the sunshine.
There's Potts again, past umpire Lloyd's left shoulder. Again, Montgomery happy to leave alone.
That hit the keeper's gloves a lot harder than the old ball was doing.
The amount of times that the team will start an innings with the 2 bowlers, and then when they take the new ball, some 4 or 5 hours later, it'll be the same 2 bowlers, but invariably they operate from a different end. It happens so many times, and it looks like it's going to happen here because Potts was from the far end and Rain bowled from this end. Don't necessarily think the wind has changed that much, the little bit of breeze there is, as Potts bowls quickly but outside the off stump, and Montgomery just happy to get a sighting of it, lets it go through to Ollie Robinson. Rain is turning his arm over at wideish mid-on, giving every indication that he will need to do it for real in a minute or 2.
William says there's the noise in the ground earlier, the laughter or whatever. He thinks it was when Clark fielded the ball, his trousers came down,
Right.
which I didn't notice from up
No,
here.
I didn't.
Must have looked more obvious on the camera.
280 for 4. Next one is right through Matthew Montgomery and nearly over the head of Robinson. Did well to take that. That looked quick, didn't it? That looked an international class delivery. Potts getting the wicket of Hamid earlier. Understandably, a few have drifted off, but still a goodly number of people inside Trent Bridge watching the last knockings of day 2. And they'll be here as soon as the gates open tomorrow morning, as a 4th slip is now brought in just to bolster that catching cordon. In case there's an edge, Potts bowls trying to get the edge, but the man brought out of the offside means there's a gap there, and Montgomery's found it, takes a couple of runs. Moves into double figures himself. He's on to 10. Nottinghamshire 282 for 4. So they trail by double digits now, 96 behind. Still 5 overs to go after this one. 18 runs would bring Nottinghamshire a 2nd batting bonus point. There's Matthew Potts to end this over. Bowls now, and with a grunt fires one outside the off stump that goes through to the keeper. 282 for 4.
Katie says, all winter I'm counting down the days to the start of the cricket season. In the days leading up to the start, I begin to worry that it can't possibly live up to the hype. But then it gets started and I'm just happy. The county championship is the best.
Good stuff, Katie. We all agree with you. Of course, the beginning of April is the time of year where all amateur cricketers want to play cricket and all professional cricketers want to play golf.
Here's Rain back into the attack then with a new ball. First delivery to Haynes is played back to Rain. Rain stands, ball in his hand, arm aloft, looking to try and prepare to throw back to the stumps should Haynes drift out of his crease. Katie did have a job a while ago when she was at uni of counting meerkats. I don't think she's doing that anymore now.
Counting meerkats. That sounds like what you do to an apprentice. Go and fetch me some elbow grease.
She's played out through deep mid wicket and comes to a halt on the sort of longer grass on the square. 2 runs though to Haynes. He's now on 30. 284 for 4.
Can you find
got 4.4 overs to go. Her dad turned up at Taunton last year and brought us a lovely cake that she'd made. He'd come up on the train from... Where'd he come from? Somewhere down Weston-super-Mare or... Actually, no. He'd come up from Exeter on the train. Said it took about an hour. In comes Rain. Haynes plays the ball off the back foot, along the floor, into the covers, no run.
You know you're appreciated when somebody brings you a cake on a train.
Yeah.
Was that a book and a film?
Cake on a train. Yeah.
Or was that Snakes on a Plane?
There was a lady in the window looking at the train where they were selling the cake.
Can literally count the patrons in the Smith Cooper stand right now.
Peeling for LBW here. It looked a bit high to me. And Haynes goes for a little walk. Nigel Long, the umpire, looks uninterested. Rain appealing.
We've got 6 people sat in the Smith Cooper stand and 1 standing in one of the little exit areas. In fact, 2 standing in the little exit areas. And that's your lot. I think it's just a couple sat in the William Clark, rather more in the sunshine away to our left.
In comes Rain. Ball played to point, no run there. Doug from Fulwell's standing over there with his Sunderland top one, about to head off to his B&B. Says he's catching quite a lot of cricket the next few weeks, watching the second team game and then home match against Warwickshire next week as well. The lads who've gone to the Hawthorns this afternoon for the 12:30 kickoff, they'll be back here by now somewhere. Although actually, looking on the top tier, there's not many left up here either now, Dave. In comes Rain. That stays low. It skids in, and Haynes goes back into his crease and plays it away back up towards the bowler's end. End of the over. 284 for 4. 4 overs to go. Those left in the Fox Road stand are still in bright sunshine. It looks really warm over there.
Yeah. There's a little shot of the...
The ladies who were sunbathing earlier have now got jumpers on.
Yeah, on the live stream, the last few.
Yeah.
Hardy souls in the Smith Cooper. Associate that expression, hardy souls, with being wrapped up against the elements, and the person on screen there certainly wrapped up for a cold day. Those on the other side of the ground, as Martin said, some have had their tops off. Here's Potts. Comes in and with a grunt bowls to Matthew Montgomery, who's on 10, leaves it alone. It goes through to Ollie Robinson. And we can just begin to strike off the remaining deliveries on this extra long day. We, in terms of cricket, we'll only have 90... what did we lose? We lost 8. That was 88, and we lost 2 for the change of innings. So we're only going to have an 86 over day. Tomorrow, all being well, it'll be a 100 over day. So this is wide of the off stump, because we're going to get tomorrow's 96 and the 4 that we lost today. 284 for 4, so even longer day tomorrow for the game to, one way or another, find some sort of shape to give supporters of both sides a little bit of belief that something positive might be able to be forged out on the last day? Will Notts be able to chase down a total? This is pushed behind square on the offside. Will Durham have enough time to bowl Notts out in the second innings? Will they have enough of a lead to put all sorts of pressure on Notts, maybe for 4 sessions? Can they still get a wicket or 2 tonight and force Notts into making a decision? Do they send out a night watchman? Of course, the trusty Luke Fletcher no longer around.
Have they held auditions for the role?
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know. Don't know who it's going to be. 284 for 4. Wide of the pegs, and this goes through to the keeper. You wouldn't mind going out to bat in this sort of light in the middle of the afternoon, would you? But there's just something psychologically different about it being so close to the end of the day, and we don't want to lose a key man before the end of the day. We'll send out a sacrificial offering. You know, Lyndon James will have marched out to bat confidently in light poorer than this. It's lovely light, but the fact that there's only a couple of overs left after this one. Next ball on its way, driven through the offside for 4 more, and some stroke from the bat of Matthew Montgomery. 288 for 4. Lots, of course, we'll be dearly hoping they don't have to make any sort of decision with regards to that. I think this pair can stay there. They've added 44 actually. That's sort of snuck up on us, and you had the 2 totals together. Haynes 30, Montgomery 14. That does make 44, but Haynes had a bit of a head start. There was those no balls from Will Rhodes as well in this partnership. Nice shot from Matthew Montgomery, who's got his shirt number. He's on 14. Potts bowls to him again, and Montgomery defends. 288 for 4. We don't really know, and I'm sure Durham are the same with Beddingham. We don't know when Verena's going to arrive in the country, but if he does, then there has to be an opening somewhere for him. If Matthew Montgomery, some would sense, is the possible victim of Verena being squeezed into the top 6, Montgomery wouldn't do himself any harm at all getting a big score here.
Start of a new over from Rain. Still 3 overs to go here.
Yeah.
Ball played by Haynes and stopped in short mid-wicket by Coghlan, who dived on top of it and sort of rolled across it. Nottinghamshire 288 for 4. Trail by 90. Rain balls, that's through to the keeper. Outside off stump. Martin Emerson and Dave Bracegirdle with you here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. A beautiful spring day. It was like summer yesterday. A bit cooler today though, but the sun is shining and has been shining all day. And there's still not a cloud in the sky. Well, that little passing band of fluffy little things earlier, and that's been it, isn't it? That was this morning.
They've all gone. They've been erased. We don't have clouds anymore.
Oh, good appeal. Banged it in short, and Haynes turned his back on it, and it didn't get up, and it's whacked him in the backside. He's out LBW. I did that once against Gateshead, fell. Dougie Hudson was the bowler, and I was embarrassed for weeks. And Haynes is walking off now, probably with a bruise on his bum. And he just can't believe what's happened to him. His LBW to Rain for 30, 288 for 5.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I'm sure they've run replays on the live stream. It'd be lovely to see it again if we get the opportunity from the production crew. Here we go. Hopefully. Here we go, Martin, as Ben Rain comes into bowl to Haynes. Well,
he's just lost sight of the ball, hasn't he? It's whacked him on the back of the thigh and the glute.
Yeah, he didn't completely turn around and turn his back on it as initially I thought. Just didn't get up as high as he thought, and Haynes has to go, shaking his head, and we will see what Notts have to do now with regards to sending somebody out for the last knockings of the day. That was Ben Rain getting the first wicket of the day from the Stuart Broad end. Looks like it's Farhan Ahmed, it is. Spinner being sent out. Farhan is on the scorecard as number 9. Well, he's been elevated a couple of spots up to number 7. Can certainly play. He'll be looking for his defensive techniques in the last, 20 deliveries of the day here. That's 288 for 5. Didn't get up.
Sort of struck him on the side of the leg and the bum, sort of around the glute area. Top of the hamstring. Just seemed to lose sight of it, didn't he?
Yeah. It's not how you get him, it's how many, if you're the bowler or some such.
4 in the slip corner now for the 17-year-old. Rain in. Short ball goes through to the keeper.
Gives the visiting team here a little bit of a lift late in the day. 288 for 5, not still trailed by 90. Said all along, I fancy this might be a fairly even first innings.
Oh, gone down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. That was a very good take. That was away for 4 otherwise.
I think on this surface, Notts would be disappointed if they didn't manage to eke out another 90 runs with the last 5 wickets, but it wouldn't be the first time. Different personnel, I know, but it wouldn't be the first time that the lower order has just been blown away by a visiting attack. Let's hope this particular Nottinghamshire 11 are up to the task, both this evening and then again in the first session tomorrow. Montgomery still there on 14, Ahmed on strike with 1 ball left. Alex Lee's bringing the field in. I think he assumes they're not going to take a single.
In comes Rain, and Farhan Ahmed plays that down into the ground, and to McKinney in the gully, end of the over.
So Ben Rain's first wicket. Take them however they come. Figures of 1 for 50, 1 for Potts.
Wicket maiden.
1 for Rhodes and a couple for Coghlan as well. .288 for 5. So 2 overs left. Here is Matthew Potts to bowl to Matthew Montgomery. Just pushes this out to McKinney on the offside. No run. This is the 85th over of the innings. Can't say that the second new ball brought a wicket, but there's definitely a bit of feeling that it didn't get up as high as Jack Haynes was expecting it to. From that point on, his innings was over. There's a good delivery. Swings away past the outside edge. Shook his head several times on the way back to the Nottinghamshire dressing room. Jack Haynes played beautifully. Couldn't believe that his wicket had perished in such a manner. All 5 that have been dismissed have got starts. Mead 27, Slater 92, McCann 79, Clark 37, Haynes 30. Durham did have Colin Ackerman go on and reach 3 figures. And the Nottinghamshire top order hasn't done that. 288 for 5. The top 5 have all gone. Montgomery still there. He'll have Farhan Ahmed for company for however long this innings, or the second day lasts now, and Lyndon James, again a very capable player who's spent a lot of his career batting in the top 5, still available tomorrow morning. Potts bowls and worked away for a single. They've taken it. No reason why they shouldn't. The night watchman is out there to not only protect the next one, but he's also, in theory, there to protect Matthew Montgomery. Single taken, so short leg is going to be utilised with 2 balls left in the over. .289 for 5. Notts trail by 89. Four slips and a short leg, the most attacking field we've seen of the match. And Alex Lee says, hang on a minute, I want to get even more aggressive. The skipper himself looks as if he's going into leg slip. So that's 6 close to the wicket catches, a point, an extra cover, and a man on the deep square boundary. Bowls, and it's deflected down for 4. And Farhan Ahmed got a little bit of his bat on that one, so he's away with a boundary. Deflected it to the left of where Alex Lees had just gone. That leg slip. 293 for 5. And Notts are 85 behind. Potts to Farhan. Good delivery there, and the youngster survives. End of the over. That's Matthew Potts done for day 2. 19 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 75. It'll be Ben Rain to wrap things up one way or another. Lyndon James and the rest can take their pads off now. They won't be required this evening. If a wicket goes down, they'll troop off. And lengthy all day in the Trent Bridge sunshine about to come to an end. About 10 to 7, maybe just past 10 to 7. Maybe just before 10 to 7 if a wicket goes down now. Rain to bowl to Matthew Montgomery, who's on 15. Will he take a single and get down to the other end?
No, he's just going to go for a 4 instead.
Yep.
Cuts that down through third man. 4 runs.
He did nothing other than guide it. If it, if had been a man there, he'd have taken the single, I'm sure, to get down to the other end. But
you said about 7.5 overs ago you didn't think they'd get to that third batting point tonight, and there they are, 3 runs away from it now.
Well, that is the other thing with the second new ball, isn't it? It
travels quick.
Yeah.
In comes the bowler. That's played to short mid-wicket, no run there.
So if you're just joining us, we didn't actually start until 11:45. The players all came out, the umpires came out at 5 to 11. The players followed. We were just about ready to go, and I think it was Dylan Pennington who spotted that some water was starting to seep from a leaking sprinkler head out there, and chaos and more ensued as the sprinklers then popped up and there was water flying everywhere briefly.
In comes Rain. Montgomery plays it towards point, a diving stop from McKinney, I think.
Despite the lovely conditions, took 45 minutes before everybody was satisfied that it was dry and ready to go. The players had returned to the temporary dressing rooms they're using in the Radcliffe Road stand. We got underway, and it wasn't too long before they were back in there, because Notts knocked over the final Durham wicket. Durham 378 all out. It was taken by Fergus O'Neill, who finished with 5 for 81 on his Notts debut.
This is played safely up to mid-on.
Notts openers Mead and Slater were together at lunch, 48 without loss. Afterwards, Mead out for 27, Slater for 92. Freddie McCann made 79, Joe Clark 37, and Jack Haynes recently out for 30. A couple of wickets to Paul Coghlan, one apiece to Matthew Potts, Will Rhodes and Ben Rain, and that's where we are. Notts trail by 81 at 297 for 5 with 2 balls left.
Ball pushed up to the mid-off area. Dot ball.
Now 1 delivery left in the day. Notts negotiate it. They'll resume tomorrow morning. 5 down. We'll be on air, all the usual places, just before 11 o'clock. Martin and myself, Matt Henry will be back with us various times tomorrow. Be triple-handed, and if there's anybody about to bring on guest-wise, we'll try and do that. Moving day, day 3 tomorrow. This game's got a long way to move before I think we can think about the possibility of a victory either way on Monday, but you never know. You never know what tomorrow may bring.
Rain to Montgomery, and that is the end of the day's play at 9 minutes to 7. 297 for 5, deficit 81, Montgomery 19, Ahmed 4, and there's been 86 overs of this game, this innings so far.
There's the sound of the hover cover. Drowning out final thoughts. Matthew Montgomery 19 not out at stumps. Farhan Ahmed 4 not out at stumps. Durham having a decent little final session there. A couple of wickets for Paul Coghlan, big wickets as well. Joe Clark and Freddie McCann, and then Ben Rain with the second new ball, getting rid of Haynes. Thanks for your company today. Thanks to everyone who's taken the trouble to get in touch. Noisy here now, as you can hear, with that hover cover. Just drowning us all out, but that'll be it from Trent Bridge, from Martin and myself. We'll see you again tomorrow morning, hopefully, when we will begin day 3, hopefully a little less frenetically than we did this morning. Hope things run a little smoother. Got a feel for the ground staff. They've had a long old day and they're out there now. They've got to put the ground properly to bed. So Durham 378 at stumps on day 2, Nottinghamshire 297 for 5 from the team here at Trent Bridge, with huge thanks once again to all the camera crew and to our production staff for just keeping us going and looking after everything, and principally to you for being out there and listening and watching. From us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.